Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows, but as everyone's gaze shifted, their expressions stiffened slightly. Uchiha Yoru, however, looked at them with a relaxed expression and said with a laugh, "What are you all still standing there for? Don't think that promotion is that simple. It requires a thorough and multifaceted assessment from top to bottom, and will take at least several months, so be prepared." However, after taking a deep breath, Mitarashi Anko slowly lowered the scroll from her hand, her large eyes staring intently at Uchiha Yoru, and said word by word, "Yoru, why wasn't your name mentioned in the above? Chunin are promoted to special jonin because their strength is relatively outstanding in a single area, such as Yuhi Kurenai's mastery of Genjutsu and Madogai's mastery of Taijutsu. They possess abilities that surpass Chunin, but overall, they are not as good as jonin. To reach the Chunin and jonin level of strength, one must also possess sufficient mission experience. Of course, a letter of recommendation is even more effective, but a letter of recommendation is written by the author in their own name, guaranteeing that the person has excelled in a particular aspect of the mission and possesses outstanding leadership abilities. During this period, among those assigned to the mission, there were also letters of recommendation, clearly indicating that Uchiha Yoru deliberately downplayed his own existence to give them more space. Haha, Yoru, this is what youth is all about. So rest assured, we will definitely be able to become jonin based on our own abilities. At this moment, Madogai displayed an open and cheerful smile, even giving a thumbs-up gesture. But the meaning was very clear. They didn't need to take credit for their comrades' work. Seeing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Among the crowd, Itsuki Yugai and Yuhi Kurenai both had a somewhat complicated look in their eyes, as if their shame had intensified at this moment. Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone, then smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, perhaps you're overthinking it. I truly admire your abilities. Putting aside our camaraderie, objectively speaking, each of you possesses talent comparable to geniuses of your age, whether it's your strength, your unwavering mental fortitude, or even your leadership skills. Based on our connections here, you can learn powerful ninjutsu from me, or even get my guidance, but leveling up is possible." At this point, Uchiha Yoru's smile gradually turned into a serious expression. "Don't even talk about you guys. Even if a genin becomes a chunin needs to lead a squad of 3 genin in battle, shouldering an extremely important mission. Especially in terms of command ability. One mistake can lead to the loss of the entire squad, so I can't interfere on this point. Just like you, Madogai." Uchiha Yoru's gaze directly fell on the unexpected Madogai, and he said in a deep voice, "Perhaps your command abilities aren't as good as Kakashi's, but you're a responsible ninja. Similarly, your strict adherence to established rules and steady command might not be outstanding, but it's certainly not out of place. Furthermore, your character inspires trust in everyone, and that's what's most rare and valuable. On the battlefield, a trustworthy and reliable commander is someone who has the potential to become a special jonin, or even a jonin at that. You only lack a little experience and strength, but I believe in you." As Uchiha recounted the events of the night, everyone's expressions changed, especially Madogai's boastful, excited eyes, which were filled with tears of emotion. He knew many people had secretly mocked him for his actions, but he never imagined he possessed such a great advantage. Similarly, after hearing Uchiha Yoru's assessment of Madogai, everyone suddenly realized that they had never doubted Madogai on the battlefield. Or perhaps, Madogai simply never aroused any suspicion. You can doubt anyone, but only Madogai. He's absolutely the most reckless one, and he would never abandon his comrades to leave on his own. That's practically unthinkable. Thus, qualities that might be highly valued by others, for Madogai, seemed to be ingrained in his very being. Everyone was accustomed to taking these things for granted, forgetting just how precious these qualities truly were. Therefore, you don't need to have any burden on your hearts. Not only you, but I'm also prepared to personally recommend all the Chunin remaining in the camp who meet the criteria. Uchiha Yoru would never give up on this kind of manipulative tactic, especially knowing that his position was about to be revoked. He understood the principle that power loses its effectiveness once it's used. Furthermore, these so-called merits are very important to ordinary ninjas, but for the Uchiha title, they are merely a beautiful resume. At this point, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since they were all family here, he naturally didn't need to pay too much attention to such details. Does he really need these achievements for the Uchiha title? He's already a Jonin, the Uchiha title, and his status as a Sannin disciple of Orochimaru, that's more than enough capital. What about his achievements? He commanded nearly 1,000 men on the front lines, and on the battlefield he even defeated Suikazen Fubuki, a famous ninja from the Hidden Mist village. Isn't that enough? Just wait and see tonight. I will definitely become a Jonin as quickly as possible. Following Uchiha Yoru's words, Mitarashi Anko immediately broke into a hearty laugh, casually writing her name, and finally adding her handprint. Seeing Mitarashi Anko's cheerful expression instantly lighten, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Uchiha Yoru, noticing everyone's hesitant expressions, shook his head and smiled, saying, I also want to relax a bit. After all, since you've all become special Jonin, I still trust my own judgment. As for whether you'll disappoint anyone, that's up to you. Everyone says that this is how things are divided. These achievements are useless to others, but they are given to them because they trust them, and even more so because they want them to protect the village better. What more can be said? Haha, this is what youth is all about, Yoru. I will definitely not let down the will of fire. As expected, the usually calm and composed Mato guy suddenly let out a loud yell, instantly startling everyone around him, their eyes twitching as they stared at their thick-skinned comrade. Seeing Mato guy shedding tears of youthful innocence, he stepped forward and wrote down his name, making hand gestures and finally giving a thumbs up, revealing his pearly white teeth, which instantly made Uchiha Yoru feel embarrassed and at a loss for words. I feel so embarrassed. I really want to leave this place. As Mato guy mediated the tension, everyone immediately relaxed, laughing and signing their names and leaving their handprints. But their resolute eyes clearly showed that they would absolutely not betray this trust. Uchiha Yoru's words weren't just empty talk. After all, in the original story, each of these people was either a Jonin or a special Jonin, at the very least proving they possessed this potential. Now, he was simply placing the responsibility on everyone's shoulders early, unearthing their potential in advance. Furthermore, as his fiery virtuous will spread, everyone felt an even greater sense of oppression, especially since Jonin were no longer just a target in their hearts, but a transitional element. After all, as a part of the reform movement, Jonin were practically fundamental. After everyone had signed, Uchiha Yoru looked at those still immersed in this act of trust and immediately said with an unhappy laugh, "Don't you all need to work? Quickly go back to your positions and call the others over. You're not the only ones with potential." Immediately, everyone broke into smiles, even though they clearly knew this was Uchiha Yoru's way of relaxing their minds, but it had to be said that this feeling was very appealing. As everyone left, Yuhi Kurenai and Utsugi Yuga felt a little confused. Had what they said last night been wrong? It seemed not. The decay of the village's upper echelons wasn't just something others talked about. They had witnessed it firsthand, experienced it themselves, and even felt a stirring within them that they wanted to change. The village needed change, but the women were now preoccupied with the issue of their status. If they spoke out, would they face the disappointed stares of the night before? Conflicted in their hearts, they simultaneously chose to keep some things hidden. Eventually, they witnessed the village's decay, and they longed to see the sunlight fall upon every remote corner of the village. After everyone had left, the tent fell silent again. Hada Kakashi frowned and said, "Yoru, has something happened?" Others couldn't see anything, but he seemed to have noticed something. Uchiha Yoru's movements were somewhat impatient, as if he wanted to help the person he was helping to the best of his ability. Seeing Kakashi's questioning gaze, Uchiha Yoru gave a wry smile. It must be said that Kakashi's observational skills and political acumen were truly sharp. Something's been going on, according to information passed on by teacher Orochimaru in the village. It seems the village's high-ranking officials are preparing to replace Izu no Kuni as the frontline commander. After Uchiha Yoru said this, Hada Kakashi's face immediately darkened. Yoru, are we being suspected? Upon hearing this news, Hada Kakashi's first reaction was to laugh and shake his head, saying, "What are you thinking? If we were truly suspected, do you think the village would be so simple? I'm afraid what awaits me is root. I'm afraid that as the situation in the shinobi world gradually becomes clearer, the Sand Village and Stone Village ninjas will leave, leading the village to decide to end the border turmoil sooner. And once the Izu no Kuni war ends, the root cause will be resolved, and the remaining small ninja villages causing trouble will be nothing more than insignificant troublemakers." After Uchiha Yoru finished speaking, Hada Kakashi frowned and paused, saying, "They're here to steal the credit, aren't they? I remember that after the Nine-Tails Rebellion, Lord Orochimaru had just stabilized the turbulent situation on the front lines, and now someone has snatched the spoils away." It must be said that Kakashi's mind reacted quickly. He immediately figured it out. After all, the Izu no Kuni battlefield was a huge, lucrative prize for those who needed prestige. If Uchiha Yoru had led the end of the war, the village would have spoken cautiously, downplaying this part of the credit. But if it was a high-ranking member of the family, then it would certainly have been attributed to them, their achievements embellished and them portrayed as heroes. Having gone through so much, especially after the events involving his father White Fang and Orochimaru, Hada Kakashi had developed a deep and bitter hatred for Zetsu. The hero didn't receive the glory he deserved, while the clown enjoyed the dazzling spotlight in the halls of power. Kakashi, it's good that you understand. There are some things you should discover, but not reveal, Uchiha Yoru said with a smile and a nod. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before saying, "So, before someone replaces you, you should distribute some of your accomplishments to those who are useful." Seeing Kakashi's expression, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't say such unpleasant things. I have absolute faith in my judgment. I only spot people with potential, and they shouldn't be wasted. Besides, it would be a waste of my efforts if I didn't use them. After this, there won't be another opportunity." Uchiha Yoru, with his carefree and cheerful demeanor, completely disregarded his own accomplishments, prioritizing instead the village's future. "Kakashi, you're smarter than anyone else. Shisui might be a qualified ninja, but he's not suited to the underhanded dealings of the higher echelons. So there are some things I can only tell you the basics of. You must have noticed. Right, it's true. I've secretly been in contact with the Hidden Mist Village ninja Tsukazan Fuguki. But don't worry, I've got his weakness under control." At this point, Uchiha Yoru revealed a cunning smile and continued, "With the Sanhata Greatsword in my hand, Tsukazan Fuguki has obediently fallen into line." Upon hearing these secrets, Hada Kakashi immediately showed a look of sudden understanding. No wonder the recent losses of personnel on both sides weren't that great. It was the logistics that were constantly being disrupted. "Yoru, that's too dangerous for you." Even so, Hada Kakashi's face still showed a serious expression after hearing this. Conspiring with the enemy's commander was truly a tightrope walk. Even the slightest mistake would lead to irreversible ruin. In the end, this was tantamount to betraying his own village's interests to the enemy. As Uchiha Yoru spoke, a bright red glow appeared in his eye sockets. The three Magatama spheres spun downwards, and one of his eyes transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan under Kakashi's gaze. After confirming that the surrounding area was uninhabited, Uchiha Night God's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, "Kakashi, there's something I've been investigating all along. Now that we've reached this point, although I don't have concrete evidence, I'm 60% certain. However, I'm afraid something might happen to me, so I need you to keep it confidential. If anything happens to me, you must immediately return to the Third Hokage's command. Remember this, you want to use my intelligence to gain the Third Hokage's trust and preserve your usefulness. This collective matter cannot be trusted by anyone, not even Lord Jiraiya." Uchiha Yoru's tone became serious this time, and Hada Kakashi immediately showed a solemn expression. He knew that they had probably discovered a shocking secret. Could it be the Nine-Tails? That was the only possibility he could think of. As expected, Kakashi's guess was correct. Uchiha Yoru then said in a low, deep voice, the nine tails in the Sharingan is an undeniable fact. Only those of the Mangekyo level possess the ability to control the Biju Sharingan. There are basically no Uchiha clan members left. Or rather, perhaps the Uchiha clan head is highly suspicious of this. Based on my investigations in the shadows, Uchiha Fugaku is very likely to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing that, Hada Kakashi's pupils contracted even more, and he exclaimed in shock, Yoru, are you suspecting the Uchiha clan head? Are not. What truly terrified Kakashi was yet to come. Uchiha Yoru, with a serious expression, slowly shook his head and said, word by word, at first, I had the same doubts, but then I abandoned them. Leaving aside the question of whether Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan was real or fake, let's just say that Fugaku's character was one of possessiveness and a lack of exploration. He appeared rigid, but his true nature was one of hesitation. Speaking of the clan head himself, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a self-deprecating expression as he shook his head and sighed, saying, Uchiha Fugaku, this man has great ambitions but little intelligence, is beautiful but timid, is wary but lacks authority, is indecisive internally, and his orders within the clan are inconsistent. Hesitating and being indecisive is bad for small matters, but when faced with major issues, he's completely incompetent. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, filled with disappointment, shook his head and sighed, saying if this person had the audacity to control the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be where it is today. Well done, that's how you evaluate your own clan head. Hada Kakashi was utterly ashamed upon hearing this. He knew that in the shinobi world, the clan head was the leader of the pack, and no one in their own family would ever treat their clan head with such contempt. However, regarding Uchiha Yoru's courage and analytical assessment, although Hada Kakashi didn't know the truth, he couldn't help but admire him. Yoru truly lived up to his reputation as a Hokage, giving him the feeling of a legendary ninja guiding the world's heroes with unparalleled charisma. Yoru, since you're not the Uchiha clan head, then who is your suspected target? Hada Kakashi's expression was serious as he inquired about the doubts in his heart, and even a lurking murderous intent was stirring within him. The Nine Tails disaster had brought immense casualties to the village, and moreover, his teacher had perished in one of these accidents. I suspect that the one controlling the Nine Tails Mangekyo Sharingan is Uchiha Kagami. What? Uchiha Yoru's expression turned serious. While Hada Kakashi, usually calm, rarely showed such shock, he was visibly moved. It might not be obvious to others, but as a fourth-year student, especially one who had served in the Anbu, how could he not know of Uchiha Kagami's existence? The second Hokage had 6 disciples in the following order: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Midokado Homura, Udatain Koharu, Akimichi Kazatoru, and Uchiha Kagami. It could be said that he was a fellow student of the same generation as the third Hokage, and even earlier in his life. Under Hada Kakashi's terrified gaze, Uchiha Yoru said hoarsely, Elder Kenji is Shisui's ancestor. I secretly researched the information, documents, and in the last few decades, only Elder Kenji has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, the cause of Elder Kenji's death has always been a mystery. Kakashi was so shocked by this news that he swallowed hard, unconsciously touching his left eye, and nervously said, Yoru, you mean someone has had a Mangekyo Sharingan transplant? Upon seeing Uchiha Yoru nod, Hada Kakashi's scalp instantly went numb with fear. He didn't know what to say. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a massive conspiracy, and that wasn't the end of it. Kakashi, there's another piece of information. I don't know if it's true or false, and I can't tell you where I got it from. But I can tell you that the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village in the water country, Karatachi Yagura, is controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom! At this moment, Hada Kakashi's right eye involuntarily contracted its pupil. A village's cage being manipulated? Terrifying. This completely overturned all his understanding of the conspiracy, and it surpassed his wildest imagination. Yoru, you're saying these things, Hada Kakashi said hoarsely, his voice trembling with shock. He truly couldn't believe that such a terrifying conspiracy had actually occurred. I know you're a little confused, but there's a secret I'm afraid I won't have the chance to tell you later. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru was completely unaware of a huge secret. yet worried about not being able to protect it, so he chose to pass on this seed. Kakashi, I secretly had Hyuga Hizashi use his Byakugan to observe the village's high-ranking officials. Our village's high-ranking officials weren't controlled. Upon hearing this news, Hada Kakashi had just secretly breathed a sigh of relief when Uchiha Yoru's next words caused his face to turn pale. But Root Leader Shimura Danzu wore a blindfold over his eyes, just like you. A single sentence sent shivers down Kakashi's spine. His anxiety intensified, his scalp tingling. Yoru, are you saying Elder Shimura Danzu's eyes are Sharingan? Upon seeing Uchiha Yoru after she nodded, Hada Kakashi's mind was momentarily in turmoil. But after carefully sorting it out, he immediately gasped in shock, his expression turning even more terrified, because he seemed to have uncovered a terrifying conspiracy. The high-ranking officials of the village are not under control, but Elder Shimura Danzu possesses a Sharingan. Do the high-ranking officials know about this? Whose Sharingan is this? Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan of the previous generation? If that's the case, then the Ninetales was controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan. All of this was done to kill the fourth Hokage. This wasn't just a conspiracy by the third Hokage, but by the entire upper echelons. Ultimately, the existence of the fourth Hokage would only gradually strip them of their original power, so they created all of this to reclaim it. Thinking about it carefully is extremely frightening. Shimura Danzu, the leader of the Dark Root organization in the shinobi world, wields the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Ninetales. The Ninetales Night Root directly ordered the Uchiha clan not to mobilize, completely preventing any unforeseen incidents. Following the death of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage naturally emerged from retirement to reclaim power. Simultaneously, all the high-ranking officials during the third Hokage's tenure also held real power, once again firmly gripping Konoha's authority. Controlling the fourth Mizukage, in the context of the bloodbath policy and Root's power levels, only Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan could truly be considered worthy of such a feat. This then led to the outbreak of war on the front lines, and the weak in the village, who did not obey the forces, such as former members of Lord Orochimaru's organization, and the Uchiha clan members sent to the front lines to be used as casualties. It's no wonder the Hidden Mist village ninjas were so unexpected, yet they ended up dying alongside Konoha at Uzun no Kuni. Even the shinobi world is secretly spreading rumors that this could trigger a fourth great ninja war if things go wrong. But nobody knew that the conflict and bloodshed between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village ninjas was entirely a grand conspiracy, all under someone's control. How could it possibly trigger a great ninja war? Although Hada Kakashi was destined to become the sixth Hokage, he was still very young and naive. Such a terrifying thought flashed through his mind, and he was instantly shocked and at a loss for words. Seeing Kakashi's terrified expression, Uchiha Yoru seemed to have revealed a secret he had kept hidden for a long time. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Kakashi, this information is best kept to yourself. Just as you suspected, neither of us has the power to get involved in this conspiracy right now. Therefore, if something happens to me, remember, you are Konoha's last hope, so abandon me. Sell me to the third Hokage's high-ranking officials, preserve my usefulness, and perhaps you will be Konoha's last hope." Uchiha Yoru's instructions this time caused a great deal of turmoil in Hada Kakashi's heart. He even thought that perhaps Lord Orochimaru knew this secret, which was why this happened. Damn it! What a madman! To be so insane for power, to control an entire village if this goes wrong, once this conspiracy is revealed, Konoha will face the wrath of the entire shinobi world. He's completely insane. Seeing Kakashi's shocked and terrified expression, he fell silent, but inwardly sighed, "Kakashi, I didn't lie to you. Shimura Danzu's Sharingan in his eye sockets is real, to the point that I don't know if it's a Mangekyo or not, but it's definitely a Sharingan, and one of his arms is also a Sharingan. It's true that the Konoha high-ranking officials weren't controlled, and it's also true that the Ninetales was controlled by the Sharingan. But who was the real culprit? Uchiha Obito. Who would believe that? A person who's supposedly dead, or even Obito of the Ninetales, is only 14 years old. If you say that, no one in the shinobi world will believe it. It's also true that the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village was controlled by the Sharingan. He said everything was true. He just concealed one thing. No, it's more accurate to say he didn't know this one thing either. Who told Obito to hide so deeply, which is why this scene is unfolding before us now. Therefore, what I'm saying is all true. I'm not afraid of your investigation, only afraid of your failure to investigate. The truth will never fear investigation. Yoru, you brought me back to my senses. Hada Kakashi, who was usually known for his composure, was deeply shaken for the first time, his heart in turmoil. This conspiracy was truly terrifying. Uchiha Yoru looked at Kakashi's appearance, shook his head with a wry smile, and sighed, saying, Kakashi, Sarutobi Izuma has chosen him to be one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire. Seeing Kakashi's shocked expression, it was clear that there was a connection between the conspiracy mentioned just moments before and this matter immediately afterward. Otherwise, a mere guardian wouldn't have moved him so much. At this crucial time, Izuma was transferred to the daimyo's mansion. It's not that I willingly viewed all of this through conspiracies, but the reality forced me to think this way. At this point, Uchiha Yoru said in a hoarse, low voice, the daimyo's mansion has always been wary of Konoha's overwhelming strength, especially the third Hokage Sarutobi, who, from humble beginnings as an ordinary clan, has risen to his current level. Konoha's very existence is the daimyo's strength, but he doesn't want this tool to be in the hands of just one person. According to our intelligence, the Grand Prefecture is secretly accumulating forces, and the village's high-ranking officials seem to be plotting something in the shadows. How can a daimyo's power be weak? He has powerful, loyal warriors under his command, a mysterious Onryuji exorcist, and on the surface, the Temple of Fire, a temple dedicated to training loyal ninjas for the daimyo. In secret, he has the daimyo's own ninja training facility. It could be said that only ninjas exist in the Hidden Leaf Village, while the daimyo prefecture is a convergence of products from every era, perhaps not in large quantities, but in absolutely excellent quality. After all, it possesses vast resources, and moreover, the daimyo prefecture governs the economy of the Land of Fire. A daimyo is equivalent to a vassal, while a ninja village is equivalent to a daimyo held by the strongest force. In this world, the identity of the daimyo is essentially ingrained in their genes. Ordinary people all revere the daimyo, and furthermore, the number of ordinary people far exceeds that of ninjas. Moreover, the daimyo also possess their own armed forces. The daimyo is equivalent to a vassal state of the Land of Fire, controlling the entire national economy and the common people. This means that all politics are under the daimyo's control, and the daimyo also possesses considerable armed forces. While the ninja villages are powerful, their strength comes with enormous supply and expenditure requirements, all of which depend on the daimyo's government. The Hidden Leaf Village was the strongest military force, and without the daimyo, it would lose the support of the nation, just like an army losing its national sustenance. Ultimately, the Hidden Leaf Village disintegrated, and the Hidden Leaf Village once again sought new refuge. Yoru, are you suspecting that the high-ranking officials are preparing to overthrow a 1,000-year-old ruling dynasty? They're preparing to overthrow the daimyo's rule. At this moment, Hada Kakashi was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Uchiha Yoru had shocked him too much today, so much that he didn't know what to do. Of course, this is just my suspicion, but let's see what happens at the daimyo's mansion later, if there's any trouble. At this point, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, Kakashi, you don't think it's just a coincidence, do you? Izuma arrived at the daimyo's mansion, and immediately afterwards, there's turmoil there. Kakashi fell silent. Uchiha Yoru was incapable of foreseeing the future. At most, he could only speculate. For example, his current speculation was that if the daimyo's mansion experienced turmoil, it was likely related to the forces behind Izuma. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained unaffected for so many years, yet trouble arose as soon as Izuma left. Sarutobi Izuma's backing wasn't just the Konoha high-ranking officials, was it? Secretly manipulating the 4th Mizukage, and then attempting to shake the daimyo's mansion. What is this village trying to do? They're insane. The 4 great ninja villages attacking together might offer a chance of survival, but if they truly attack the daimyo, then the entire shinobi world's forces will unite to destroy Konoha. Even within the Land of Fire, all forces would turn against each other. Ordinary villagers and countless ninjas alike would become divided. Damn it! This is basically heading towards destruction. Kakashi, these things are buried deep in your heart. Uchiha Yoru solemnly warned, But Hada Kakashi was already feeling numb from these conspiracy theories. This wasn't just ambition. It was a clear path to self-destruction. Yoru, what are you planning to do? Hada Kakashi didn't realize he was caught up in such a massive conspiracy. Confused, he began searching for his trusted confidant. Compared to his usual strong-willed self, this was the first time he'd panicked. And it's understandable. After all, this conspiracy was too big, so big it could bring the world to a standstill. Me. Uchiha Yoru chuckled self-deprecatingly. I can barely protect myself now. I can only use all my strength to gather power, unite everyone I can unite. Perhaps that can stop the village's decay and madness. The village's ambitions are too great now, so great that there's simply no matching strength. Once something happens, all I can think of is endless destruction. Wearily rubbing her eyebrows, feeling utterly powerless against such ambition, Uchiha Yoruichi, the deputy commander, had clearly handed over all her secrets, fearing that if something happened to her, no one would know about these schemes. Okay, Kakashi, all of this is probably fake, isn't it? Seeing Hada Kakashi's serious expression, Uchiha Yoru immediately put on a relaxed demeanor, laughing loudly and waving his hand, saying, okay, don't think too much. Let's go down together. Before the village changes personnel, while I'm still here to decide how we can cooperate with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to take a big hit. This might be the last time. After we've made this one payment, we'll stop. This money could become the key to our future growth and success. Uchiha Yoruichi casually changed the subject, a scene that made Hada Kakashi chuckle wryly. She truly was the person he had his eye on. Her magnanimity far surpassed his own. Izu no Kiri, Konoha's base. Under Yoru's canopy, lying in Uchiha Yoru's tent, having just faced Kakashi in a mentally exhausting battle, Yoru naturally had to perform his act perfectly. He feigned exhaustion, lay down under the covers, and soon fell into a deep sleep. But just as Uchiha Yoru was fast asleep, a warm, small hand suddenly appeared, and he squinted his eyes to observe it. Anko, why aren't you home resting in the middle of the night? What are you doing here? Seeing who had arrived, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Anko, however, maintained a calm demeanor, but his panicked eyes and trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Yoru, I don't want to leave you. I want to breathe in your scent. Mitarashi Anko's greedy gaze lowered, and her weak voice stirred a hint of pity in Uchiha Yoru, who couldn't help but gently stroke her smooth, soft hair. Anko, you! Given Anko's experience with the destructive nature of the attack, she developed a similar obsessive infatuation with him after that one incident, a fact Uchiha Yoru naturally noticed. Although this man's mental state is somewhat abnormal, it's clear he's providing Anko with spiritual security, and besides, a beautiful young girl with exceptional talent only a fool would refuse. Beauty is nothing more than a bone in the cob. For Uchiha Yoru, in his situation, strength is everything. Those with talent are also a part of strength, so he doesn't mind releasing some of his inner strength to gain this power. With a gentle caress from his hand, Mitarashi Anko transformed into a docile little cat, snuggling directly into the blanket, greedily inhaling the familiar scent and enjoying the warm embrace. It must be said that Anko's maturity is still quite impressive. In the ninja world, both psychologically and physically, maturity tends to come relatively early. Yoru, I want to hug you while we sleep. Mitarashi Anko, with her sickly, mesmerized gaze lowered, revealed an extremely pitiful, kitten-like appearance. Seeing Uchiha Yoru, she even smiled and gently nodded, earning a joyful look in return. As the little cat lay nestled in the warm blanket, in just a moment, several layers of clothing were slowly removed, and Uchiha Yoru's touch instantly reached the soft, smooth fishing net draped over her body. The fishing net costume, with its quick-drying, close-fitting design, allowed ninjas to move more flexibly. Even if the outer garment was damaged in battle, the protective properties of the fishing net would not be affected, which is why it was favored by many ninjas, both male and female. Feeling the soft touch of that body, the little cat let out even more ecstatic sounds. Night! Mitarashi Anko truly lives up to her reputation as a genius. Her immense chakra, nurtured over the years, has made her physique incredibly supple, her skin as smooth as milk, and the fishing net possesses a certain alluring quality. The genin, despite his powerful eyesight, was almost completely unaffected by the darkness, and he could see the little cat in his arms even more clearly. With trembling eyelashes, Mitarashi Anko looked into the night sky, feeling the caresses on her body, and instantly felt a surge of heat throughout her body. Yoru, Kurenai, whatever you can do, I can do too. Seemingly lacking understanding in this respect, Mitarashi Anko recalled the image he saw under the waterfall. Regardless, he was a genius back then. While he wouldn't say he'd never forget something, it was certainly close to true. Seeing only Mitarashi Anko briefly recalling Yuhi Kurenai's movements, she nimbly shifted her position under the blankets, moving closer to her body. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes in an instant, transforming into a valiant sailor, engaging in a fierce battle with a ferocious, small, monstrous sea creature. The creature, initially reckless, seemed to find its rhythm, its hunting skills becoming increasingly refined, truly a genius. The small fish revealed a powerful suction force. It exerted all its strength, its skin turning red all over, veins bulging. Yet it was directly wrapped tightly by the opponent's tentacles and then violently dragged into the deep sea. The seawater relentlessly poured in, and Uchiha Yoru was gradually suffocating, feeling like he was about to drown, especially with the opponent's tentacles sucking everywhere. Suddenly, the dream ended. Mitarashi Anko let out a violent cough, as if she had choked on something. Following the violent coughing, there was a distinct, greedy swallowing sound, like a little cat snatching food and, afraid of being caught, hastily stuffing it into its mouth, afraid it would spill out. Immediately afterwards, the little wildcat lowered her gaze in panic, and upon seeing her owner's eyes light up with anger after discovering her stealing food, she looked up. Panicked, the little wildcat, caught red-handed by its owner, began to unintentionally whip and discipline the disobedient kitten, giving it a good lesson. Early Monday morning, after a night of intense training, the little cat's bones were all sore, and it opened its large, tired, pitiful eyes. Yoru, I will work hard afterwards, and I will definitely make you happy. Seeing Anko's self-conscious expression, Uchiha Yoru shook his head calmly and said, Anko, you're different from others. Just do your best. It was indeed a disagreement. He said it wasn't a matter of taste or feeling. But the real difference was that Mitarashi Anko's biggest difference was that she considered him her only life, willing to sacrifice her own life for him. He understood this clearly, and although this kind of feeling was somewhat abnormal, it satisfied a man's possessive desires. What makes things even more contradictory is that, in this treacherous world of shinobi, Mitarashi Anko is someone he can completely trust, even to the point of entrusting his back to her. However, Yuhi Kurenai and Utsugi Yugo are still lacking in this area, but he believes they will soon improve. Hidden Mist Village Ninja Base. Wearing a mask, with even her neck and chest wrapped in bandages, Mei Terumi's expression inside the tent was extremely grim. This is a mission assigned by Commander Suikazen Fuguki. With his blue Byakugan, he solemnly handed the mission scroll to Mei Terumi, who became even more enraged upon seeing the mission details. As the conflict between Konoha and our Hidden Mist Village ninjas intensifies, the town of Uzun no Kuni has become even more plagued by countless profiteering merchants due to the war. Upon hearing this, Mei Terumi snorted coldly, I'm afraid there are only spies and detectives from the major ninja villages here. Or perhaps even all the detectives from the entire ninja world are gathered here, a motley crew. Upon hearing this, the blue Byakugan let out a wry smile. Not only that, but countless rogue ninjas and anti-ninjas are secretly gathering here. And countless items that were once unseen are being disposed of here as evidence. Therefore, this is also a plan that Suikazen Fuguki Jonin, after obtaining the 4th Mizukichi's approval, had you infiltrate this place to gather intelligence on the island. Ultimately, our goal is this strategically important location. After reading the mission scroll, Mei Terumi sneered, I'm afraid I'm not the only one. His dark blue Byakugan narrowed. This was a top-secret mission, and he couldn't reveal it to the other party, even though they were both origin masters. Those who gather intelligence will also secretly hoard these precious resources that cannot be revealed to the public, and many intelligence gatherers have already gone into hiding. Both were skilled ninjas, not just some reckless fools. After Mei Terumi finished speaking with a cold laugh, she added mockingly, he's just a fat pig, looking like a watermelon. Last time he even tried to shift the blame for his defeat onto us. To the girls, Suikazen Fuguki was an unwelcome presence. He would never take responsibility for a task, instead shirking it. Every time there was a success, he was the first to rush to the front and claim credit, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The fourth Mizukage must have lost his mind. I admit this is an extremely important strategic location, but if we hit and missed village ninjas and Konoha fight to the death, it will only deplete our village's strength. Emi Terumi chuckled coldly, and inwardly she understood that the village probably wanted to use this opportunity to deplete the power of the bloodline ninja clans within the village. What filled her heart was sorrow. As a bloodline ninja herself, she clearly possessed powerful forces to protect her village, yet the villagers only looked at her with fear and disgust. The Water Kingdom's policies led to widespread national aversion to bloodlines, with all ordinary people despising them and even considering them monstrous entities. Remember the secret code you use when you meet them. Don't reveal your ninja identity. At least this time, you won't be in too much danger. Seeing the comforting green Byakugan, Emi Terumi didn't directly retort with a glare. Which spy isn't looking in places fraught with danger? You say there's no danger. Facing Emi Terumi's anger, the man with the blue Byakugan was clearly a little intimidated. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, I have something else to do. I'll leave now. Watching the struggling figure of the green Byakugan leave, Masked Emi Terumi clenched her fists in resentment. Damn it, Uchiha Yoru, you're lucky. I'll definitely get my revenge when I have the chance. She was furious that she had suffered such a great loss at the hands of the enemy, and now they wanted to transfer her away from the main battlefield. Such intense hatred, yet she had no chance to fight it out. Thinking about the wounds on her stomach and chest, Emi Terumi couldn't help but grit her teeth and say in a low voice, "You heartless scoundrel. Next time I'll definitely give you a kiss that melts your heart and soul, Haku, with such a handsome face." Emi Terumi wasn't a love-obsessed, infatuated woman. She naturally appreciated his handsome appearance. However, she secretly harbored resentment towards his actions, especially the 2 times he nearly cost her her life on the battlefield. Given the opportunity, she would absolutely not let him get away with it. Izu no Kuni is a town. Although this place is a land of chaos, it must be said that due to some unique reason, its level of prosperity is no less than that of the most prosperous towns in the 5 great nations. This is because anything can be traded here, including contraband from various countries, and even slave ninjas can be traded here. Even chaotic lands have their own rules, and at the same time, they give rise to a different kind of prosperity. After the snowstorm passed, the town instantly became prosperous. Ordinary people were rarely seen here. The streets were filled with warriors, samurai, and even merchants from the 5 great nations. One day, outside the town, 2 figures were welcomed. "Where we need to go." His posture was imposing, his voice low, his golden hair fluttering in the air, his bright brown eyes revealing a nostalgic expression. "Lady Tsunade, please take care." The girl, dressed in traditional, conservative black attire, showed a respectful expression, but when she looked up, her face, which was clearly not particularly beautiful, revealed a sense of purity. "Enough rambling. This time, you obediently stay in the Wenshikatsu and practice the ninjutsu I taught you. It won't be long before we don't need to stay in this godforsaken place anymore." With her blonde hair flying in the wind, Tsunade, now only 40 years old, exuded a mature aura, but her expression clearly showed resentment towards being here. A pair of hands, painted red like a young girl's, clenched into fists, muttered angrily, "Damn Jiraiya, and those old bastards from the village who should have been in their coffins long ago. If you have the guts to cause trouble, clean up your own messes. Instead, you're making me wipe your ass." It's quite clear that, as one of the Sannin, Tsunade, even though she wasn't in the village, was still aware of certain things. For example, Orochimaru's betrayal and escape filled her with rage. Those filthy, rotten old geezers. The village isn't saying that you, Lady Tsunade, should stay nearby, and there's also that important item. It was clear that the village didn't dare give Tsunade the same orders as Jiraiya. After all, her status meant she always had privileges. "Okay, Shizune, you should go back now." Tsunade had an impatient demeanor. Although she impatiently waved her hand, Tsunade's bright brown eyes were fixed intently on Shizune, or rather on the briefcase Shizune was carrying. Shivering under their intense gaze, Shizune put on a pitiful expression. "Lady Tsunade, this is the village's funding for us. If we lose everything, we'll have to sleep in the fields and on the streets again. Enough rambling. Those guys are half buried in the ground. That old bastard is already a nuisance. Seeing Tsunade's annoyed expression subside, Shizun, with a tearful look, obediently handed over the suitcase she was carrying. The moment Tsunade received the suitcase, the angry expression on her face instantly vanished, replaced by a joyful smile. Haha, this time I'm definitely going to win big. Lady Tsunade. Looking at Tsunade, who had suddenly entered a state of self-forgetfulness, Shizun couldn't help but show a pitiful expression. At this moment, she strongly suspected that the reason Tsunade had sent her to train in the Wenshikatsu was to get rid of her, so that Lady Tsunade could freely and unrestrainedly gamble in the casino. Seeing Shizun's pitiful eyes, Tsunade finally sighed, rubbed her forehead, and waved her hand, saying, all right, don't worry, Shizun, this time I'll leave some room for maneuver. At the very least, I'll get the money for your accommodation out first. Seeing Tsunade's assurance, the naive Shizun sighed helplessly, clearly no longer believing Lady Tsunade's promise. Pig, dog, rooster, a monkey, no, Kuchioshi no Jetsu. A tall, stocky figure, roughly the size of a person, appeared, and immediately a sweet, feminine voice addressed the two with reverence. Lady Tsunade. It must be said that, among the Sannin summoning beasts, only Tsunade was the most respectful and obedient, and moreover, her voice was so pleasant to listen to, like that of a young lady. When Shizun used summoning jutsu, Tsunade, seeing the image of her biting her finger, although it was in black and white, clearly felt a slight emotional reaction in her heart, though she concealed it very well. Lady Tsunade, please take care. After Shizun was taken away by Katsuyu, Tsunade shook her head, casting aside her earlier unpleasant mood. Looking down at the heavy suitcase, she instantly broke into an excited smile. Haha, this time Shizun isn't here, so finally there's no one to look after her. With a hearty smile, his golden hair cascaded down as he slowly entered the city. Konoha Base. Iruka, where is the completed patrol duty for today? A silver-haired genin, with an open and cheerful smile, greeted a somewhat humble young man. The young man was Umino Iruka, who had graduated from the Ninja Academy a year earlier. It's Mizuki. I'm temporarily changing my duties today. Haha, the next patrol mission is the day after tomorrow. It's clear that they had a decent schoolmate relationship. Graduating and becoming genin within a year already gave them a wealth of experience, and then being deployed to the front lines on the battlefield, adults mature the fastest. Just as Mizuki and Iruka were laughing and waving, a figure suddenly approached from a distance. The two quickly composed themselves, bowed 90 degrees respectfully, and simultaneously exclaimed, Lord Yoru. They were genin, and they needed to show respect and courtesy to the existence of jonin, especially in this world where rules and regulations were very important. Uchiha Yoru looked at the two of them, immediately smiled and nodded, saying, It's Iruka and Mizuki. I was just about to look for you two, let's go. Even as the highest-ranking commander here, he still remembered their names, especially Uchiha Yoru, whose status far surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. This calm reply instantly caused the two men's faces to flush with excitement. They hadn't expected such a response. Genin's usual greeting to jonin was simply a nod, but the other person not only spoke to them but also calmly smiled and gestured to them with their eyes. Immediately, the two were overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. During this period, although both of them had already mastered genin, their humble origins meant their perspectives were still too limited. Mizuki and Umino Iruka are both considered key characters at the beginning of the storyline. Although their strength isn't high, the former is clearly a minor villain who worships Orochimaru, while the latter is an ordinary Chunin teacher brainwashed by the will of fire. Yet he is also an important figure in the protagonist's life journey, regardless of whether these two will later follow the same path as the original characters. The mere fact that they can make a memorable impression on the stage proves that they are both fortunate individuals. Uchiha Yoru casually led the two to a nearby grove of trees, their expressions contrasting sharply. Compared to Mizuki, who was now agitated by his pursuit of power, his father had once been a loyal follower of Lord Orochimaru, naturally leading him to admire Orochimaru's power, which influenced him. As the inheritor of Lord Orochimaru's legacy, Uchiha Yoru had become Mizuki's current object of adoration. Umino Iruka, looking at Uchiha Yoru, was reminded of his uncle, and even more so of the prison guard team from back then. Although he knew nothing then, things were different now. Kindness didn't mean stupidity. Becoming a chunin might only prove his ninja aptitude, but to reach the level of a ninja academy teacher definitely showed some talent. Umino Iruka, Mizuki, you two are classmates and friends. Your grades at the Ninja Academy were above average. Because of your humble origins, after graduation you both focused your training primarily on shuriken, kunai, and other taijutsu techniques, right? Uchiha Yoru calmly presented the information about the two individuals. Mizuki and Iruka listened and respectfully nodded, saying, "Not bad. Since graduating as ninjas, you two have been assigned to different units. You've both been genin for a year now, completing missions, and you've been deployed to the front lines even though it's only been a little over 2 months, but it's clear you've adapted to the battlefield." For the two investigators, he was indeed letting his subordinates do the work. Now, although Mizuki also pursued power, he hadn't yet revealed his ugly human nature, nor had he begun to abandon his teammates. From what we can see from some intelligence, both of them, including Mizuki now, are full of confidence in the future, so no dark side of their mentality has developed. No one is born bad, and no one is born good. Everyone is born a blank sheet of paper, and what they become depends on their experiences. My lord! Both of them gazed excitedly at the legendary ninja before them. To them, Uchiha Yoru was like a legend, rising to a position they could only dream of. Although your abilities may be somewhat lacking, I believe you all have great potential. Uchiha Yoru looked at the two men, who were displaying the superior's esteemed smiles, and instantly made them excited. However, a few words from him made their faces flush with even more excitement. Because of your potential, I have recommended you to the village as having the ability to become chunin. Thank you, Lord, thank you. Mizuki and Iruka were just teenagers who had recently graduated as genin, not yet the mature individuals they would become later. Faced with the temptation of becoming chunin, they were quite tempted. Chunin! For ordinary ninjas, this is already the rank of squad leader, a lifelong goal for countless people. However, don't get too excited. Although I've recommended you, the village will still have an examination period, so during this year, you must work hard to cultivate and don't disappoint me. Uchiha Yoru casually bestowed a favor, and immediately Mizuki and Iruka excitedly nodded repeatedly. Good, go down and prepare carefully. Make sure you manage your training time properly, but don't let the chain break when the time comes. For genin, what he considered a small favor was, in their eyes, a great act of guidance. It was truly like a magnificent steed finding its fairest judge. Yes, because your squad leader needs to return to the village to recuperate due to his injuries, so I've decided to assign Mado Guy, one of the elite chunin, to take over your squad. Don't underestimate Mado Guy. He's on the verge of becoming a special jonin, and more importantly, he's a commoner ninja. With a relaxed and playful smile, Mizuki and Iruka were moved to tears upon hearing this, and once again bowed 90 degrees in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Good, Mado Guy is a very enthusiastic person, so you two should get along well. Uchiha Yoru chuckled, gesturing with his hand for them to patrol in another direction, leaving behind two ninjas who were so agitated they could have easily died for him. Just like the story from a previous life, a general used opium to treat his soldiers' wounds. When the soldier's mother heard about it, she cried out, "My son doesn't know where he wants to die." When the villagers inquired, the mother revealed a cruel reality. I remember that year, after his father's child was treated with opium by the general. Out of gratitude for the general's kindness, he soon died in battle while fighting the enemy. Today, my son is also being treated with opium by the general. I worry that he will follow in his father's footsteps out of gratitude. I don't know where my son will die in battle soon. That's why I'm sobbing so bitterly. The principle is the same. A small favor from those in a position of power is a lifelong act of kindness to those at the bottom of society. They will remember it for a lifetime, and when needed, they will selflessly sacrifice their lives for you. Uchiha Yoru first called out the names of the two, letting them know he remembered them. Then he said he saw potential in them and was preparing to promote them. This deeply moved them, making them feel appreciated by a superior. Next, he arranged for another special jonin, also a commoner, to lead the team. Wasn't this clearly a sign that he appreciated them and was giving them an opportunity? Uchiha Yoru casually bestowed small favors, yet received immense rewards in return. This kind of reward is known as the unwavering loyalty of the ninjas below him. After the snowstorm passed, spring arrived, melting the snow and causing everything to come back to life. Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas once again engaged in fierce battles and plundering, with both sides suffering losses. Just as the front lines were locked in an unresolved stalemate, a sudden order arrived, instantly causing unrest among the Konoha forces. Konoha in the military camp. Damn it, it's happening again. The year before last, Lord Orochimaru had barely stabilized the turbulent border, and now someone else has come to steal his spoils, and now it's happening again. Lord Yoryu, I disagree. Why should we, after stabilizing the war, allow others to reap the benefits for free? Immediately, I refuse to accept this. Going too far. Is it simply because his last name is Sarutobi? Inside the tent, everyone was engaged in a heated discussion. Uchiha Yoru looked at them, couldn't help but smile, and waved his hand, saying, "Good, where do you think you're going? This is a good thing." Facing everyone's indignant gazes, Uchiha Yoru deliberately feigned a relaxed demeanor, smiling and waving his hand as he said, "Tell me, how long have you all been on the front lines since the Ninetales Rebellion? At least 2 or 3 years, right? Such a good opportunity to return and recuperate. Are you really unwilling to give up this chance to make a name for yourself on the battlefield? And you won't even let others come?" A momentary remark eased the tension slightly, and Uchiha Yoru, with a wave of his hand, laughed and said, "I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I've already reported your contributions to the village. You deserve promotions and rewards. The village will certainly not mistreat you. It's time for us to rest a little. Furthermore, this is our commander-in-chief coming to the front lines, proving that the turbulent situation in our village has begun to stabilize. It's estimated that within 6 months, all of you will be replaced, the front lines will be taken over by new personnel, and we can finally return to rest." Following Uchiha Yoru's reassuring words, everyone suddenly showed expressions of understanding. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. They hadn't been back to the village for many years, and with the troop deployment to the front lines this time, it was only natural that they would retreat from their positions and return to rest properly. Last year, because of the Orochimaru incident, let alone returning to recuperate, they were even afraid of being retaliated against. It was only after the Uchiha clan's actions yesterday that their morale was finally stabilized. Although Uchiha Yoru appeared relieved, he was inwardly sneering. What a clever tactic! He had just managed to calm the morale of the frontline personnel, and the village situation had only just stabilized when they used the demon to kill him and deceive him into hiding. Even if this powerful force were to directly withdraw and return, a single blow would mark him as a member of the organization. Upon his return, he would either rejoin the 7th Squad of the police force, or perform routine missions, or be assigned to various locations, completely disrupting the main lineage he had just recruited. At the beginning, perhaps nothing will happen. Even after 2 or 3 years, they might still remember the name Uchiha Yoru. But what about 5 or 6 years? 7 or 8 years? Gradually, the loyalty and enthusiasm in their hearts will fade. At that time, Uchiha Yoru only had the 7th Police Division's forces at his disposal. It's undeniable that the higher echelons were employing underhanded tactics. Below, everyone had just calmed down, and at this moment, had Kakashi's eyebrows furrowed. After everything that had happened, and with Uchiha Yoru's revelations of intelligence, he already knew everything. When all of this actually happened today, he immediately fell silent, but he secretly gave a signal to Genma, the unknowing fire. As expected, Genma, who had long since become Uchiha Yoru's trusted iron-wielding confidant in the unknowing fire squad, directly snorted coldly and said in a dissatisfied, low voice, "You still have the nerve to laugh. Do you know where your promotions and merit rewards come from?" In an instant, everyone gasped in surprise at Genma's gloomy expression, but Uchiha Yoru, sitting upright at the head of the table, secretly praised him for this scene. However, he still maintained a calm and imposing demeanor as he looked at Genma. "Genma, we've worked so hard to get back to the village. What are you making such a fuss about?" Facing Uchiha Yoru's increasingly forceful tone, Genma, once again consumed by shame and resentment, bowed his head and said, "Lord Yoru, where is your credit? You gave all your credit to us in exchange for our chance to return. Genma, shut up. Before Genma could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoro glared angrily at him with a grim expression, even slamming his hand on the table to silence him. At this moment, everyone suddenly snapped back to reality, countless people glancing at the young face above Uchiha Yoro. Although Uchiha Yoro wasn't very old, they seemed to have long forgotten his age, treating him as an equal to the former Sannin Orochimaru. But today, when Genma, the unknowing fire, spoke, everyone came to their senses. They secretly reflected on the time they signed the document at the Merit Department, which clearly recorded their contributions. Upon closer examination, it seemed that some of their contributions had been slightly exaggerated, and they were secretly grateful to Uchiha Yoro. But now, perhaps their contributions weren't exaggerated. Rather, their commander, Uchiha Yoro, distributed all the credit for his work to his subordinates. Many capable individuals arrived, but the selection criteria for Jonin were extremely stringent, requiring not only strong leadership skills and a sharp mind, but also significant merit. Time and again, they fell short in these areas. There were also some who were not only slightly less capable, but also extremely weak in terms of strength. However, upon closer reflection, they seemed to realize that their commander-in-chief, Uchiha Yoro, had inadvertently given them guidance, and even arranged for cooperative ninjas who were capable of working together. Lord Yoro, facing everyone's gaze, and seeing that they were about to speak, Uchiha Yoro looked down at them with a condescending expression, saying coldly, "Fine, I'm tired today. Everyone go down and rest." However, everyone exchanged embarrassed glances, and seeing this, Uchiha Yoro coldly said, "As the strongest and most prestigious clan in Konoha and even the entire shinobi world, our Uchiha clan has never lacked powerful ninjutsu. So don't harbor any ill intentions. We are all acting for the sake of the village." He had unspoken thoughts in his heart. His Uchiha clan wasn't lacking in ninjutsu, and besides, now that he had reached this position, what else could possibly tempt him? Given the Uchiha clan's high status, even a great achievement wouldn't be rewarded with a sealing scroll containing ninjutsu, so any meritorious deed is practically meaningless to him. It would be better to use these chicken tendons to gain the full support of the people and reputation. For now, the only thing that might appeal to him is the position of Hokage of Konoha, so his goal has never been these trivial achievements or small losses. What does this matter? He wants to gain the greatest value, not just some insignificant rewards. He silenced everyone, burying this deep shame deep within his heart, waiting for the day it would erupt. Time passed slowly, the spring breeze swept across the land, and the color green once again covered the ground, creating a verdant carpet. Within the Konoha base, reinforcements were gradually arriving, preparing to replace the ninjas who had been on the front lines for several years and hadn't returned to the village. Sarutobi Shinosuke, the commander-in-chief of Konoha's defenses against the water country's border, brought an elite unit with him, and instantly a different atmosphere filled the camp. Sarutobi Shinosuke's appearance is quite something. As expected of the third Hokage's eldest son, he perfectly inherited the third Hokage's good genes. How to describe it? He's practically identical to Asuma, though it's more like they were carved from the same mold. With that height, he completely resembled a mature middle-aged man who was just starting to grow to be 1.6 meters tall. The fourth Mizukage, at least, still had a baby face. This one seemed a bit hard to describe. No wonder Konohamaru's genes were so excellent, it turned out to be the superior genes of the Sarutobi clan. It seems that Sarutobi Konohamaru from the second Boruto series is only 1.57 meters tall. Dequan, the front lines are really tough for you. Inside the military tent, when Sarutobi Shinosuke himself arrived at the front lines, he saw friendly smiles on everyone's faces that left no room for doubt. And he especially smiled broadly at the tall figure of Uchiha Yoro beside him. Uchiha Yoro nodded in relief and said, "With Senior Shinosuke here, I can finally put this pressure on myself." Uchiha Yoro felt a complete sense of relief, as if it came from the heart. But although the gentle smiles on both their faces faded, they were both secretly cursing each other in their hearts. Little fox. Old fox. Although it was only their first meeting, it must be said that Sarutobi Shinosuke truly inherited the tactics of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, displaying his imposing and majestic demeanor openly. Uchiha Nightheart was filled with even more emotion, realizing why the third Hokage had the intention of having his eldest son inherit the Hokage title. This was a successor cultivated with his own spirit and will, naturally the most perfect one. Aside from his external strength, he was almost a perfect fit for the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's choice, and similarly, he was the choice that did not want to cause any new upheaval in the upper echelons. Although the two had already had numerous interactions before, both above and below the commanding officer's orders, their first meeting was still inevitably marked by polite formalities, especially Sarutobi Shinosuke's smiling demeanor. However, in reality, as the two conversed, he had subtly chosen to assert his authority in the communication. Uchiha Yori not only didn't object in the slightest, but calmly chose to agree. After all, he couldn't currently overpower Konoha's influence, and he also needed such a reason to allow his people to return to the village to recuperate, winning over the people's hearts while simultaneously protecting his own power. Shinosuke-senpai, this is the most recent record of a ninja who rendered meritorious service on the front lines. I have reported it to the village Hokage. Seeing Uchiha Yori give a fake political smile and slowly hand over a scroll, Sarutobi Shinosuke likewise gave a fake smile and accepted it. The moment he opened it, his pupils instantly contracted. Good boy, your calculations are really impressive. Sarutobi Shinosuke was secretly astonished. Although they were both the same age as Asuma, the difference between them was significant. Above this petition scroll, you're reporting it to the village and then to yourself. This is a blatant scheme. If he agrees to sign his name, it's equivalent to guaranteeing the success of these frontline ninjas. His influence is extremely significant, and his promotion prospects will likely be much better. However, these people are undoubtedly all loyal followers of this young man. But if he doesn't sign, even if it's just a vague remark about the past, I'm afraid that by the second day, news will spread in the frontline camp that Sarutobi Shinosuke is narrow-minded, refusing to allow the frontline soldiers to request recognition, and that would only cause minor trouble. In an instant, having grasped this principle, Sarutobi Shinosuke looked up at the young man, revealing a stiff smile. Uchiha Yori, naturally aware that his methods were a bit too blatant, still sincerely nodded and said, Uchiha Yori is willing to fully assist Shinosuke-senpai. In an instant, Uchiha Yori's attitude changed completely with that one sentence. It was as if to say, if you're not in agreement, I will definitely not cause any trouble. And all the ninjas on the front lines, including myself, will cooperate fully. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Shinosuke's stiff expression slowly broke into a smile, while the elite ninjas in Uchiha Yoriichi's tent, upon witnessing this scene, all bowed their heads, their hearts filled with anger. Lord Yoru was still using his own merits to pave the way for them at this time, even thinking that he wanted them to be able to return home in peace. Uchiha Yoru's actions of winning people's hearts were natural and not something to be avoided by anyone, and Sarutobi Shinosuke naturally saw it, but in his heart, he didn't take it seriously. How many ninjas are there in all of Konoha? Within the Land of Fire, Konoha has approximately 20,000 ninjas. This is just a few years after the Three Great Wars ended, and Konoha hasn't fully recovered yet. At its peak, Konoha's ninja population was around 30,000. But how many ninjas are there in Uzun no Kuni? Thinking this, Sarutobi Shinosuke felt a cold, mocking laugh rise in his heart. At most, 1,000 people. Moreover, before coming here, he clearly knew how many spies he had planted around them. Nothing to worry about. Not bad, you are all heroes of Konoha. I will definitely seek rewards for you all. Sarutobi Shinosuke burst into laughter. Without any hesitation or delay, he waved his hand and signed his name, complete with handprints. It was as if 1,000 ninjas, without even needing to divide, would be dissolved by time. Reality would bring everything to a state of calm. Following the cheerful conversation between the two men inside the tent, the people below also began to communicate. Sarutobi Shinosuke needed to gain prestige by making a name for himself, and he certainly didn't trust those on the front lines. Fortunately, this group should have already retreated to their village to recuperate, but they were implicated because of the Orochimaru incident. Now that the reason is just right, the village storm has subsided, this matter can be considered in the past, and they should return home to reunite and recuperate. Sarutobi Shinosuke's arrival at the front lines this time brought a full 600 elite ninjas, openly displaying the banner of changing border defenses, causing the hidden mist village ninjas to cower in fear. Otherwise, they wouldn't have faced 600 Konoha reinforcements, but rather a combined assault. The pursuing troops began to get into their familiar positions on the front lines. With veteran ninjas accompanying them, they meticulously reported on every trap and strategic advantage. This replacement work would take at least 3 days, after which wave after wave of ninjas would prepare to return to the village. While Uchiha Yoru and Sarutobi Shinosuke were communicating on the front lines in a brand new tent within the camp. My lord! Itsuki Yuga sat half-heartedly, head bowed, concealing her emotions, while the person seated beside her was Sarutobi, who coldly observed the person she had chosen. Tichnon, you must be a sensible person. Although I don't care about the Anbu, you were promoted by me personally. The third Hokage is old, do you understand? To put it bluntly, Konoha now faces no obstacles whatsoever. For Sarutobi, this means he can achieve his goal step by step, naturally eliminating the need to cautiously conceal himself, as he had before. Although Sarutobi was a naive girl, she didn't realize that it was precisely because of her reckless and arrogant abuse of power that Utsugi Yuga felt less guilty towards the Anbu and the Hokage. The village's interests are being harmed by you rotten people, while those who truly work hard for Konoha are being ostracized to the border region. How hateful! At this moment, Utsugi Yugao, whose heart had been filled with inexplicable anxiety, suddenly felt much more at ease. She calmly raised her head and said in a low voice, Tichnon will never forget the minister's guidance. Seeing Utsugi Yuga's sensible reply, Sarutobi revealed a satisfied smile. Don't worry, I just need you to pass on the information to the third Hokage and let me know. After all, Shinosuke will soon become the 5th Hokage of the village, so you won't be breaking any rules. Having just given birth, Sarutobi, though still somewhat weak, clearly found the prospect of gaining prestige and ascending to that position even more appealing, filling her heart with burning desire. Konohamaru has been brought back to the village, which is perfect for giving the old man something to do, so he can abdicate sooner. By then, Konoha will be under the control of the Sarutobi clan. Rest assured, there's no prearranged plan this time. You've done very well. However, you still need to work hard and gradually gain Uchiha Yoru's trust. This person will definitely be an elder-level figure in the Uchiha clan in the future, so you still need to strive to uncover clues about the Ninetales rebellion. However, I understand that you are no match for me. This time, you will all be assigned to return to the village. This is a long and arduous task. I wonder if you are willing to undertake it. Facing Sarutobi, Utsugi Yuga respectfully said in a low voice, For the village, for the will of fire, Utsugi Yuga is willing to continue carrying out the mission. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga's heart was filled with even more rage. You rotten people don't deserve to speak of the village, much less the will of fire. Good, Tixigan. I was indeed not mistaken about you. Sarutobi, with a satisfied smile, nodded and said, Rest assured, after your mission is completed, I will not mistreat you, and the village will certainly not mistreat you either. Hearing this, Utsugi Yuga felt a surge of disgust. The village's power was being abused in this way, its resources being greedily exploited by these selfish high-ranking officials. At this moment, she finally seemed to understand why Lord Yoru wanted to overthrow the current rule. What Konoha needs is transformation, a complete overhaul of what is rotten. Sarutobi's reason for coming here this time was to ensure her own continued involvement in the underworld. After the Orochimaru incident, she had almost lost all her rights, but with the birth of Konohamaru, a boy, she regained her voice within the Sarutobi clan. The saying a mother's status depends on her son holds true everywhere. She was unwilling to become dependent. She was greedy for power and equally enjoyed the feeling of being high above, especially the feeling of holding the lives of numerous elite ninjas in the Anbu, which made her somewhat deranged. Following the conversation, Sarutobi Shinosuke, displaying a reassuring, superior smile, said, Although I'm going to the front lines, your village won't forget me, and besides, the front lines need to leave 1 or 2 familiar faces behind. Seeing Sarutobi Shinosuke's friendly smile, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, All personnel deployments are decided by Shinosuke-senpai. In short, I've chosen not to get in your way, so do as you please. Indeed, seeing how sensible the other party was, Sarutobi Shinosuke smiled and said, Since that's the case, I can't bear to let go of Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan. and also the genius ninja Kakashi. These are all the future of Konoha. Sarutobi Shinosuke, with his extremely arrogant demeanor, seemed to trust these people, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. The Uchiha clan's brats, no matter how cunning they were, would never suspect that Kakashi was a person secretly arranged by the old man. The others' choices were merely excuses to cover up the truth. Yes, the village still has an important task that we want to entrust to Night Lord, but I think that since Night Lord has sacrificed so much for Konoha on the front lines, it's only right that others complete this mission. After all, Night Lord needs to return to the village to recuperate. Since you've been so sensible, I'm not a narrow-minded person either. If you don't want to continue, you can go back to the village to rest. However, Sarutobi Shinosuke slowly took out a mission scroll, letting Uchiha Yura choose for himself, and his expression gradually became serious. When it came to the mission, he was still filled with seriousness, and Uchiha Yura also frowned, looking intently at the mission the village was about to assign him. Investigating Uzu no Kuni intelligence. When Uchiha Yura saw this mission, he immediately raised his eyebrows. A stealth mission like this wasn't unreasonable. After all, during the Three Great Ninja Wars, Orochimaru had secretly infiltrated the Cloud Village to instigate the Eight Tails rampage. He clearly valued ninjas, and although carrying out missions was crucial, in his eyes it was somewhat wasteful. However, this is the world of ninjas. This mission. Uchiha Yura showed a look of doubt, and Sarutobi Shinosuke, at this moment, threw aside all his silence and said, Uzu no Kuni is a place that has shaken the shinobi world. It's a gathering place for almost all rogue ninjas and rogue ninjas, especially some precious items that cannot be revealed to the public, all traded here. Every major village has spies lurking around, and although there are village spies among them, the current village needs to infiltrate under the guise of an observer, investigating intelligence while secretly gathering information about the trading of valuable items. That's quite something. What kind of intelligence investigation is this? It clearly shows that the villagers are greedy and seeking huge profits from this place. Anything that cannot be revealed to the public and needs to be traded here is absolutely an extremely precious item. Konoha intends to engage in underhanded dealings. He gathered detailed intelligence, and then the village secretly reaped all the benefits from this segment. Don't worry, nothing major will happen. You should know that the news of the Sennin Princess Tsunade appearing in Uzu no Kuni town has already been investigated by every major ninja village, so your safety is greatly guaranteed. Seeing Sarutobi Shinosuke giving him a piece of baked bread, Uchiha Yura knew that although this mission wasn't mandatory, it was still a way for him to prove himself capable. If he chooses to take on this mission, it proves that he cares about the village, barely gaining a little trust from the village's high-ranking officials. The downside for him is that this mission is extremely time-consuming, and upon returning to the village as a ninja, he might be infiltrated by the village, or even gradually divided and corrupted. When he returned to the village, the forces he had gathered on the front lines had been scattered, and reuniting them would not be easy. If he didn't accept the mission, then in the eyes of the Konoha high-ranking officials, he would be seen as an extremely ambitious person, unwilling to give up the benefits he held. And upon returning to the village, he would certainly want to unite the bribed ninjas on the front lines into a single force. Needless to say, it's tall. But Uchiha Yura feigned a resolute demeanor, speaking in a low voice. For the sake of the village, I am willing to carry out the mission. But I ask Senior Shinosuke to remember the contributions of the soldiers on the front lines. In his final statement, was he still seeking recognition for the frontline officers and soldiers, even to the point of dividing his own power base? His arm was no match for his thigh, and what he needed was to stir up wines of reform. So all he wanted to do was sow the seeds of dissatisfaction with the village. The seeds, now scattered after the division, were about to fall into the remote corners of Konoha. All he had to do was occasionally water it, let it sprout and take root, and wait until it grew into towering trees that shaded the sky. Then he would have a whole forest. Moreover, this particular element of water is what he has been searching for. Conversely, Sarutobi Shinosuke, upon hearing this, revealed a satisfied smile, believing that the threat had finally disappeared. Uzu no Kuni, a Konoha ninja faction, carried out a troop rotation. Having spent years on the front lines, they hadn't returned to their village for several years. Many were excited to hear the news that they could go home, but now, another piece of news arrived that added three parts shame to their joy at returning home. Uchiha Yoru, their commander, distributed all the credit for his achievements to them, and after a detailed discussion with Sarutobi Shinosuke, it seemed that their promotion to ninja rank this time would almost certainly be no problem. Although they haven't returned to the village yet, some good news about leveling up has already reached them. Those who haven't been leveled up yet can just wait for it. The opportunity is very high. Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao Mainogai, and others were all promoted to Special Jonin. This time, the number of Jonin and Special Jonin promoted was not large. Seeing this number, Sarutobi Shinosuke scoffed disdainfully, a favor. They may remember your favor now, but time will erase everything. Inside the military tent. Is this how you gather intelligence? Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned as he looked at the intelligence report. It was indeed correct according to his predictions, although most of it focused on intelligence regarding military strength. Below was Yui Kurenai, a spy personally sent by the Third Hokage, but at this moment, Kurenai was filled with disappointment. The village had indeed become so rotten that it reached this point. People were stealing the credit for others' work, planting spies among the village's ninjas, and even fathers and sons colluding to seize control of the village. But it wasn't just Yui Kurenai who was disappointed. Sarutobi Shinosuke, saying that the intelligence he had secretly gathered was almost identical to what he had gathered, also shook his head in disappointment. Good, if you're the Third Hokage's choice, then you'll continue to lie low. After returning to the village, Uchiha Yoru is about to undertake a mission of considerable length. Once you return, you'll be a Special Jonin, considered an elite member of the 7th Division of the Police Department. Sarutobi Shinosuke's intentions were very clear. Taking advantage of Uchiha Yoru's absence, he formed a faction within the 7th Division of the Police Department, creating his own small group. Upon hearing this, Yui Kurenai bowed her head and said in a low voice, I still need to report this to the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Shinosuke only has the right to know that these spies exist, and they can share intelligence with you. But she is currently preparing to return to the village. Only one person is online, and that is the Third Hokage, and you are not. Yui Kurenai's stiff demeanor momentarily stunned Shinosuke, who then chuckled and waved his hand, saying, not bad. Let the old man arrange things when you get back. I certainly don't have the authority to command you. At first, he addressed me as Lord Third Hokage, but after being dismissed, he started calling me old man. What kind of behavior is that? Using power to oppress others. But it was precisely this action that extinguished the last glimmer of hope Yui Kurenai had for the village. She sighed inwardly, realizing the village was indeed decaying. Perhaps she should find a time to confront everything directly at night. Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't realize that it was precisely their abuse of power that was gradually causing disappointment. After all, logically speaking, this was the Hokage's responsibility and authority. You didn't have the right to do this. Yet, Shinosuke had long become accustomed to viewing these oversteppings of authority as normal occurrences. After all, the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was his father, and years of habit had led him to believe that these were all special privileges of the Sarutobi clan. Yui Kurenai pretended not to hear and directly interrupted the process, dispelling her shadow clone jutsu. With a screech of brakes, the white smoke from the shadow clone slowly dissipated, and at the same time, Sarutobi Shinosuke's smile gradually faded from his face. Shinosuke, did you see that? A mere brat who just became a Special Jonin dares to show you such disrespect. Just then, Sarutobi's sarcastic tone rang out, simultaneously hurting Sarutobi Shinosuke's pride. He coldly snorted. The old man is still Hokage, so some things are perfectly normal. Although he outwardly appeared normal, Sarutobi Shinosuke's grim expression spoke volumes. Even though he had no authority over these matters, he had long become accustomed to the feeling of being surrounded by onlookers who admired his moods. Even at the beginning, when faced with slightly exceeding his privileges, he was apprehensive, but because it came from the Third Hokage, who was also his father, the indulgence he received. Over time, it naturally led him to believe that he rightfully deserved these same privileges. Today's contrasting circumstances filled him with conflicting emotions, and Sarutobi Shinosuke secretly resolved that he must become Hokage, making all those who looked down on him look up to him in awe. Brother Sarutobi Shinosuke just arrived and immediately changed the border guards. We worked so hard to stabilize the situation, and now he's unjustly benefiting us with all this credit. Uchiha Shisui showed a hint of dissatisfaction, But having gone through so much, he was able to control his emotions very well and was not as angry as before. However, this anger was suppressed. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's dissatisfied expression, Uchiha Yoru, looking at the turbulent waves of the sea, narrowed his eyes and smiled, pointing to a ship anchored in the distance. Shisui, look at them. After the 3 great battles of the village ended, they started guarding the border. They were supposed to return home, but then the Ninetales caused a disturbance, forcing them to stay on the front lines. Then, the Orochimaru incident made them afraid to go home. This time, they can finally go home. They've been away for too long. Shisui also looked towards the distant sea, where ships were carrying Konoha ninjas, each one excitedly longing to return home to visit their families. This scene left Shisui speechless, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head and saying, "Yes, big brother, the village is unfair to them, but it's equally unfair to us. Fairness." Turning his head to look at Shisui, who was uttering the word fairness, Uchiha Yoru's expression turned even more astonished. "Shisui, this world has never had a theory of fairness. Rules are made by the strong, and the weak can only obey them. You must understand this principle. The weak abide by the rules. The strong make the rules." Uchiha Shisui muttered to himself, finally letting out a self-deprecating, bitter laugh. "Yes, big brother, you're right, but I believe that brother you will become the one who sets the rules." At this point, Uchiha Shisui's eyes showed a determined expression as he looked at the person he believed in. Facing this kind of trust, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, strong. Back then, the rules established by the Uchiha and Senju clans changed after the strong fell. So Shisui should strive to become stronger. When we are all strong, we can suppress all enemies. Reform requires bloodshed and sacrifice. But if we don't suppress all the enemy's forces as a prerequisite for reform, then reform will turn into a disaster. Therefore, strive to cultivate yourself. Uchiha Yoru's final words carried a hidden meaning in his expression, instantly filling Uchiha Shisui beside him with respect. His elder brother, Yoru, had considered things for so long. He truly lived up to his reputation as a born Hokage. "Not bad, you were right last night. Reform requires bloodshed and upheaval. Only by suppressing all enemy forces can the village become what we want it to be." Just then, figures appeared behind them, with Kakashi leading the way, looking particularly serious. This was precisely what had worried him the most. The greater the prestige of reform, the greater the conflict and change with the decaying old forces. Reform is a non-negotiable process, with only one side winning. A devastating victory would still result in mutual destruction, causing irreparable damage to both their hometown of Konoha. However, if they could suppress all enemy forces, then a single bloody event could resolve all problems. As each figure appeared from behind, Uchiha Yoru glanced back and smiled at everyone, silently chuckling as he said, "Good, cheer up a bit. This time you're all going home, so remember to train hard when you get back. Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, Janma Ichiro, Namiyashi Rado, Tatami Iwashi, and Hyuga Hizashi will all be preparing to return to the village. Kakashi Shisui and Mato Gai remained behind." Uchiha Shisui represented the Uchiha clan and led the elite Uchiha forces on the front lines. As for Mato Gai, with Kakashi as his deputy, Sarutobi Shinisu could be said to have given the front line a complete overhaul. "Yoru, aren't you coming back?" Mitarashi Anko stepped forward and hugged the arm of the figure that reassured her, her beautiful big eyes showing a look of reluctance. Looking at everyone, including Anko with a particularly lingering gaze, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, saying, "I still have one more mission. You all go back first. I'll be back soon." Ninjas treat missions as their own responsibility. This is a mandatory requirement for all ninjas. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Mitarashi Anko, fell silent. "Yoru, I'll be waiting for you in Konoha." Mitarashi Anko had a free-spirited and unrestrained personality. After experiencing a few similar events, she no longer paid attention to other people's opinions. In her heart, there was only Uchiha Yoru, so she dared to openly express her feelings in front of everyone without any reservations. Yui Kurenai and Itsuki Yugao both felt a little envious, and at the same time, a complex mix of emotions arose within them. Yui Kurenai originally wanted to say something, but with so many people around, she immediately fell silent and let out a soft laugh. Yoru, we'll wait for your return together. Yui Kurenai tossed her long hair, revealing a seasoned smile. She had already decided that she would be completely honest with him upon his return. She was acutely aware of the village's decay and darkness, which is why she wanted to wholeheartedly participate in the reforms. Oh, this is what youth is like. We'll see it in our village after the war is over. Mado Guy excitedly shouted down, instantly dispelling the somber atmosphere of separation. Everyone immediately burst into laughter, acknowledging that having such a companion was truly fortunate. Even after returning, you shouldn't slack off in your cultivation. Uchiha Yura smiled and waved to everyone, finally looking towards the youngest, Uchiha Itachi, and casually ruffled his hair. Itachi, as your teacher, I'm truly sorry, but I've had almost no time to teach you. Distinguishing himself from the teacher who had previously shown a remorseful smile, Uchiha Itachi, however, revealed a resolute expression, shaking his head and saying, Teachers bear too heavy a responsibility, I understand them. In Uchiha Itachi's heart, delaying his teacher's time to teach him would be a waste, because his teacher represented the true will of fire. Shisui, if the battlefield situation changes, remember to make arrangements for Itachi beforehand. When it comes to privileges, Uchiha Yuru has never shied away from the topic, and he even openly declares them in front of everyone. If they exist, then they are reasonable, and he has never been one to hide them. When Uchiha Itachi heard these words, he wanted to say something, but then, for some reason, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his throat. Shisui, meanwhile, nodded firmly in agreement. Don't worry, big brother, I'll guide Itachi well. Seeing Shisui's determined gaze, Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded, secretly praising him in his heart. He was indeed reassured Shisui not only taught ninjutsu, but also the Hokage's will. In his original trajectory, Uchiha Itachi was influenced by you and thoroughly understood the will of fire. Of course, even after his transformation, Uchiha Itachi still thoroughly understood his own will of fire, only the source was slightly different. Konoha's tragedies almost all stemmed from the will of fire. When his true will of fire emerged, it changed countless subsequent tragedies. Get on the boat, or rather, don't go by boat, just drive away. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yura chuckled nonchalantly, and everyone nodded in agreement. The three members of Genma's squad even more firmly stated in a low voice, Lord Yoru, rest assured, after we return, our 7th squad will manage the situation well, and we will absolutely not slack off in our training. Everyone felt a heavy burden of pressure, thinking that to completely eradicate the darkness and corruption in the village, they needed to suppress all other forces. They had never harbored unrealistic hopes of becoming powerful enough to change everything. But Uchiha Yoru's arduous training and progress strengthened their resolve to become stronger. Each step of their growth would help Uchiha Yoruichi and increase their chances of changing the village in the future. Under this immense pressure, they all felt a sense of unease, never daring to slack off in their training. Uchiha Yoru, with a radiant smile, looked at everyone, and in his sight, he could clearly see the aura of fortune emanating from everyone's heads. This concentrated fortune flowed towards his own, forming a continuous cycle of nourishment. However, they also have advantages. Once their luck solidifies and reaches a certain level, they can help the other person condense luck to bestow upon themselves. The mysteries of fate lie in the fact that a single word can lead to 1,000 miles of difference between passive and active approaches. With this aura assisting them, they will go much further than in the original story, especially now that at this age they still have a lot of room for growth. Yoru, just wait and see. After I return to the village, I'll be a special Jonin. Before you return, I'll definitely become a female Jonin of Konoha. Suddenly, Mitarashi Anko let out a mischievous, hearty laugh, and this kind of carefree, cheerful smile made everyone else burst into smiles as well. Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded, saying, Good, when you become a Jonin, I will personally give you a precious Jonin gift. Looking around at everyone, Uchiha Yuru feigned a mischievous shrug and said with a wry smile, It seems that when I became a Jonin, none of you gave me any gifts, and now I have to give you some. In an instant, everyone's expressions brightened with open smiles. At that moment, they all remembered Uchiha Yuru's greedy nature, but having spent so much time together, they felt even more nostalgic. Countless sums of money were secretly siphoned off to support families who perished in the war. Ultimately, during the war, the village's finances were strained, and the so-called subsidies were, relatively speaking, only enough to keep them from starving. Uchiha Yoru did everything to earn their admiration, and at the same time, to make them feel ashamed. "We're leaving, boarding the ship. Farewell, Konoha." With open smiles, everyone greeted each other, and Uchiha Yoru led everyone to the dock to see them off. He also saw many familiar faces, and all the Konoha ninjas on the ship showed reluctant expressions. Under the setting sun, the boat slowly sailed towards the land of fire, while only a few figures were seen seeing off the passengers at the dock. Konoha Military Camp. Uchiha Yoru, this is your true identity. Sarutobi Shinosuke handed over a mysterious scroll. Uchiha Yoru looked at it intently, then, surprised, smiled and nodded. A special jonin from Konoha, the land of fire, descended from a fallen samurai noble, skilled in swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu. Last year, he participated in Konoha Orochimaru's human body experiment, and later, due to his involvement, he directly killed two Anbo members who were pursuing him, and then defected and fled. After listening to Uchiha Yoru recount his identity and intelligence, Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded slightly in silence. Not bad. Everyone outside is speculating about Orochimaru's human experimentation. Your appearance will attract attention from others. Smaller ninja villages lack sufficient intelligence, so only larger ninja villages have the authority to investigate your situation. This allows you to establish yourself as quickly as possible. Looking at the intelligence report, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Not bad at all. The arrangements are reasonable, especially the human experimentation incident last year. TSK. As expected of the Anbu, almost flawless. After all, Orochimaru's human test subjects were also involved in the experiment, so it's safe to say it was a perfect fit. But what is the ultimate goal of the mission? By now, I think we should know, right? He also didn't believe that such a solemn mission could be solely for intelligence gathering, and that there were some benefits to be gained from this Uzu no Kuni after all. The land of fire had the most fertile land. As expected, Sarutobi Shinosuke fell silent for a moment before slowly stopping his speech. There's news about a divine weapon from our Hidden Leaf village. A divine weapon? Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show curiosity. In the Naruto world, there are indeed divine weapons, but they are certainly not many, such as the Gross World Sword, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Uchiha Gunbai, etc. But what exactly is it that's worth the village's attention so much? This is a sacred weapon that the first Hokage once used. After the second Hokage was ambushed within the Land of Lightning, it disappeared. Recently, for some unknown reason, there have been some reports of it appearing in Uzu no Kuni. Therefore, your target is this sacred weapon. Here is the intelligence about it. After Sarutobi Shinosuke handed over a blueprint, Uchiha Yoru's eyelids twitched immediately upon seeing it. He seemed to remember that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had used a greatsword during his battle with Uchiha Madara. This divine weapon represents a certain meaning, so I won't elaborate. The village doesn't want to fall into the hands of other villages defending it, so this is your true objective. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression turned serious. This was a great achievement for him, because if he could recover the first Hokage's divine weapon, it would undoubtedly boost his prestige. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. Indeed, the Uzu no Kuni village had many spies, so why would they send him? It turned out to be for this reason. The point is, after I reveal my identity as a rogue ninja from Konoha, some ninja from major nations want to investigate or even obtain Konoha's secrets and study the human body. Therefore, these people will secretly contact me. Even someone with my samurai status and noble background, like the first Hokage's greatsword, might find it attractive to me or use it as a bargaining chip. Uchiha Yoru nodded silently, acknowledging that this identity was absolutely perfect. Orochimaru's human body research staff was incredibly attractive, enough to lure some people in for investigation or even transactions. After all, there wasn't a village that wouldn't be tempted by Konoha's human body research. It's perfectly understandable that a warrior of noble birth would be curious about the great sword that was once the god of the shinobi world. Therefore, it can be said that his investigation into the first Hokage's great sword didn't need to be done secretly. Directly revealing himself wouldn't arouse suspicion. Indeed, worthy of a Konoha Anbu, their arrangements regarding his identity were perfectly logical and reasonable. If one is a descendant of a noble warrior, even if they have fallen on hard times, they should still possess indispensable qualities. I believe Lord Shinosuke understands this principle. Uchiha Yoru's expression held a hidden meaning, and for a moment Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't react. But when Uchiha Yoru slowly listed a series of items needed for the disguise, his face turned green. With so few noble warriors around, my Gross World Sword is temporarily unusable, so I need at least one, or even several, high-grade katanas. After all, I'm playing the role of a noble warrior descendant with an intense pursuit of divine weapons. As for those of noble birth, their speech and demeanor don't need much explanation, but they must have matching, splendid yet sturdy clothing. And a precious samurai armor imbued with metal chakra is also essential. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fitting for my status. The armor must at least be of the finest quality, otherwise, my status would be completely unsuitable. There's also wealth, because as the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a fat horse. Even a reclusive noble is still a noble, far beyond the reach of ordinary people, so sufficient wealth is absolutely necessary. In short, all expenses, including clothing and food, must be based on my status and persona. As a warrior who wholeheartedly desires to revitalize my family, I believe all of this is essential. Very well, Sarutobi Shinosuke initially nodded in satisfaction as Uchiha Yoru made his demands, but his expression gradually stiffened, eventually widening his eyes and twitching his mouth. Very well, are you sure you're not here to fleece me? He muttered to himself. However, despite his inner thoughts, he still tried his best to fulfill the other party's conditions. You said the Anbo are well prepared, although somewhat lacking, but that's all right. I have two precious swords stored away, and as for armor, I can immediately notify the Anbu via summoning jutsu. However, your appearance needs to change. After Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded in agreement, Uchiha Yoru also nodded solemnly, because the so-called taking people's money to avert disaster for them was a professional ethics he still possessed. Or rather, it was the basic professional ethics of all ninjas. Don't worry, the transformation jutsu is easily exposed when chakra is unstable, and besides, this is a covert espionage mission. My medical ninjutsu can handle all of that. Uchiha Yoru, with his extremely professional ethics, nodded solemnly. Sarutobi Shinosuke, followed by a helpless sigh, secretly contacted someone to prepare the necessary items for the undercover mission. He knew that some undercover missions required early preparation, such as spies posing as merchants or nobles, but this guy's demands were far too expensive. Watching Sarutobi Shinosuke leave, Uchiha Nightheart let out a cold laugh. Because even emperors are not without their starving soldiers, who gave me the noble status I deserve. If I don't seize this opportunity to take advantage of it, I'll be ashamed of my own status. Besides, such a dangerous mission deserves some financial support. What kind of character does a descendant of a noble warrior possess? A cold and arrogant personality, seemingly disdainful of everything, yet time and again, deep down, he harbors an obsession with the strongest warrior, wanting to become a powerful warrior again to revitalize his family. In other words, a personality driven by the pursuit of power. Looking at himself in the mirror, Uchiha Yoru frowned and began to think. Pursuing the noble, gentlemanly demeanor of a powerful young man and adopting a warrior-centric persona, such a persona should be ruthless and heartless. After all, for the sake of power, he was experimenting with incorporating it into a human body. Gradually, an image of a character emerged in his mind, seemingly perfectly fitting the description. The most direct and simple way to change a person's appearance is by changing their hairstyle and overall demeanor. With the image and simulation of the person in his mind, Uchiha Yoru immediately began using healing ninjutsu to stimulate the hair follicle cells. First, the melanin was suppressed, and the black hair on his head visibly began to turn white. Then, under the nourishment of chakra, the pale hair began to shine, turning into a head of silver-white hair. With continued chakra support, the hair began to grow back visibly. These are all what you need. Take a look and see if they fit. Upon entering the tent, Sarutobi Shinosuke was immediately astonished. Inside, the Uchiha's image had undergone a drastic transformation. Or rather, his hairstyle and demeanor had changed so drastically that it was impossible to reconcile the two individuals. With long, silver hair, a noble blue moon mark on his forehead, and two red demonic symbols on each cheekbone, his white kimono was adorned with hexagonal plum blossoms. His bright black eyes and cold, emotionless expression perfectly conveyed his aristocratic aura, both inside and out. After all, the Uchiha clan's arrogance was deeply ingrained in their bones. A simple cold demeanor was enough to easily subdue them. In a brief moment, Uchiha Yori transformed into an imposing, expressionless, silent, and aloof young nobleman. Yoru, your outfit is amazing. Seeing this, Sarutobi Shinizu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, but a hint of envy also surfaced in his heart. His mother used village money to dress him up as a noble young master no one else could compare. However, the makeup on her face seemed to reveal a familiar quality, and in an instant, Sarutobi Shinizu showed a look of sudden understanding. The Inuzuka clan liked to use makeup on their faces, and the Uchiha clan were mostly representatives of arrogance. This was a combination of the two. Looking at his drastically transformed reflection in the mirror, Uchiha Yori said in a cold, indifferent voice, "My name is now Sesshomaru." Since this was a death sentence, and moreover, it was a spy disguise, of course he had to drastically change his appearance. He completely transformed his form. After all, espionage missions were very dangerous. Fortunately, this time he wasn't infiltrating one of the 5 great nations. Otherwise, he really feared being stabbed in the back. Moreover, since he wanted to disguise himself as a descendant of nobility, it would be a waste of money if he didn't need it. Sesshomaru. Upon hearing this name, Sarutobi Shinizu nodded immediately, then said in a low voice, "That's right. You, as an Anbu, wouldn't casually leak the intelligence you've gathered, would you? I think you understand that." Uchiha Yori naturally understood this point. As one of the participants in the human experiment, would the village directly announce it to the whole world? Even a fool would know there's something fishy going on here. Conversely, this kind of covert pursuit, only carried out by Konoha Anbu, fits his persona. He doesn't want to reveal any intelligence, does he? But with the appearance of Uchiha Yoru, of course, someone will investigate further, and then the spies within the village will be exposed. It's a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and it also allows for a thorough investigation of the spies within the village. The character Vian represents strength and courage. This character also represents a powerful and intimidating presence. Following Uchiha Yori's selection process, his arrogant expression softened, and he finally chose an outfit that pleased him, wearing an exquisite suit of armor over it, representing his samurai clan identity. Following a fluffy white cloak that represented aristocratic bearing, an inner layer of white clothing with cherry blossom patterns immediately complemented Uchiha Yori's current cold and ruthless expression, perfectly demonstrating what it means to be a descendant of nobility. You really are something. Watching Uchiha Yori get dressed up, Sarutobi Shinizu felt both satisfied and a pang of pain. This was truly a pain in the ass. After all, to carry out a covert mission, both her identity and attire needed to be perfect. The identity itself doesn't need to be mentioned. Naturally, one would have to be an Anbu, but the necessary conditions must be met. If one wants to play the role of a noble, then one must possess noble bearing. The Uchiha clan certainly doesn't lack in this respect, especially the centuries-old aristocratic families whose etiquette has been ingrained in their bones since childhood. This is something that ordinary ninjas need a long time to cultivate and achieve. One thing Uchiha Yori didn't need to worry about at all. This armor and clothing were truly worthless. The armor is the ultimate warrior's equipment imbued with chakra metal, not to mention the cloak. And then there's this entire set of clothes underneath. I am currently Sesshomaru, a rogue ninja and noble warrior from Konoha. Uchiha Yoru. No. It should be Sesshomaru now, that's the correct term. At this moment, Sesshomaru, cold and ruthless, gazed at the other person, completely different from the Uchiha Yoru of the past. From head to toe, it was virtually impossible to distinguish them. A noble, cold, and ruthless aura, a head of silver hair if he didn't know all this. Sarutobi Shinizu wouldn't have been able to tell them apart at all. This only made him sigh in admiration. Yoru, no. It should be Sesshomaru. You truly are a born ninja." After speaking, Sarutobi Shinosuke directly took out a scroll, suddenly performing a series of hand seals and then topping the scroll. In an instant, the thick smoke from the summoning jutsu dissipated, and several gleaming katanas appeared before his eyes. There weren't many, only 11 of them, but each one was absolutely a treasure, all forged from the finest materials of the time, comparable to divine weapons. These are all Anbu treasures. Sarutobi Shinosuke also showed a worried expression regarding the weapons crafted from chakra metal, fearing that the other party would try to take advantage of him again. However, when he saw that the other party chose to weapons and then gave up, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One end features a traditional, refined katana hilt, while the blade is lightweight and emits a faint silvery glow, allowing for the maximum potential for unleashing the power of a sweeping slash. Another hilt, undeniably a sword, exuded a strong aura of malice, clearly indicating it was a weapon capable of countless murders. It was of the same type as Orochimaru's grass-cutting sword. In the ninja world, which shares a similar tradition with the island nation, swords and blades are indistinguishable. For example, Konoha practices swordsmanship but uses katanas. We need at least 12 million in funding. Sasumaru's cold and indifferent remark instantly made Sarutobi Shinosuke want to curse. He'd never seen anyone so aggressively demanding money, and it was truly frustrating. He secretly vowed that in future undercover spy missions, he absolutely couldn't portray himself as a nobleman, at most, a minor nobleman. Otherwise, the initial investment alone would be too great. The total financial task is about 8 million, and I still have over 10 million here. I'll give you a little more. Before he could finish speaking, Sasumaru coldly and directly took all the money from the other person's hand, and to the other person's surprise, he calmly put it into his pocket. Tomorrow, we will secretly land from the west coast. The Anbu's identity as this unit must be kept secret, and at the same time, the village must keep a close eye on the spy's presence. Don't miss this good opportunity. At this moment, it felt as if he were the commander himself. Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded reluctantly, a malicious thought rising in his heart. Such a huge loss had been incurred. If he didn't seize this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the spy, he would be truly failing to live up to his losses. This mission also had an objective that was extremely important to him, the first Hokage's greatsword, which held more significance than anything else. Izu no Kuni. This town was home to countless individuals driven by self-interest, including rebels, warriors, and numerous merchants. The first Hokage's greatsword? Perhaps this is Sanin Tsunade's purpose in coming here, especially since the second Hokage lost it within the Land of Lightning. At this moment, Sasumaru Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but inwardly sneer. His plan was quite impressive. Recovering the first Hokage's weapon would be a huge boost to his reputation. Are you the one assigned to the ninja mission? A man with a fierce, menacing face glared at him, his eyes filled with malice, and said bluntly, "Damn it, what an expensive horse. Come on, treat my eyes." This man had a ferocious face with a scar across his forehead, but he was a one-eyed dragon. Beside him was another frail-looking man, clearly brought here under duress. "No, you shouldn't." The frail weakling was about to speak when he was struck with a powerful blow. One-eyed dragon, enraged, punched him, causing him to gag and become speechless. This opulent building, filled with people in the hotel, saw countless onlookers displaying bloodthirsty, theatrical smiles. In this shadow city, such sights were commonplace and unsurprising. The deposit is 100,000, and after completion, there will be 500,000 remaining. In everyone's sight, seated upright at the dining table was a noble young man with a cold, unperturbed expression, calmly recounting everything. One-eyed dragon, seeing that the other man was unfazed, immediately broke into a smile, but his eyes remained wary. "Not bad, stop wasting time with that pathetic nonsense. Just quickly get me his eyes replaced." It's quite clear that this one-eyed dragon is trying to capture someone to transplant their eyes, but medical ninjas are already a scarce resource in the shinobi world, let alone medical ninjas with the ability to transplant eyes. Nohara Rin, who was known to possess the lowest level of medical ninja talent, was still a chunin during the war and even became Namikaze Minato's disciple. She was definitely not an ordinary medical ninja with exceptional talent. Otherwise, the village would be wasting resources. The village could only have two possibilities for training a ninja of Namikaze Minato's caliber: talent and family background. Clearly, Nohara Rin's talent is one of them. Therefore, it can be said that medical ninjutsu can reach the level of eye-changing ninja medical techniques, far surpassing the techniques of ordinary Chunin-level medical ninjas, but not reaching Jonin level. In particular, medical ninjas have a significant weakness in combat ability. In the shinobi world, only the 5 great nations have the capacity to cultivate a large number of medical ninjas. The smaller ninja villages are pitifully few. Good. Sasumaru, with a cold and indifferent expression, showed not the slightest hesitation, only coldness. Although the other party was wary of this scene, he still glared menacingly at the wave-wielding figure beside him. Little Tamlang, rest assured, as long as you have one eye, that's enough. If you resist, then it won't just be one eye left. Faced with the threatening gaze of the one-eyed ninja, this frail little turtle Tamayama chose to surrender in fear. Between life and an eye, any intelligent person knows the right choice. This is also the cruel reality of the ninja world. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the restaurant. Clearly, the healing jutsu had suppressed his nerve pain, but the sudden loss of one eye still caused the young turtle Tamlang to let out a terrified scream, a human instinct. Blood and eyeballs were still on his hands, and although he was wearing surgical gloves, Sasumaru couldn't help but show a look of disgust and revulsion in his eyes, as if he hated soiling his own hands. Hurry up a little! The one-eyed man, gazing at the bloody scene, revealed an expression of excitement. His eyes could finally see the light again. No one could truly understand the suffering of someone who had lost an eye. Sasumaru coldly controlled his healing jutsu, directly removing the opponent's damaged eyeball and replacing it with a new one. Under the nourishment of pale blue healing chakra, each optic nerve began to connect, and the one-eyed man immediately showed excitement because he saw light. The man who had lost an eye, little turtle Tamlang, was in agony, covering his eye with a piece of cloth, then hastily pulled it down to cover it, and quickly fled the scene. One eye versus life, he chose life, but the other party was in the process of exchanging eyes. He absolutely had to hurry and escape this place. It was his best chance. Once the eye exchange was complete, his life would once again be in someone else's hands. As they watched the young Tamlang struggling to escape, everyone gasped in astonishment. Such effortless skill in changing eyes suggested he had already reached the Jonin level, though this was limited to medical ninjutsu and not combat power. Medical ninjas are a scarce resource, and similarly, they are the envy of countless ninja villages, especially the smallest and most insignificant ones. Similarly, several ninjas, understanding the situation, silently cast their gazes down, and the 3 of them quietly chose to leave without a sound. With a thorough understanding of their own strength, they realized even more clearly that the one-eyed little turtle Tamlang was a juicy target. At the same time, it wasn't just the 3 of them. There were other people in the restaurant who were also making the same calculations. My eyes! When the pair of eyes regained their sight, the one-eyed man's expression instantly changed to one of agitation, but in an instant his face contorted in pain as he clutched his newly replaced eye. Cursing loudly at the other man, "Damn it, my eye hurts so much. You're not a skilled martial artist, damn it. Your technique is fundamentally flawed, considering you reluctantly offered to replace my eye socket. Let's just forget about this matter." It was obvious to everyone that this one-eyed man was trying to renege on his debt, but the other party was clearly still wary of this aristocratic-looking medical ninja, and ultimately pulled out a thick wad of cash from his chest. "This only costs 100,000. We still need 400,000. The cold voice rang out once more. Sasumaru, with a look of disgust, removed his medical gloves and threw them away. He noticed that the cash on the table was still significantly short, while the one-eyed man, Wave, stood up in an angry manner. "Damn it, my eyes haven't fully recovered yet. I need to find another medical ninja to confirm this, otherwise I won't trust you. I'll give you the rest after my eyes are completely fine." Playing dirty is one thing, but could someone like that in Chaos City be a simple person? So this person, still incredibly calm, took out a portion of the money, as if to give an answer to this matter. If things went one step further, everyone would settle things amicably. If they really wanted to cause a scene, it's not certain who would suffer the most. After all, you're a medical ninja. In the restaurant, countless people were clamoring to watch the spectacle with teasing expressions, seemingly wondering how this scene would be handled. At the same time, many of them wanted to assess the strength of this medical ninja. If he was ordinary, he would certainly be worth a good price. If he was very strong, befriending a medical ninja would also be a good thing for them. At that very moment, a flash of cold light appeared. While countless people were still dazed and unaware of what was happening, only a very small minority had their pupils contract, revealing expressions of shock. That's a fast sword technique. For 100,000, I think your body is worth that much. A cold voice echoed, and the man, who had been standing there enduring the waves, suddenly collapsed limply to the ground. A thin red line appeared on his neck, followed by a gush of blood that dripped onto the floor. Eyes, limbs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs. This, sir, is your money. Just then, the owner of the restaurant came out with a smiling face. He looked at the corpse, examining it from head to toe, and held up 5 fingers saying, "All the organs are undamaged, and it's even nurtured by Chunin-level chakra. It's just that it's a bit old." Seeing the so-called 500,000 taels in his master's hand, Sesshomaru calmly nodded slightly. "Good, bring the money to my room." "All right, please, sir." Murder and bloodshed were commonplace sights in this chaotic place, and hardly anyone was surprised, but countless people reacted with shock. What a fast sword technique! So many of them, yet none of them saw how the opponent drew his sword. Only a few even caught a glimpse of a flash of cold light. After Sesshomaru coldly departed, everyone began to discuss amongst themselves. A powerful ninja alone wasn't enough to impress them so much, but someone with such strength who also possessed profound expertise in medical ninjutsu was a different story. Endurance, counterattack, small-scale warriors, and high-level medical ninjas are truly scarce resources. Finding other ninjas of this caliber in the wilderness is like finding a delicious treat. You say that the shinobi world has a powerful ninja, a warrior of jonin rank, and everyone just sighs in admiration and does what they're supposed to do. But if it's a powerful medical ninja, that would definitely shock everyone and they'd all start trying to find out more about him. After all, which of them didn't have blood on their blades, heads hanging by their belts, injuries, and poisonings as a daily occurrence? Even losing an arm or leg during a mission was commonplace. What if they could have known such a medical ninja? A savior. This person's identity is only known to be from the Fire Kingdom, and their ancestors were noble warriors. So that explains why the sword drawing technique was so spectacular just now. From my observation, this person's swordsmanship has surpassed the realm of ordinary ninjas. We cannot act rashly. Everyone started discussing loudly in this dark gathering place. Everyone knew of a reclusive samurai noble with advanced healing ninjutsu. The detective nations began to operate stealthily. If you mentioned a jonin, they could at most investigate, but if it was someone with advanced medical ninjutsu, then there was a problem. How could someone who could cultivate such advanced medical ninjutsu not be from one of the 5 great ninja villages, but rather a treasure from a smaller village? And as for someone with such extraordinary talent who could cultivate to this level, it's not impossible, but unfortunately, it's too vague. Back in his room, Sesshomaru calmly gazed out the window at the bustling town, as if nothing could stir his emotions. But in reality, he had already begun to contemplate his mission. The first Hokage's greatsword, which the second Hokage dropped after his death within the Land of Lightning, is highly likely to have fallen into the hands of the Land of Lightning. So why, after being hidden for so many years, has it suddenly reappeared here? Is it possible that the Lei Kingdom intends to stir up trouble and involve even more people? Thinking about it now, it seems quite fitting for the Lei Kingdom's nature. Meow! Just then, a meowing sound rang out, and a feline appeared, respectfully bowing its head, then dropping a scroll in its mouth before him. Cats are a rare sight. This Uchiha clan has the deepest connection to the Summoning Beast clan. Go back! After speaking softly, the cat respectfully nodded, and a wisp of white smoke from the spirit beast flashed and disappeared on the table, leaving only a green scroll. Opening the scroll, a flash of bright red briefly appeared before their eyes, and immediately the true contents of the scroll came into view. As expected, my guess was correct. The first Hokage's weapon has long since disappeared without a trace, and people have even forgotten that the first Hokage ever possessed a weapon, only remembering the legend of Wood Release. Comparing the village to the clan, he trusted the clan more. Therefore, after completing this mission, he secretly contacted the clan elders and the clan head. Sure enough, as the oldest clan and the most prestigious family in the shinobi world, they still had two powerful allies, and within a short week, they delivered the intelligence. The intelligence passed down by the clan clearly stated that Uzu no Kuni's sudden appearance with the first Hokage's greatsword was a suspicious plot by the Land of Lightning. However, the final instruction from the Grand Elder seemed a bit excessive, suggesting that if given the opportunity, they should approach Tsunade and try to take down the Senju clan. In other words, there's a huge mess here. Sesshomaru fell into deep thought, realizing the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. In the Land of Water, Konoha also had the intention of causing trouble and taking advantage of the Land of Lightning, and countless smaller nations, including rogue ninjas and pirates, crowded in. Hundreds of kilometers outside Konoha's base, Sarutobi Shinosuke had almost stabilized the front line, but upon hearing the news from the town, he immediately frowned. Uchiha Yoru entered the town under Sesshomaru's identity, without making any major moves, just using medical ninjutsu to seek wealth. Upon seeing this intelligence, Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression immediately turned serious. What exactly are you planning to do? Shinosuke, you can't just do whatever you want with the Uchiha like yesterday. At that moment, Sarutobi, the plum tree spirit, appeared to be nearby. After reading the intelligence report from the town, she immediately showed her displeasure. If we can reclaim the first Hokage's greatsword, it will be a great achievement for you. The first Hokage's weapon returning to the village will bring glory to you and no one else. With nothing to stop him in Konoha, Sarutobi immediately revealed his ambition, openly discussing the advantages of this venture. How do you plan to do it? For Sarutobi Shinosuke, this ambitious wife of his was sometimes considered a valuable assistant, as her cunning could actually help him in certain matters. Sarutobi merely chuckled coldly. The front line is gradually stabilizing. We just need to gradually engage in a few skirmishes with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to gauge their strength. Then directly switch to a defensive strategy, aggressively winning several battles. By then, people in the village will naturally have people praising us. But this Uchiha brat's mission can't be delayed. We need to be decisive, and indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. We must secretly reveal this brat's identity. At this point, Sarutobi's eyes, like a plum blossom, gleamed with cold light as he sneered. Orochimaru and I collaborated on research into human bodies, using them as bait to lure a few people. Sesshomaru, Orochimaru, hemph, this little brat hasn't forgotten that venomous snake teacher of his, so let's push him around. I don't believe those greedy Cloud Village devils won't fall for it. Sarutobi's plan, though somewhat extreme, left Sarutobi Shinosuke silently nodding in agreement after hearing it. You mean to expose Sesshomaru's identity and use human experimentation as bait? Not bad, something that could make Orochimaru so infatuated, almost turning him into a rogue ninja. A human test subject the four great ninja villages must have secretly been speculating about it. At the very least, it must be an S-rank forbidden jutsu, otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it. And how could the greedy ninjas of the Cloud Village not fall for it? Furthermore, this time, the first Hokage's weapon is almost certainly a trap set by the Cloud Village ninjas. At this point, Sarutobi, with a cold laugh, said, "First, let this brat bring the Cloud Village ninjas here. Then, after we defeat the Mist Village ninjas on the battlefield, we'll directly take down Uzu no Kuni. At that point, we'll easily find the first Hokage's weapon." Since the Cloud Village ninja dared to release this information, they certainly wouldn't be faking it. It must be said that Sarutobi, the plum tree, truly lived up to his reputation as a former Anba minister. His intellect and mental fortitude alone were extraordinary. Uzu no Kuni, a town. In a luxurious room, behind a screen, Mei Terumi sat upright, while on the other side of the screen was Suikazen Fuguki, the commander of the Hidden Mist Village's Uzu no Kuni ninja clan. The situation has changed. Tsunade, one of the Konoha seinen, has entered the area and disappeared during a gambling session last night. Furthermore, Orochimaru's whereabouts seem to have been discovered at Uzu no Kuni. Upon hearing this, Mei Terumi, who had been wearing a mask, immediately raised her eyebrows and said in a low voice, "To seinen have arrived." It seems Konoha is determined to obtain the first Hokage's weapon this time. Could there be some secret involved? It's just a single weapon, logically speaking. It shouldn't even warrant the deployment of two seinen level beings. Suikazen Fuguki silently gazed down at the hidden mist village ninja behind the screen, his mind calculating a clever scheme, and finally, he fell into deep thought. Orochimaru may not have come here for the first Hokage's weapon, but the village has a mission you need to complete. A photograph shot through the screen was casually caught by Mei Terumi. As she gazed at the figure in the photograph, Suikazen Fuguki paused and began to explain the mission. This person's real name is Sesshomaru. His ancestors were noble samurai. He was a ninja trained by Konoha, skilled in medical ninjutsu and swordsmanship. According to information we gathered in Konoha, he participated in Orochimaru's human body research experiments, and after being dealt with by the Anbu, he betrayed and fled Konoha. With combined strength at the Jonin rank, the village's objective is simple: to extract all the information from this person's body and brain from Konoha's research. The fact that the Hokage candidate is using a human body as a test subject for the Fire Country's extermination technique is probably not simple. It's either an S-rank forbidden jutsu or some kind of top-secret experiment. Not to mention the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village. Even the Genin villages would want to obtain it. Uchiha Yoru secretly transformed into Sesshomaru and infiltrated the Akatsuki. Suikazen Fuguki was unaware of this. He saw it as an opportunity to earn merit, and an opportunity to stir up trouble. After Suikazen Fuguki finished assigning the task, his body slowly transformed into a water clone and disappeared. In the empty room, Master Mei Terumi looked at the photograph and intelligence scroll in her hand, her eyebrows furrowed in a look of solemnity. Konoha is truly a cradle of geniuses. First came the Sannin, the fourth Hokage, a genius of this caliber, followed by geniuses like Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Yoru. Why doesn't fate favor us ninjas of the Hidden Mist village? Thinking about the current policies of the Hidden Mist village ninjas, Mei Terumi immediately let out a bitter laugh and a deep sigh. Even geniuses can be heartbroken. When will the Hidden Mist village ninja community be able to retain its own geniuses? Is the Hidden Mist village really lacking in geniuses? No. The Hidden Mist village has no shortage of ninja geniuses, but they all betrayed and fled under the iron-blooded policies or were driven to extreme cruelty by such circumstances. Countless geniuses died before they even matured under such policies. Right now I don't have the authority to change any of this, but I won't give up. Her emerald green eyes revealed a sliver of unwavering determination. This was her ninja way, and once the Hidden Mist village ninjas changed, she would not let them get away with it. The bustling town was filled with joyful smiles everywhere, as if it were a prosperous, otherworldly paradise, but at night, it was a haven of crime. When Sesshomaru arrived at dusk, it was merely a sign that there was a medical ninja. The 5 great nations, or even the top-tier mercenary ninja armies, didn't attach much importance to him. However, the spies of the 5 great ninja nations had already received information that Sesshomaru's healing jutsu wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was the secret he held in his mind related to Konoha Orochimaru's research on the human body, which instantly aroused the greed of many. "Thank you, Lord Sesshomaru." With a respectful tone, Sesshomaru coldly accepted the payment, and in response to the thanking ninja corps, he simply nodded calmly. It's just a transaction. This branch, whose strength was no less than that of the hired ninja corps, nodded respectfully. They didn't want to get involved unnecessarily, but maintaining a good relationship with a high-ranking medical ninja was extremely important. While on duty, injuries, poisonings, and even physical disabilities are inevitable, making a high-level medical ninja extremely important. While Sesshomaru's terrifying power temporarily deterred anyone from trying to probe his abilities, high-level medical ninjas were extremely important to ninjas, hence the hiring relationship arose. You paid me for the normal medical treatment, a normal transaction. Seeing the money fall into his hands, Sesshomaru felt even more impressed. No wonder medical ninjas are so famous. Indeed, in any world, this medical profession is always a lucrative one. The treatment only consumed a small amount of my own chakra and some medicinal herbs, yet the return was truly 100 times greater. For high-level medical ninjas, hiring ninjas who readily express their goodwill is not foolish. Forcing a one-time business deal is not as good as forging a friendship that will later generate mutual benefits. Among the crowd, a pair of bright blue eyes, along with a glint of cash in their gaze, watched this scene. He widened his eyes, especially when he saw the other person's actions in collecting the money, and a look of regret appeared on his face, as if he regretted not learning this medical ninjutsu himself. Exuding an aristocratic aura, Sasumaru saw how easily the reward came his way. It must be said that being a medical ninja was the most lucrative profession outside. No need to face dangerous missions, just treat patients and collect money. Of course, the prerequisite was having means of self-defense or joining some kind of faction. Lord Sasumaru, this is the most luxurious tavern, and this is my dance partner. Extremely luxurious and exquisite in the hotel, a wooden table was set with all sorts of precious items, and below it were dancers, singers, and musicians playing music. It's undeniable that power money brings great benefits. Please take your time, sir. After the hotel waiter's admiring expression faded, Sasumaru calmly enjoyed all of this, his heart beaming with a similar smile of enjoyment. Indeed, only by personally plucking the sheep's wool can one truly feel comfortable. He was a nobleman, after all, so he had to maintain his image. Even when depressed, he was still a nobleman. Even his eating, drinking, and sleeping habits couldn't lose their aristocratic air. The room was bathed in a soft, fragrant light as Sasumaru picked up his chopsticks, each movement exuding an air of nobility. This elegant demeanor seemed as if it were made just for him. Meanwhile, the courtesans below, witnessing the scene, were filled with admiration and envy. This was true nobility. This was what it meant to be in a position of power. However, they still remembered their duties, and to the music of the composer, they displayed their graceful dance moves. Unlike before, when their actions stemmed from moral duty, this time, upon meeting him and finding someone whose thoughts aligned with their goals, each of them displayed their full potential in dancing, hoping to be chosen by such a nobleman. Even if it was just to take him home as a pet, it would be better than being trapped in this chaotic place. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. The wooden sliding door was roughly pushed open, and first, a small, green figure stumbled in, followed by a group of men carrying katanas. Little girl, your sister owes us a large sum of money and ran away, and now you want to run away too. The savage wave of anger surged, clearly indicating that since the creditor had fled, they could only vent their frustration on those connected to him. The young woman, with her blonde hair and dressed entirely in light blue, fell to the ground in a state of shock and disarray, repeatedly backing away. Her bright brown eyes had instantly imprinted the surrounding situation in her mind. A slight sense of dread crept into his heart. Was this the little brat Orochimaru had recruited? He truly possessed an air of nobility, and his elaborate scheme hadn't been in vain, even though it also served to avoid gambling debts. No way, where would I get a sister from, me? Little girl, who said you look a bit like that fat goat? That's your problem. Before the little girl could finish speaking, a group of savage men rushed forward, quickly dragging one of them away. The moment the leader saw the person whose meal had been interrupted, his expression instantly turned serious. This person seems to be the closest thing to Sasumaru in legend, possessing exquisite swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu. Many ninja mercenaries and mercenary groups have expressed their desire to befriend this person. Anyone who dares to offend them is going against them. The subordinates whispered in their boss's ear, saying that in just half a month, Sasumaru had already made a name for himself. After all, high-level medical ninjas were still very popular. In her panic, she ran haphazardly and bumped into the poor little girl who had fled behind Sasumaru. When her delicate hands touched the snow-white cloak, she exclaimed in surprise, "This little devil really does have money. Hey, I heard you're a really skilled little brat with amazing swordsmanship, and you're also proficient in medical ninjutsu." The gang leader, suppressing his anger upon hearing his subordinate's words, felt a growing sense of resignation. However, he was the boss, and retreating so disgracefully would be humiliating. Therefore, he devised a plan. Seeing this arrogant and domineering leader step forward, he directly addressed the still-sitting Sasumaru. "I wish to witness your swordsmanship. Today's meal expenses will be charged to me." At this point, he clutched his chest as if making a solemn promise. Then suddenly, after a moment's thought, he rudely grabbed the girl hiding behind Sasumaru and loudly declared, "This girl is exceptionally beautiful. I'll give her to you as your slave." It's clear this old boss is a man of understated cunning, using offense as defense. First, he says he wants to see my mastery of the sword technique. which seems like a provocation, but then he adds that he'll provide food and female slaves, clearly intending to end it with a humiliating defeat. Food, money, female slaves. Upon hearing these words, Sesshomaru couldn't help but frown and glance at the 5 wave-wielding figures charging towards him, each with a katana tucked into their belts. However, seeing how imposing they were, he couldn't help but size up the table where the food had been almost completely eaten, and the woman beside them. He was in debt, a fat goat, and there was even the image of the opponent Tsunade Hime. Although he had never seen this person before, and the opponent hadn't even revealed a hint of chakra, he was still certain that the opponent was Tsunade Hime. The ultimate chakra control ability allows one to completely conceal chakra, to the point that even sensory ninjas cannot detect it. Of course, this is outside of combat mode. The reason he dared to confidently confirm the other person's identity wasn't just speculation, but a familiar aura. Inside Orochimaru's human body laboratory, the wood release plan wasn't just a rumor. Do you think Orochimaru wouldn't have the blood of this Sanin Tsunade? Being from the Senju clan, it's clear that Orochimaru secretly researched whether Tsunade cells could withstand the first Hokage's corrosive cells. Even though it was just a tiny bit of blood, he clearly imprinted that ancient aura into his mind. Today, as this young woman approached him, the powerful ninja's 5 senses had already been strengthened countless times. Especially since this seemingly innocent princess, Tsunade Hime had even deliberately scratched her arm to make her disguise more convincing. The faint scent of fresh blood directly activated a certain dusty memory in his mind. Hey! The gang leader, with his outwardly savage, strong, and boisterous demeanor, had a desperate, determined look in his eyes. If the other party didn't say anything, he would truly have no choice but to leave in embarrassment. Offending a powerful medical ninja means all he has to do is shout outside, saying that killing all 5 of them would get him a free treatment. Someone from Zetsu's group is coming. Our boss. One of the henchmen, still excited by his boss's imposing presence, couldn't help but put on a righteous act, standing up and shouting loudly with his finger outstretched, before suddenly falling silent. In the brightly lit room, a flash of cold light appeared. Sitting upright at the dining table, Sesshomaru coldly lifted the teacup from the table and elegantly sipped it. Tsunade, disguised as a young girl, instinctively recoiled at the sight of that flash of cold light. This little brat is not simple. Grandma, big. A sound echoed as, amidst the 5 people, a tear suddenly appeared in the collar of their shirt, revealing a smooth hole, and at the same time, a small streak of blood appeared on their chest. Leading the wave of suppressed emotion, he tremblingly stretched out his finger to caress his neck, and upon seeing the tiny bloodstain on his fingertip, he swallowed nervously. My lord! Perhaps everyone who lives here has mastered a skill. For example, the 5 men who were just standing there immediately knelt down with a thud, choosing to beg for forgiveness. The sword technique, not just 1 strike, but 5 strikes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to slash 5 people's collars without inflicting fatal injuries. Sesshomaru coldly rose to his feet, and following the sound of approaching footsteps, the 5 men immediately knelt and retreated to either side. The leader even perfectly displaying a posture of bowing his head to the ground. We are indifferent, Lord. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. Remember to buy 1. As the sound of footsteps faded away, the 5 men, who had just breathed a sigh of relief after admitting their mistake, were suddenly startled by a cold voice, causing them to instantly become tense. However, upon hearing that the other party would let them pay later, the 5 of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had survived a disaster. Tsunade, disguised as a young girl, who was the last to arrive, saw this and quickly said in alarm, "Wait a moment." However, upon seeing the waiter in the hallway, he coldly said, "Someone in the room has already paid." "Very well, sir." The servant nodded politely in gratitude, but after saying this, Sesshomaru suddenly thought of something and paused slightly. "Your restaurant's food suits my taste perfectly. Based on tonight's standards, I'll have 3 meals a day for a month." Upon hearing these words, the waiter looked surprised, his expression suggesting he hadn't misheard. He hesitated, then whispered, "Sir, do you mean to set our restaurant's price for a month, and based on tonight's rate?" Facing Sesshomaru's indifferent gaze, which seemed to say, "This doesn't need questioning," the servant immediately bowed and apologized, saying, "I understand, sir." It was clearly an opportunity to pluck the goat's wool, but time and again Sesshomaru's indifferent and disdainful gaze giving off an air of aristocratic aloofness, only intensified the feeling of disgust in those who saw him. Wait a moment. Tsunade, feigning a pitiful, bewildered, and confused expression, chased after the other person, but she clearly saw that this little brat was truly insane, wanting to devour someone for a month. Following the 5 survivors of the accident who were paying the bill, their faces were pale, their eyes wide with shock. After the waiter explained that they had tremblingly taken out all the money from the bottom of the cash box, the 5 men, as if completely exhausted, supported each other as they left. They survived the accident, but the subsequent loss of their lives left them heartbroken. Why is Tsunade Hime here? Is it really because Sarutobi Shinizuke is escorting her? That's probably not the case. From what he's only heard from Orochimaru, Tsunade has a significant rift with the village's high-ranking officials. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been gone for so many years. So, is that because of the first Hokage's weapon? That's possible. After all, powerful aristocratic families value family honor more than their own lives. The Senju clan's patriarch, a former god of the shinobi world and the first Hokage, possessed such glorious titles. For him to use a weapon that had been lost outside the clan was a source of shame for him and further contributed to the shinobi world's contempt for the Senju clan. Therefore, Tsunade Hime's purpose in coming here this time is probably because of the great sword that the first Hokage used. And the claim that she was escorting Sarutobi Shinizuke is likely something someone deliberately publicized. Creating leverage? Because she was creating leverage for herself, Tsunade Hime knew that after tacitly admitting her choice, it was likely an exchange of benefits. Tsunade needed all of Uzunokini's intelligence, and someone else needed to leverage that leverage. Through his relentless analysis, Sesshomaru quickly figured everything out. No wonder Sarutobi Shinizuke deliberately mentioned Tsunade's existence at certain times. It turned out he was using her influence. Big brother, I've been led astray to this place. You just need to escort me home. My family is very rich. In the bustling city at night, everywhere was illuminated by colorful lights. Sesshomaru, with his head bowed, looked down at the innocent Sanin Tsunade behind him, and a cold, mocking smile crept into his heart. Although being addressed in that way by the Sanin was indeed somewhat unsettling, it was clear that Princess Tsunade likely knew his true identity. And only one person could have revealed it, Sarutobi Shinizuke. The enemy revealed the information to Tsunade herself, probably to control him, and Tsunade deliberately approached him. What was her purpose? At that moment, the young Tsunade put on a pitiful act, her large eyes welling up with tears of helplessness and despair. Seeing this, Sesshomaru fell silent. I will collect my fee. Ultimately, he needed to fit his own persona, and when he pretended to be a young girl like Tsunade, he immediately burst into tears of joy, perfectly embodying the role. Both are acting, and in the end, it will be a matter of whose tactics are more sophisticated. Tsunade's face showed gratitude, but inwardly she was wondering if this little brat was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, or if he had ulterior motives towards the young girl. In this way, the two seemed to have temporarily established a hired-employee relationship. Sesshomaru escorted the other person home, and then the other person paid him. But you'll have to wait until I finish my work. Sesshomaru, with a cold expression, walked towards the opposite hotel, his words as precious as gold, while the timid Tsunade followed closely behind. Amidst the bustling streets, a low, rumbling sound echoed. Sesshomaru glanced down indifferently, noticing the young Tsunade displaying a shy expression, as if trying to conceal her own embarrassment. With that, Sesshomaru turned his head indifferently and continued walking forward, as if his heart was as cold and heartless as his appearance, though he veered slightly downwards towards the hotel. Following behind, disguised as a young girl, Tsunade watched Sesshomaru discreetly lead him towards the snack street, a tiny, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. This little brat wasn't so bad, though his sullen face was practically unconcealed, a true Uchiha. A stack of emerald green banknotes was slowly drawn out and appeared directly in front of Tsunade. While she was still stunned, not knowing what the other party meant, she heard the other party say coldly, "Deposit into the account." What a stingy little brat, nothing like the Uchiha clan at all, but that sour face is practically innate. Thank you. Although inwardly cursing, Tsunade, feigning girlishness, displayed a grateful expression, nervously taking the cash and feigning helplessness. In the end, it was Sesshomaru who led her to a snack stall. He paused briefly and Tsunade, feigning a look of realization, hurriedly went forward to buy something. It was clear that he had deliberately stopped to get her to buy food. "I want this, thank you." Tsunade, playing the role of a young girl, naturally had to fit the character's persona. On one hand, she appeared innocent, but on the other hand, she was extremely cautious, not daring to eat anything indiscriminately, only ordering the cheapest snack that could fill her stomach. Disguise is a requirement for every ninja, and to reach this point, she had naturally mastered it, but her immense strength concealed everything. Meeting them today, it's clear that no ninja is a simple being, especially those who can earn the title of ninja. Having taken the snacks herself, Tsunade carefully followed behind, eating them little by little while keeping up with the other person, her mind secretly lost in thought. Hiding in the shadows, she took advantage of this situation to find the powerful figure's weapon. After all, her identity was to attention grabbing. Concealing it was the only way to play the victim. Finally, there's this little rat who actually infiltrated Orochimaru's human body for experiments. Thinking about the wood release plan, a surge of anger rose in her heart. She absolutely had to teach this brat a good lesson, then investigate the true reason for Orochimaru's expulsion, and find out who restarted the wood release plan. And how many more disgusting experiments the village had? While Tsunade was secretly plotting in the shadows, Sasumaru Uchiha Yoru was also secretly scheming. The most terrifying enemy lurking in the shadows is the one who truly fears it. Now that he knows, how can he turn this disadvantage into an advantage? In his previous life, his ancestors said that uniting the majority of talented people is the best way to deal with a small minority. In terms of strength, he really couldn't overcome these long-standing cage-level masters. He could only rely on strategy. Both of them had their own calculations in mind. Tsunade Hime was confident that no one would recognize her, because even if she returned to Konoha in her current appearance, very few people would recognize her. Similarly, Uchiha Yoru Sasumaru was confident that the other party wouldn't recognize her. Use your brain. Sasumaru Uchiha Yoru silently fell into deep thought. The Sannin were the same age. Jiraiya took the Chunin exam at 50, while the protagonist graduated at 12. However, the Chunin exam was clearly in its second year, so it was at 13. Therefore, moving forward 13 years is the Night of the Nine Tails, and Tsunade is now exactly 40 years old. At 40, Tsunade was still at the peak of her life, and with the addition of Byakugan no Jutsu, she maintained the same level of maturity as she did in her 20s. Furthermore, Tsunade Hime's personal status, her title as a healing saint, and her incredibly strong network of connections, coupled with her Senju clan identity, mean that in terms of status, the second highest ranking Sannin combined couldn't compare to her alone, and even the third Hokage was a notch below her. If Tsunade could stand on this side, then he would almost have the same level of power as the village's high-ranking officials. Being a freeloader isn't shameful. The key is knowing how to eat whatever's available, whether it's soft or firm rice. That's the true path to success. Just then, from afar, the flickering lights and the sound of children's laughter and chatter filled the air. Immediately, a glint of light flashed in Uchiha Yoru's eyes, while Tsunade behind him seemed unaware. My lord! Suddenly, Sasumaru stopped in his tracks. Tsunade, who had hastily swallowed the last bite of rice following behind him, quickly showed a respectful expression. After all, she was currently playing the role of a helpless, pitiful girl who wanted to go home. He took out a few coins from his chest and handed them directly to the shopkeeper next to him. While Tsunade was still in a daze, she saw Sasumaru directly lift her up with one arm and place her on a wooden horse. Play here, wait for me to come back and pick you up. Sasumaru's cold, unyielding tone left no room for refusal, and Tsunade, playing the role of a pitiful girl, nodded in bewilderment. At this moment, she was truly somewhat dazed, surrounded by dazzling lights. Carousel with rocking animals. Holy cow! This old woman, already 40 years old, wants to ride a carousel. Tsunade felt a deep sense of shame, but she hid this embarrassment and had her own plan. She could only suppress this humiliation, watching Sasumaru's retreating figure and secretly cursing the Dan brat, thinking, just you wait, I'll make you pay for this later. Sasumaru's figure didn't leave her sight, but she was communicating with someone. Tsunade, now disguised as an ordinary person, couldn't easily use chakra, and as her innocent voice faded, a chaotic jumble of lights appeared around her. The carousel with its rocking animals moved upwards, and all around were children laughing with excitement and joy. In a tea shop far away, Sasumaru sat aloof and upright when the owner politely brought over 2 cups of hot tea. "My lord, here are the 2 cups of hot tea you ordered." 2 cups of hot tea were set down. Sasumaru coldly picked up 1 cup, then placed the other in front of him. After a moment, a figure wearing a gray ninja hat and a black mask slowly sat down. When was it discovered? The figure sat down, the black mask revealing 2 icy blue eyes filled with coldness, a stark contrast to Sasumaru's feigned indifference. Sasumaru's coldness was the kind that carried an air of nobility, as if nothing in the world was worthy of his attention. Yet this coldness was directed towards life itself. Facing the other party's inquiry, Sasumaru gently raised his cup in a gesture of respect, and the other party remained silent before slowly raising their teacup. Thus, 2 people with clearly strange appearances sat together drinking tea. Is it captured alive or as a corpse? With an air of nobility emanating from him, Sasumaru slowly finished his tea, waiting until the other person had also finished. Perfectly demonstrating that tea and food are separate matters of etiquette, he then uttered a sentence that might seem abrupt to others, yet the other person showed no surprise. Those azure eyes, reflecting a detached indifference to life, seemed to have experienced much sorrow. After calmly looking at each other, he said in a particularly hoarse, low voice, 8 million live, 5 million die. Speaking of money, the man's pair of bright blue eyes clearly showed a ripple of emotion. Seeing this, Sasumaru thought to himself, sure enough, it's this man, Akatsuki's North Star, and even more so the representative of money within the Akatsuki's heavenly group. Disadvantage. Words are as precious as gold, a saying that made Kakuzu frown. Confused, he said in a low voice, your head is already on the black market, 5 million yen, 8 million yen, if you're captured alive. Normally, even elite jonin from the 5 great nations fetch around that price. Naturally, the elite jonin of the 5 great nations would also have bounties placed on their heads, but the bounty was generally around 5 million yen. After all, this required accepting the pursuit of the 5 great nations. In the original story, Sarutobi Asuma's bounty was so high simply because his status alone was worth the price. Seeing Kakuzu in this state, Sasumaru coldly looked at him. Kakuzu, a notorious figure in the black market. 10 million, 3 months. After uttering such a statement, others might have been somewhat bewildered, but Kakuzu, who displayed an unwavering obsession with money, instantly brightened his green eyes upon hearing it. You mean I'll protect you for 3 months for 10 million? In an instant, Kakuzu's heart began to sink into silent contemplation. If capturing the opponent alive was the goal for the 8 million yen, he wasn't without confidence, but he definitely needed to first understand the opponent's strength and background. This would certainly take time, and he couldn't let anyone get there first. Even if he captured the opponent, would someone else come to steal them? Furthermore, based on his investigation, the other party's current situation seems to indicate some kind of background, and the price offered clearly seems a bit off. The fact that the other party suddenly listed the item on the black market is also highly suspicious. Before Kakuzu joined Akatsuki, as a wanderer in the shinobi world, he was unusually cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived for so long. Constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he finally came to a conclusion. Protecting the other party for 3 months seemed more advantageous to him. 3 million a month, 4 million a month. Kakuzu directly chose the condition that was most advantageous to him. Upon hearing this, Sasumaru shook his head and said 2 million in the first month, 3 million in the second month, and 5 million in the third month. When it came to business, he was serious, and Kakuzu was equally serious. Both of them, with a thorough understanding of money, suddenly felt a sense of shared purpose. Your background is unclear. If you encounter ninjas from the 5 great nations, you'll definitely have to pay extra. The 5 great ninja nations participated in it, and the price eventually went up by 2 million. Deal. That's great. A brief exchange of words between the two was enough to establish a rental agreement, and both sides were very satisfied, especially Kakuzu, who was beaming with a greenish glow. For 3 consecutive months, he earned 10 million, and if the 5 great ninja nations participated, it could add another 2 million. He was merely protecting them, and besides, their strength wasn't weak either. More importantly, their relationship is one of employment, so even if it involves the 5 great ninja villages, he will still only be an employee and won't be too heavily implicated. Besides, 3 months will be enough. Perfect. Boss. The deal was sealed in an instant. Kakuzu immediately put on a respectful smile and said a few words, instantly getting into character. He truly lived up to his reputation as a messenger of money, even though all of this was done for the sake of money. But Kakuzu's demeanor didn't offend Sesshomaru. On the contrary, he showed a satisfied expression. Taking people's money and eliminating their troubles, how many people in his previous life could have followed such a principle? But once Kakuzu has made up his mind, the deal will proceed unless the mission fails. Although this wasn't about loyalty to a former master, but about money, this kind of quality, which many people had witnessed, earned Sesshomaru Uchiha immense admiration. Here's $1 million, pay it back by the end of this month. I need you to find out as quickly as possible about the information regarding the first Hokage's weapon that has been secretly spreading recently. Upon receiving the startup funding, Kakuzu immediately broke into a satisfied smile and with an air of superiority, addressed him as boss. However, after hearing the latter half of the sentence, he lowered his voice and said, gathering information goes beyond the scope of hired security. Kakuzu paused at this point. However, it's not impossible, but it will cost more. Well done, plucking the goats will all the way to me. Seeing Kakuzu's demeanor, Sesshomaru Uchiha, though expressionless, was inwardly speechless. He had always been the one plucking other people's wool, but today someone dared to pluck his. However, it didn't matter. In the end, he would make them understand what it meant to have something valuable. Good, accurate information, 1 million. Spacious. Kakuzu immediately broke into a satisfied smile. It was rare to find such a generous and straightforward boss at the beginning of the year, and yet, after such a short time, the price was already being negotiated so generously. This was truly the most satisfying experience he had had in years. Sesshomaru Uchiha inwardly chuckled, thinking that accurate information was worth the price, and that it was definitely worth it. Under the night sky outside the hotel, dazzling lights swirled, accompanied by the innocent, joyful singing of children. Everywhere was filled with the happy laughter of children. From its very beginning in the secluded corner, to the point where this Ferris wheel kept spinning and spinning, there was no way anyone could stop Sesshomaru Uchiha from afar, who was discussing a deal with someone. Under the admiring gazes of countless children, they saw a young lady who remained on the carousel and didn't get off. She's rich, indeed. As time passed, amidst the dazzling lights and familiar children's music, Tsunede's eyes gradually became somewhat dreamy. At this moment, she felt as if she had returned to the happiest time of her childhood. There weren't so many things to worry about. She just needed to think about how she would play after training each day. The casino was just like the carousel rides she used to play on in her childhood. She vaguely remembered that, as a princess in her family during her childhood, she would excitedly sit on a carousel and play for an entire evening, surrounded by envious glances from her peers. But as she grew older, she thought that the innocent feeling of riding a carousel or rocking horse wasn't fun. Yet once again she experienced that kind of unrestrained feeling. From afar, Sesshomaru Uchiha watched as Tsunade, the young girl, gradually became mesmerized by the carousel, and a slow smile immediately formed on his lips. Indeed, everything our ancestors said was true. If she's heartbroken, take her for a ride on the carousel with its rocking animals. Like San and Tsunade, who had mastered the art of ninja, what hadn't she seen? What hadn't she experienced? Moreover, she was a princess of the Senju clan, not some naive young apple like Utsugi Yugao. Utsugi Yugao comes from a commoner background. For her, a few boomerang ninjutsu techniques and some precious items are enough to stir people's hearts and move them emotionally. But Tsunade is different. Don't even mention a rank jutsu, even S-rank jutsu is nothing unusual for her. With a grandfather like the second Hokage, why would she worry about not having S-rank jutsu? She probably possesses all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. Moreover, if it's something precious that she's never seen before, even if you put a mountain of gold in front of her, Tsunade Hime would at most be shocked, and then think about taking it to gamble. The princess, whose heart had long since been covered in dust, only now realized that loving a commoner girl was a different matter. For San and Tsunade Hime, who had long seen the world's splendor, if she wanted to take action, she had to use unconventional methods, employing the purest and most genuine things to move the other party and open their long-dormant heart. Thinking this, he secretly pondered even more. Given his immense sacrifice this time, it seemed he needed to find the Grand Elder to settle the financial matter further. After all, the Sand and Iron Hand Princess was a priceless treasure. Even if the family were to shed blood, they would likely be willing to pay and still smile. As time passed, before they knew it, night had fallen, and the bustling sounds of people on the streets began to fade, with fewer and fewer figures appearing. Sitting in the dazzling light of the rocking horse, watching the joyful, childlike laughter gradually fade and eventually disappear, Tsunade suddenly woke up with a start. With her brown eyes gleaming in the light, Tsunade, now fully awake, realized that the Ferris wheel, which had been packed with people, was now completely deserted, and she was the only one there. She suddenly glanced back for a fleeting moment. In the distance, Sesshomaru's figure remained calmly seated at the table, drinking tea, seemingly enjoying the aroma of the tea, while the person who had been with him had long since vanished without a trace. At that moment, Tsunade was startled. She had been so careless. Although she had deliberately disguised the reason, following the innocent and joyful laughter, she couldn't help but gradually become captivated. "Miss, this is the change that the gentleman just gave me." Although it was late at night, and the shop owner was closing late, this old man clearly had a joyful smile on his face. Meeting a big customer wasn't easy, and he was about to tell the little girl to close the shop. But then the owner of the tea shop across the street came over and placed a large sum of cash in his hand. He said he'd pay for the ride on the Ferris wheel, and he wouldn't stop until the young woman got off. Even though he still had to pay the change, the owner was still grinning from ear to ear. After all, who would ever complain about making money? Great my lord! Coming back to her senses, the bewildered Tsunade rushed over, only to see Sesshomaru, whose demeanor exuded an aristocratic air, still enjoying his tea. She couldn't help but feign a confused and flustered expression. Facing Tsunade, who was playing the role, Sesshomaru didn't lift his head, gently taking the last sip of tea, then taking out a banknote and placing it on the table before standing up and leaving. "Please take your time, sir." The tea shop owner, with a smiling face, politely and cheerfully saw the other party off, while the tiny, almost imperceptible Sesshomaru gently nodded his head. His arrogance represented his status, but this subtle nod represented the etiquette of nobility. Tsunade, while distracted, noticed that they were the last customers left in the tea shop, and that all 3 teapots had been used, clearly indicating that they had all been drunk by the other party. At this moment, Tsunade's lips couldn't help but curl into a slow smile. She feigned a panicked, girlish demeanor, secretly assessing the other party, while inwardly praising this little rascal. "He's not too bad, cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. It's a pity you're from the Uchiha clan. Considering tonight's circumstances, I won't make things too difficult for you later." For several consecutive days, Izu no Kuni appeared calm and peaceful, and even the fighting between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas decreased significantly. The disguised Sesshomaru began to gain fame within the towns and cities for his excellent medical ninjutsu. Using medical ninjutsu to forge alliances with powerful ninja and rogue ninja, while simultaneously gathering funds, he even openly revealed his genuine interest in the first Hokage's weapon. Without the slightest attempt at concealment, collecting famous swords, forging alliances with outside help, there was absolutely no concealment whatsoever. It was all for the sake of reviving the family once again. In this chaotic region, for those with weak strength and ordinary people, this place is hell. But for the powerful, it is heaven. Therefore, the fact that Sesshomaru was preparing to rebuild his clan in this place didn't surprise or alarm anyone, because after all, this unmanaged area was the best place for them to protect. The main point of contention was that Sesshomaru had an extra tail behind his backside. After days of pretending to be innocent, Tsunade felt a little resentful, but seeing that she could stay in the most luxurious inn and eat the best food, she chose to give in. Ultimately, there was no news about the wealthy businessman's weapons, nor any recent betting activity. Furthermore, she suspected that perhaps the news of her appearance had caused the hidden candidates to temporarily halt their activities, and now she was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the hidden figures to emerge. Konoha. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, the Great Elder and Uchiha clan head Fugaku sat opposite each other. Fugaku, that young man is on a top-secret mission on the front lines and needs some resources. Outsiders don't know about those two precious swords, and I happen to have quite a few fine swords in my possession. I'll choose to send over when the time comes. This time, the Sarutobi clan's general's actions were rather unsightly. To think they could seize power using such underhanded tactics, HMPH, what a ridiculous scheme. To reach this position without any real strength, yet still covet the hawkage position, how laughable. The village elder couldn't help but utter a sarcastic and provocative remark, a mocking smile spreading across his face. After all, if the village's high-ranking officials truly wanted to elevate this person to a higher position, it would become a complete joke. Of the 5 strongest nations, Konoha is the weakest. Is that image the most powerful? Thinking of this, Uchiha couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, while Fugaku, facing him, shook his head and said in a low voice, "Yesterday, the Uchiha clan sent a message saying they needed a large amount of funding to investigate the first Hokage's weapon, and also said they were preparing to search for the target and then carry out a clan mission." Upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, the elder's expression instantly turned serious, and a hint of surprise appeared in his cloudy eyes. Could this little brat really be able to bring him unexpected joy? If the Senju clan's little girl could really succeed, this would be the most exciting news for his generation. The Senju and Uchiha clans shared a deep-seated feud, a love-hate relationship that was equally profound. I am old now, and I brought nothing with me when I was born and will take nothing with me when I die. Please leave this matter to me. The elder's words immediately caused clan head Fugaku to frown, his expression turning serious. Elder, isn't it a little too early now? Seeing Fugaku's unassuming demeanor, the elder shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. You can't underestimate this little brat. He's a disciple of Sanin Orochimaru. You've seen his frontline achievements. At only 17 years old, he can already defeat the long-established Suikazan Fuguki in a head-on battle. His strength, status, and background are all outstanding among the younger generation in the clan. If I don't start the handover now, am I supposed to wait until I'm dead? Rest assured, other young people might be arrogant and easily impulsive. But this kid is indeed worthy of Orochimaru's attention. He's naturally gifted. He was too old, and it was uncertain when he might pass away. The current situation of the Uchiha clan was very embarrassing, and he also understood that the Byakugan had been unleashed because of the turmoil on the village's border. Otherwise, the estrangement from the village would be even greater. Therefore, he decided to begin transferring power a little earlier, and Uchiha Yoru was his chosen successor. The Hokage in his office. Izu no Kuni's front lines reported almost every detail that was unclear. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowned as he looked at the intelligence in his hand and couldn't help but nod inwardly. The methods used to become Hokage were necessary. What he wanted was the result. It seems Uchiha Yoru has a genuine affection for the village. With each piece of intelligence that came in, the genius Uchiha Yoru gradually made Sarutobi Hiruzen lower his guard, but it was only a relaxation, not a complete abandonment. Now, the only person in the village who could possibly take action was his own son, and even he couldn't help but frown and sigh when he saw his current strength. Shinosuke, it would be great if you were a little stronger, then I wouldn't have to work so hard. As the border region gradually crumbled and disintegrated, leaving only the water country behind, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rarely showed a joyful smile. Under his leadership, Konoha would once again welcome peace. At this point, he didn't even realize that the busy affairs of state over the past few years had left almost half of his hair white. After enduring so many hardships and setbacks, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's body officially entered a stage of aging and weakness. He could even sense his own chakra diminishing in a way he himself didn't even realize. Although the Nine-Tails Rebellion and Orochimaru's actions exceeded expectations, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled happily as he looked out the window at the sunlight shining on the village. The village was beginning to change for the better in the direction he had hoped. Root. In the gloomy secret chamber, Shimura Danzo looked at the intelligence report in his hand and couldn't help but frown, saying, "Are you sure that the Uchiha clan's young clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, who is almost only 8 years old, is investigating in the shadows?" Below, a root ninja knelt on one knee. Upon hearing Danzo's inquiry, he bowed his head and said in a low voice, "According to reports from our undercover spies, the Hokage has been in frequent contact with Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzu let out a cold laugh. This was indeed Saratobi's tactic. He was most adept at using others to deal with his targets, especially at manipulating his opponent's families into betrayal. We, as undercover spies, left behind a watchful eye. Uchiha Itachi secretly investigated the Ninetales situation back then, even secretly reviewing the clan's records. Uchiha Itachi's teammate is someone we secretly trained. He once overheard Uchiha Itachi mention the 3 words Mangekyo, but he didn't understand them. However, because he pretended to hear them unintentionally, Uchiha Itachi showed a murderous intent, which is why he took those 3 words to heart. Upon hearing the report, Shimura Danzu's expression turned incomparably grim. Mangekyo. This power, overflowing with extreme allure yet terrifying. He never thought the Uchiha clan would actually awaken a pair of them. So, who exactly possesses these Mangekyo? Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shura, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Yoru. Information about these Uchiha clan masters constantly flashed through his mind. The Sharingan evolves through the loss of love or experiencing immense suffering, evolving through intense emotional turmoil. Therefore, it can be discarded by those who are suitable for it. First of all, the Uchiha clan members are already old, and the older they get, the more complex their thoughts become, surpassing even the 9-year mark, and the smaller the chance of awakening. Where are the younger generation? Could it be Uchiha Yoru? After all, the Orochimaru incident was quite a shock. No, according to intelligence, the opponent should have a physique far superior to ordinary people, a naturally strong body with immense chakra. Please provide the details of the investigation into Uchiha Itachi. The Mangekyo Sharingan was extremely important to Danzo, even the most feared entity in his heart. Upon hearing this news, he instantly became filled with gravity, and a murderous intent arose in the depths of his eyes. Uchiha Itachi's teammate is one of us, based on the description. After hearing those 3 words, Uchiha Itachi showed a murderous intent, then concealed it, but at the same time used his identity to warn the other party. It's clear that the other party hesitated, but ultimately chose to let go. No, I want to know what Uchiha Itachi was doing at the front lines. And also, among those Uchiha clan members he had contact with, wasn't Uchiha Yoru his teacher? Did he ever interact with them? As Danzo's expression darkened, his subordinates reported meticulously, even repeating some events several times. But in the end, Danzo remained impatient and annoyed. Finally, Shimura Danzu came to a conclusion. Given how important the Mangekyo Sharingan was, and how Uchiha Yoru, who was clearly not very close to his disciple, would reveal it to him. Uchiha Shisui hasn't had many emotional upheavals lately, and considering his age and other factors, he can't easily reveal them. After all, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even ordinary Uchiha didn't know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, so it's not strange that Uchiha Itachi, as the young clan leader, knew about it. What's strange is how old Uchiha Itachi was. An 8-year-old child, no matter how talented, according to intelligence, could only have evolved to dual Magatama at most. So how could they know about the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan? There's only one conclusion. That is, the Mangekyo Sharingan user and Uchiha Itachi are close friends. The only people Uchiha Itachi was closest to were his parents, Uchiha Fugaku. Having reached this conclusion, Shimura Danzu immediately gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Excellent! What a brilliant Uchiha clan head! I underestimated you." Although this was just his speculation, the fact that he had this doubt prompted him to devise a counter-strategy. Izu no Kuni, a town. As time passed, eventually someone couldn't hold back and reveal the truth, or rather, those who were secretly plotting wanted to stir up chaos here. High-end hotel rooms. Lord Sasumaru, we know you've secretly been searching for the weapon of the first Hokage of Konoha, and we have some information. A masked ninja, whose face showed no discernible flaws, sat upright opposite Sasumaru, coldly staring at him as if even the information he was about to reveal wouldn't cause him the slightest tremor of emotion. After throwing out this clue, the mask fell off, revealing a pair of eyes staring intently at him, as if waiting for an answer. Can the divine weapons of the ninja world compare to my sword? His arrogant demeanor subsided, instantly silencing the other party. Okay, that's a very good and powerful excuse, but upon closer consideration, the other party being a descendant of a noble warrior. This kind of spirit seems very fitting for a warrior. The first Hokage's weapon was incredibly tempting to samurai. Any warrior who can use their family's heirloom sword to cut through the hilt of this legendary weapon, or even withstand the impact without suffering the slightest damage, will instantly become famous in the shinobi world, or in other words, this warrior's katana will become famous throughout the world. The first Hokage's weapon may not have been the strongest, perhaps even a burning hot potato to hold, but it was also the opportunity for countless people to achieve fame and fortune. By simply bestowing upon it the title of God of the Ninja World, this weapon has earned this honor. Sesshomaru, however, coldly stared at his opponent, seemingly having seen through his thoughts, and directly said in a cold voice, "I will not join any of your forces. I will use my sword to prove everything, and then I will take this honor and find a suitable village to establish my path." At this moment, the other side understood implicitly that the recent appearance of this noble young master, Sesshomaru, had prompted them all to secretly observe him. Without even mentioning the opponent's identity beforehand, he simply said he wanted to use this to gain fame, and he believed it. As a result, after this rumor spread, many warriors from the nearest Iron Kingdom arrived. Everyone was clamoring to use this opportunity to gain fame and glory. But what about the warriors who achieved fame and glory? Most would likely choose a place that could bring them national glory, a place of loyalty to a great name, and establish their own family, becoming a noble warrior clan. And disheartened aristocratic warriors naturally also belonged in this ranks. To the point that, for ninjas, this weapon, although a divine weapon, clearly offends Konoha somewhat, and many have come here seeking substantial rewards. For ordinary ninjas, it's just a divine weapon, but for Konoha, it truly symbolizes status and village honor. And among the countless rogue ninjas mingling in the ninja world, aren't they all driven by money? How many would refuse such a thing? To the point of saying divine weapon temptation. Haha, no one would think Konoha wouldn't part with a decent weapon, exchanging it for a top-quality chakra-forged metal weapon, plus a substantial reward that's practically no problem. It's just the pursuit of fame and fortune. We know you are a loyal and valiant warrior. Lord, you need to make a name for yourself, restore your family's honor, and you also need a place to showcase your skills. Seeing this man covering his face, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "This place could become the stage for the great lord to restore the family's prestige." According to Sesshomaru's intelligence, the current situation was pretty much as they had predicted. Samurai were supposed to be loyal, then gain affirmation, and finally achieve honor. To the point that even though the clan didn't know exactly which noble warrior descendant Sesshomaru was, it was clear that this kind of behavior, concealing their clan's identity, was very typical of proud warriors. When rebuilding their clan, they would once again use their clan's name. Upon hearing this, Sesshomaru frowned and said coldly, "This place is nothing but chaos. How can it be a foundation for restoring the family's prestige? A warrior needs to be loyal and renowned to achieve honor and recognition. This is what is called mastering both literary and martial arts, a principle similar to that of emperors and royalty. My lord, this is the site of Uzu no Kuni. Although Uzu no Kuni was destroyed, the blood of Uzu no Kuni's restoration still burns within him." At this moment, the masked figure, suppressing his anger, directly threw out a tempting offer, saying in a low voice, "In this chaotic era, if the vortex of national restoration succeeds, the fame of the great lord's family will be re-established in the shinobi world in just a blink of an eye." That's impressive. Although the opponent's identity is still unclear, Sesshomaru Uchiha Yura secretly exclaimed in surprise at this moment, "I've caught such a big fish. But is the opponent real or fake?" "Invite." Sesshomaru coldly and directly refused the other party's request. Firstly, he didn't have the strength to restore the kingdom, and secondly, was the other party truly a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? And what were their ultimate goals? My lord! After being coldly rejected by Sesshomaru, the masked ninja was stunned. Wasn't the spirit of a warrior supposed to be loyalty and bravery? Even the great Duke of Restoration had been sent here. Wouldn't any warrior have indulged in some good fantasies? A warrior assisting in the restoration of the nation. Thinking about it, these are all stories that could be passed down as legends. At that point, they could completely become legendary warriors and ninjas known to everyone. But where is the refusal? Meanwhile, in another room, Tsunade, the young girl, almost burst out laughing at this scene. She really thought this little brat was a samurai. And what kind of samurai is so brainless? You say you'll restore the kingdom, and then you do. Do you think it's that simple? Eating a meal. Izu no Kuni has long since become a thing of the past. The migrants here have almost forgotten their former country. Restore the nation. With what? Is there a powerful ninja army? And is there a major nation backing them? If there really were immigrants from Izu no Kuni, Konoha would absolutely be the first to add fuel to the fire and help restore their nation. Eventually, Izu no Kuni was restored, allowing Konoha to acquire a small puppet-like vessel to support the nation, and even use it to hinder the existence of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Although she had controlled the chakra within her body to remain calm, making it impossible for anyone to detect her presence. Even a ninja with keen senses could clearly see everything through the crack in the door. He could even hear their conversation and breathing clearly. As Sasumaru took a sip of tea, his indifferent gaze was almost entirely fixed on the tea, and the ninja, upon witnessing this scene, showed a somewhat stiff expression in his eyes. This guy isn't falling for the bait. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gush of blood spurted out. The masked ninja bowed his head, looking at his chest where his arm was exposed, only to see another ninja appear behind him, brazenly extracting his still-beating heart. Looking at the lifeless, limp corpse, Kakuzu suddenly appeared, his voice hoarse as he said, "Your body's price has gone up again." Kakuzu's bright blue eyes gazed at him, as if saying, "It feels like I'm being at a disadvantage by agreeing to this arrangement with you." Seeing Kakuzu's expression, Sasumaru's face remained indifferent, but inwardly he thought, "Ichiraku, you truly are a Kakuzu who values money above all else." However, Kakuzu's character is still reliable. Before this, he had merely seen the price being raised and, being somewhat tempted, conveniently came over to investigate and compare the situation. He wasn't carrying out any mission, just like the chance encounter with Asuma. Following Sasumaru's confirmation of their employment relationship in the shinobi world, as long as you still want to eat your fill, you can never cheat your employer. Otherwise, your reputation will be ruined, unless you can directly run away and disappear without a trace. Otherwise, for those who violate the rules and commit such acts, each country and village will have a specific bounty offered. Furthermore, although Kakuzu is greedy, he is also a highly professional individual. Dirty. Just like before, Sasumaru, who was as stingy as gold, coldly uttered a single sentence that made Kakuzu smile. He raised his hand, and amidst the black tentacles that appeared, he directly absorbed all the blood on the ground, leaving not a single trace. Finally, he carried the corpse out the door before turning back. After Kakuzu sat down, the two of them silently gazed at each other. Under Kakuzu's piercing blue eyes, Sasumaru remained silent, feeling utterly humiliated. This was the first time he'd been treated like this, but he still pulled out a thick wad of cash and pushed it over. Looking at the stack of green banknotes on the table, Kakuzu's cold eyes immediately showed a hint of amusement. Greedily stuffing the money into his chest, he then nodded with a satisfied smile. Recently, this place has been a bit chaotic. A while ago, there were rumors that one of Konoha's Sannin, Princess Tsunade, came here, but recently she suddenly disappeared. According to information gathered, some claim she came for the first Hokage's weapon, while others say she was just passing through. However, regardless, someone intentionally released a signal for the first Hokage's weapon. However, we found clues about the first Hokage's weapon, but we don't know if it's real or fake. It's undeniable that Kakuzu, who makes money and acts with integrity, is a trustworthy and reliable figure. Even after only a few days, this is what you call professionalism. After all, he's been involved in the black market for decades. His extensive network is something a newcomer like him can't possibly match. Find a trustworthy person in the squad to bring the girl next door back home. Kakuzu and Sasumaru's conversation, which was taking place right next to Tsunade's room, was clearly audible, but when he heard that they wanted to take her home, he narrowed his eyes instantly. Is this little devil suspicious of her identity? Or is he simply having a sudden surge of kindness and taking her home? Kindness. Thinking of this, Tsunade's heart gradually grew cold. She didn't believe in kindness at all. Which ninja who had reached this point hadn't crawled out from Yamanaka's corpse? It seemed she needed to make arrangements first. Kakuzu, I still need to secretly investigate whether the first Hokage's weapon actually exists. Maybe, but it will cost more. The two continued to chat, and Sesshomaru was secretly getting a headache. Fortunately, he only needed to pretend to be expressionless each day. The Uzu no Cutie pond was quite deep, and someone was secretly trying to stir up trouble. At the same time, Princess Kyuntha was by his side every day. What was he to her? He wasn't some kind of being who would lose his way at the sight of a little girl. And besides, there were so many pitiful people in this chaotic place. How could he be kind-hearted? Since the opponent remained motionless, he could only force them to make the first move, otherwise, how could he proceed? Both sides are engaged in a battle of wits and courage. As night gradually fell, Sesshomaru, lying weakly on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be some movement outside, and just as he was about to raise his chakra alert, his expression changed drastically. Poisoned. The flow of chakra within the body felt incomparably stiff, like the wobbly sensation of a newborn baby learning to walk. Sesshomaru narrowed his eyes, suddenly glancing outside the room, while Tsunade, the young woman sleeping soundly on the sofa in the outer room, slowly curved her lips into a smile. The old woman has created a poison that is colorless and odorless. Not only will you, this little brat, be affected, but even Jiraiya and Orochimaru would fall victim to it. Meanwhile, in Sesshomaru's room, his mind raced, but the flow of chakra through his meridians was incredibly difficult, making it impossible to concentrate chakra. Moreover, his entire body was paralyzed, and he could only unleash 1 or 2/10 of his maximum strength. Moreover, this poison is incredibly bizarre. He himself had previously fought Orochimaru, who had developed a serum that could immunize him against most toxins, yet this time he was hit without any warning whatsoever. Truly worthy of being a Sannin like Tsunade Hime. Colorless and tasteless, and with this kind of tangled chakra sensation, his mind instantly recalled the plot of the original story where the Chunin exam and the Sannin meet. Jiraiya seemed to be one of those poisons. It's highly likely that Princess Kyuntha poisoned me, so was she trying to test me? Or was someone secretly plotting something? Just as Sesshomaru was wondering what was going on, the window slowly opened and a ninja in black silently entered. In the darkness of the bedroom, the shuriken whistling through the air, Sesshomaru suddenly opened his eyes. His sword, which had never left his side, was instantly drawn out. Ding ding ding, Hanabi scattered everywhere. These shurikens were either cut in half or deflected, and upon realizing they had been discovered, the two ninjas' eyes widened in surprise. Kill! Suddenly, Sesshomaru felt a dizzying sensation in his head as he turned around, and couldn't help but inwardly curse, damn it, how can this medicine be so powerful? No wonder even Jiraiya, at his peak, could only summon a small frog with his summoning jutsu. Because the chakra is not healthy, the body experiences a strange sensation, almost like rust, and the limbs lack the normal agility and flexibility. Crackling sound, the wooden door was slammed open, the sound of fighting simultaneously waking Tsunade, who was sound asleep on the sofa. Seeing this scene, she immediately brought out her almost flawless acting skills. The girl's sharp, terrified screams echoed through the room, and thanks to the fact that he was staying in the most luxurious hotel in the area, the soundproofing was surprisingly good. Hydrolysis of the body. In an instant, several figures appeared in the room. Sesshomaru's expression changed in a flash. He gripped his long sword with one hand to block the attack, while his other hand instinctively formed a hand seal. Break, break! After the two shadow clone jutsu sounds echoed through the mist, only to see a thin, thorn-like Sesshomaru appear on the left, and a considerably fatter Sesshomaru on the other. What was most unbearable was that neither of them was even a meter tall. Seeing this scene, Sesshomaru's face turned green. Damn it! He could finally understand Jiraiya's feelings. The effects of this medicine were too strong. Meanwhile, Tsunade, terrified and flustered, was hiding on the sofa screaming in panic. But upon seeing this scene, she felt a surge of joy and almost burst out laughing. Haha, little brat, don't even think about it. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru wouldn't be able to freely use their ninjutsu after being poisoned by this. However, she was secretly terrified by the immense amount of chakra this little brat possessed. She knew better than anyone how powerful the after effects of this potion were. Normally, after consuming it, a jonin wouldn't even be able to fight. They would simply become weak and powerless. And yet this little brat is still managing to hold his body up and fight, which shows just how immense his chakra is. The greater a person's chakra, the stronger their ability to resist poison, just like someone with profound internal energy. In the original story, Jiraiya was poisoned, but he himself admitted that he couldn't even gather chakra at the time. His whole body was paralyzed, and he didn't even have the strength to throw a kunai. It was only with Shizun's help that he managed to recover about 30% of his fighting power, which shows just how potent the poison was. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone in, revealing traces of disarray even in the neatly arranged room. For example, the marks on the perimeter of the wall were clearly from a shinobi katana cutting through it and from kunai and shuriken piercing through it. With the window open, the smell of fresh blood was rapidly dissipating from the room. Sesshomaru-sama, Lord, everything has been collected. Disguised as a young girl, Tsunade covered her injured arm, her face pale, vaguely revealing the shock and distress of the previous night. At this moment, she seemed frightened by something, her eyes constantly evading her gaze. Meanwhile, Sesshomaru, impeccably dressed, sat upright in the room, coldly gazing at the young woman before him, his eyes conveying a chilling distrust with perfect composure. However, upon seeing the wound on the girl's shoulder, it was clear that Tsunade's arm was injured. The painful wound caused sweat to pour uncontrollably from her forehead, yet the fear in her eyes prevented her from making the slightest sound. Seeing this scene, Sesshomaru Uchiha Yoru thought to himself, "What a Tsunade Hime!" As expected of a ninja who has been famous for many years, she perfectly embodies the role of an ordinary person. Last night, during the ambush and killing spree, he coldly ignored his opponents, and it was clear that they were also very lucky, though they still suffered a shoulder injury. Just like any ordinary person, getting injured without any attempt to dodge. Last night, everything went smoothly. The young Tsunade disguised herself very well. If it had been anyone else, they would have probably dropped the subject of suspicion. Unfortunately, she encountered Uchiha Yoru. Meanwhile, Tsunade, disguised as a terrified and anxious young girl, was inwardly sneering. "Well, you little brat, not only are you wicked, but you're also so secretive, trying to probe me at the same time." Both of them were acting, but now Tsunade confidently believed that what happened last night was enough to at least defeat the opponent she doubted was a ninja. Bring these two to the door, have the hotel staff come and collect them, and keep everything as it is. Don't reveal even a hint of anything. The cold voice revealed a hint of weakness, a sight that only made Tsunade inwardly sneer. "Good, you little brat, still trying to probe me at this time." She administered the medicine herself. How could he not know how potent it was? And then there was the condition of the wounds inflicted on that little brat last night as a medical ninja. He could see it all clearly. This little devil still has the strength to fight, but time and again he disguises himself as so weak and frail. It was very clear that he wanted to lure her into his trap. "Lord Sesshomaru, are you all right?" Tsunade feigned a mixture of concern and fear, a truly flawless act that wouldn't reveal a hint of anything amiss. If Sesshomaru Uchiha Yoru hadn't known her true identity, he might have been completely fooled. Facing the concerned young woman, he directly swept a cold glance over her, instantly frightening Tsunade into shrinking back and taking 2 steps back. Tsunade, somewhat flustered, lifted the 2 corpses leaning against the wall. Because of her injured arm, she could only strain to suppress the pain in her arm, her face flushed red. Phew, after doing all of this, the breathless Tsunade gasped for air, her face turning even paler, and she couldn't help but break out in sweat from the pain. A fine layer of cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The girl's face showed an expression of agony, yet she dared not show it, only curling herself up in the corner like a wounded, frightened little wild cat. "Come over." Silently observing all of this, Sesshomaru inwardly sneered. "Since you want to play, let's see whose tricks are a notch higher." He coldly uttered these words. Upon hearing this, the young woman's eyes immediately showed panic. She wanted to flee, but her gaze also revealed hesitation, as if she felt a little concerned about the injured Sesshomaru. It must be said that the young woman expressed all sorts of emotions: concern, fear, panic with remarkable skill. The 2 teenage corpses were dragged down, and the added trauma of a night of terror, along with the injuries to her arm, left the young girl feeling somewhat frail. With hesitant, cautious steps, both her legs appeared weak and trembling, and her eyes showed fear. She looked like an ordinary, kind-hearted young girl. She didn't take the opportunity to escape just now. So could this little devil still be suspicious of her? Don't move. Just as the young Tsunade was silently keeping watch, Sesshomaru Uchiha Yuru slowly and indifferently took out a roll of medical bandages from his pouch. High-grade medical bandages, antiseptic, accelerated cell healing. Take off your clothes. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression betrayed no hint of her inner thoughts. Instead, a feeling of fear lingered as she slowly removed the clothing from her arm, revealing the gleaming wound on her arm. The icy touch of his fingers caused the sensitive young woman's skin to instantly flush red, and she developed goosebumps. With practiced fingers, the girl's shoulder was wrapped in bandages. It was an artful bandaging technique. Tsunade thought to herself, this little brat is incredibly skilled at bandaging. I've seen her bandage many others, and even herself. Adding a little more food scraps to your wound will speed up the healing process. Since the bone isn't injured, your wound should be fine within half a month at most. With practiced skill, the short shoulder area was quickly wrapped with bandages, ensuring that the arm joint would not be affected by any movement. A chilling voice echoed in her ears, and the frightened girl managed a friendly smile on her face. Thank you, sir. Everything seemed calm, as if nothing had changed, but Sesshomaru, sitting upright and half leaning against the wall, was filled with weakness. His whole body felt numb, and it was giving him a terrible headache. It was indeed like falling asleep and his body becoming numb, the kind of complete numbness. This medicine was very potent. It seemed he still had a long way to go in terms of immunity to toxins. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door, a familiar sound. Your Excellency, your order has arrived. Seeing this scene, the young Tsunade's eyes immediately lit up with an innocent smile as she turned and walked towards the door. Meanwhile, the young woman behind Sesshomaru Uchiha Yuru revealed a cold glint in her eyes. The blood from the wound she had just bandaged under her fingernails still clung to the nail. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he subtly used a towel to wipe the corner of his mouth, then directly licked it with his tongue. The sensation transmitted from the tip of his tongue to the flower bud, a kind of blood overflowing with life force, confirmed once again that the other party was definitely Sanin Tsunade Hime. Following the sound of the main door closing once again, one could see that the table inside the room was laden with food, and the servant who had brought the dishes bowed his head low after entering. In this chaotic town, they had long become accustomed to seeing death, so they were used to this kind of thing happening and weren't surprised. In fact, to avoid causing trouble, they were all very cautious. From the moment he entered the door, this servant didn't make a single extra word. Only when the food was finally served did the servant respectfully bow and slowly withdraw, even closing the main door behind him. As the person outside entered, Sesshomaru feigned a calm and composed demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Following their departure, he could clearly hear someone collecting corpses at the door. Only when there was no further sound did he breathe a sigh of relief. Weak and listless, he leaned against the screen, his gaze cold as he looked at the young woman. You feed me. There was no commanding tone in his voice. It was as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Tsunade subtly noticed the slight tremor in the other person's fingers and immediately chuckled inwardly. She knew this feeling all too well. Her whole body was numb, her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Even holding chopsticks was unsteady. But she knew very well that the Uchiha were arrogant and would certainly not reveal such a ridiculous act in front of outsiders. But overall, you can't avoid using your hands and just eat directly with your mouth. My lord! The young Tsunade slowly stepped forward. Her arm was injured, but fortunately her right hand was unharmed. With delicate, jade-like hands, she grasped the chopsticks and fed the other person spoonful by spoonful. That posture seemed a little ambiguous, but both of them were calculating in their minds at that moment. Tsunade was secretly pleased at this moment, thinking, this medicine of mine is powerful enough for you to enjoy for several days, little brat. Sesshomaru Uchiha Yuru maintained his indifferent expression, but inwardly he harbored malicious thoughts. You good-for-nothing Tsunade. I haven't even come to find you yet, and you're already plotting against me. Good. This time he really took it to heart, and even after dealing with those two ninjas last night, he already had a rough idea in his mind. For every step forward in virtue, there's a step forward in evil, Tsunade Hime. You were the one who provoked me first. In this way, the two seemed to have established mutual trust, but in reality, they each had their own agendas. He calmly stayed in the inn for several consecutive days without going out, and the numbness in his body only fueled his inner anger. It wasn't until the 5th day that Kakuzu, weary and travel-worn, came to the door again. Those bright blue eyes betrayed a similar hint of malice, but this was Kakuzu. Facing his subordinate, Kakuzu, without leaving a trace of suspicion, glanced at his former master. With his extensive experience, he instantly discovered where the problem lay. "Where are you injured?" Kakuzu's anger intensified as he spoke these words. In his eyes, this was his employer, his boss. If his employer suddenly withheld his money, who would pay him? Damn it, anyone dared to touch his money box. It was like provoking his wrath. Faced with Kakuzu's peculiar concern, Sasumaru's eyelids twitched. This kind of concern was truly unique. One expert in using poison, it took me 3 consecutive days to recover my strength. Speaking of this, it's almost like touching on a sore spot. You have to remember that he was a high-level medical ninja, yet he himself fell victim to the attack. Sasumaru's expression was somewhat displeased, but he still took a glass test tube from his chest and threw it directly to Kakuzu. This is a toxin I extracted from blood. It's not fatal, but it can suppress chakra gathering, causing paralysis throughout the body. Sasumaru absolutely had to portray himself as the good guy. Right now, he was just a rogue ninja lacking any backing or connections. Therefore, although the toxins had been almost completely removed, Kakuzu and he were only hired. Since Kakuzu was his protector, he naturally shared this information about the poison with him for his own benefit. More importantly, Kakuzu has had a reputation in the black market for so many years. This is an antidote I concocted. Although it can't completely neutralize the poison, it can still suppress half of its effects. Next to it was a green test tube, and seeing a vial of poison and an antidote in his hand, Kakuzu couldn't help but frown. How could you be poisoned without even noticing? At this point, Kakuzu suddenly glanced at the little girl beside him, as if to say whether or not it was someone from his family who had poisoned her. Meanwhile, Tsunade, the young woman, had to go out every day for the past 3 days to buy medicinal herbs, and at the same time, she had to take care of Sasumaru. In just 3 short days, her face had shown signs of exhaustion. When Kakuzu's gaze fell upon her, she immediately lowered her head in fear. Although her expression was unreadable, her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed that she was shaking with terror. It wasn't her. Sasumaru coldly and directly rejected Kakuzu's skepticism, saying, "She was always there when I was at my weakest." With just one sentence, the young woman helped him get through his weakest time. Kakuzu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but frown and shake his head, saying, "When you arrange for me to go out on missions, I hope you, my client, can take good care of your own safety. Even if you can't, please pay me my fee before you go to your death." Hearing Kakuzu's words, Sasumaru's eyelids twitched, and finally, unable to restrain himself, he said in a low voice, "From now on, I need you to release information." Saying that my ancestral sword, Sasumaru's famous sword, is willing to be compared with the legendary divine weapon of the Chunin world. If the person behind this is willing, I am willing to pay 10 million yen as a reward. 10 million is absolutely a huge sum of money, and moreover, it's just a competition. Using the family's famous swords as a name for competition, this kind of thing seems to embody the spirit of a warrior. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes widened instantly. He regretted not having collected a few famous swords. He could have sold them for a good price to this wealthy person. "Fine, I will release the information as you instructed, but I also hope you, my client, can control your emotions." The first Hokage's weapon was clearly obtained by someone who took advantage of the chaos, and Konoha is already keeping a close eye on it. Now Kakuzu isn't even the successor to the Akatsuki's North Star. After all, the Akatsuki organization's ultimate goal later on was to oppose the entire shinobi world, which is why Kakuzu became so fearless in the later stages. It was also Akatsuki who gave him this force. After all, the existence of the Rinnegan is terrifying, and although Kakuzu is powerful, he wouldn't go looking for death for no reason. Being targeted by Konoha, with relentless pursuit, the Anbo and route would leave him with no choice but to flee the entire shinobi world like a rat scurrying across the street. And he'd still have to face some people trying to eliminate him. Currently, Kakuzu has not yet joined the Akatsuki organization. and the exact time of his joining is impossible to determine. The Hokage arc has too many bugs. I found information that Kakuzu joined the Akatsuki organization 8 years ago, and that shipward Kakuzu died. Kakuzu was able to survive in the shinobi world for so many years, not only because of his immense strength, but also because of his cautious nature, especially after so many years of operation, which meant he didn't leak much information. Rest assured, what I want is to restore the family's glory, not to bring trouble upon myself. Sesshomaru calmly stated that although he played a character with immense power, he still didn't need to underestimate the power levels of every major ninja village in the shinobi world. Caution was absolutely essential for survival. Thus, the two negotiated, and Sesshomaru's priority was to first expose the person hiding in the shadows. As for the matter of seizing the first Hokage's weapon, he alone lacked the strength to do so. Naturally, Sarutobi Shinosuke was needed. Of course, the specific situation will have to be considered. Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas set up the Uzu no Kuni barrier. Under Yoru's shadow, leaving behind a shadow clone, Uchiha Yoru revealed his true form, wearing a mask, and silently made his way to the forest outside the city. In the gloomy jungle, Emi Terumi could only be seen leaning against a large tree, panting heavily, her entire body covered in wounds. Looking around at the sleepy ninjas, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Emi Terumi, you, a ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, have betrayed the village by selling out its intelligence and committing treason. The fourth Mizukage has ordered your body to be recovered. Suddenly, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas betrayed their own village, and judging from the situation, it's clear that these weren't ordinary Hidden Mist Village ninjas, but rather the village's pursuit squad. How infuriating! What betrayal of the village intelligence! Where's the evidence? Emi Terumi, unwilling to accept her fate, cried out in anger. In truth, she knew that since the Mizukage had truly given this order, she had no chance to explain, so she was simply stalling for time. Evidence: the two intelligence reports you passed on were entirely Konoha traps, and they even caused the loss of over 50 ninjas from the village's front lines. Emi Terumi was completely delusional. She had infiltrated the village as a spy, reporting every piece of intelligence she gathered, and now they were accusing her of betraying the village and colluding with Konoha to set a trap. Especially after the sudden betrayal, with the enemy's blade coated with poison, her fighting power was greatly reduced. Weakened, she gasped for breath, and her eyes gradually turned cold. She wasn't stupid. This situation clearly showed she was being framed, or someone was secretly pushing her to her death. Kirigakure no Jetsu Hydrodynamics. Suddenly, a large amount of mist spewed from her mouth. In an instant, the dense mist resounded with the sounds of fierce fighting, and the powerful clash of ninjutsu caused trees in the forest to continuously collapse with a thunderous roar. At the other end of the dense forest, two figures stood tall among the treetops, calmly gazing at the thick fog rising in the distance. Both wore masks. Little Brad, this is Emi Terumi, the Anbu ninja from the Hidden Mist Village who ambushed you last time. This is her intelligence. The relatively large man was Suikazen Fuguki, who showed no shame or humiliation at betraying his own village's ninja. Instead, he coldly continued, "This is the domain of our Hidden Mist Village ninjas. The remaining Hoshigaki Kisame is my capable assistant. You Konoha have sent Sarutobi Shinosuke, but I still need more people. I will give him to you after some time." During this period, their transactions were very simple. Emi Terumi would report the intelligence she gathered online, while Suikazen Fuguki would give the intelligence to Uchiha Yoru. The two conspired to directly devise a plan. Konoha would obtain intelligence from Uchiha Yoru and ambush the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. After several successful attacks, Sarutobi Shinosuke couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, as it at least proved that Uchiha Yoru was very cooperative with him. The fact that Suikazen Fuguki's plan was repeatedly ambushed by Konoha clearly indicates that intelligence was leaked, and all clues point to the source of the information, Emi Terumi. After several setbacks, the evidence now piled up like a mountain, all clues pointing to this Anbu genius. Adding to that, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas had already developed a strong aversion to bloodline ninjas, naturally leading the fourth Mizukage to turn this Anbu genius into a rogue ninja. As for the fourth Mizukage, or rather Obito, he was delighted that the Hidden Mist Village ninja Toichi had killed him, so he naturally wouldn't stop him. On the contrary, he would only add fuel to the fire. Adding to that, Enmei Terumi is currently just a genius, not yet a cage-level powerhouse, who will grow into a peak cage-level expert later on. The Hidden Mist Village's origin master considered this for a moment, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Even an elite jonin wasn't worth the risk, yet Enmei Terumi was branded a rogue ninja. Enmei Terumi. Looking at the intelligence report in his hand, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but let a slow smile curl at the corner of his mouth, his face even showing a cheerful expression. He didn't care what changes would bring. What he wanted was something that suited his own interests. The intelligence report contained simple information about Enmei Terumi and Suikazen Fubuki standing beside him, said in a low voice. Enmei Terumi is an ANBA member of the village. All information about her has been sealed. This is just intelligence we have. The intelligence was so rudimentary that it only included the name, gender, and approximate age, as well as the mission experience of the Anbu. There wasn't even a single photograph. When will I wield my great sword Samehada? Suikazen Fubuki's eyes revealed a fierce anger. It was clear his patience was reaching its limit. In contrast, Uchiha Yoru calmly closed the box in his hand against his chest. The next time you bring out Hoshigaki Kisame, the Samehada Greatsword will once again return to your body. Upon hearing these words, Suikazen Fubuki immediately revealed a murderous intent. Little brat, my patience has its limits. You shouldn't push me. This is intelligence from within the town of Uzu no Kuni. Facing Suikazen Fubuki's anger, Uchiha Yoru calmly took out another piece of intelligence he had prepared beforehand. He naturally knew he couldn't keep demanding everything, so he should offer the other party a little something to eat first. Upon receiving all the intelligence from Konoha, Suikazen Fubuki's anger, though somewhat subdued, still subsided. He merely glanced at the intelligence report before tucking it into his chest pocket. Next time, when you bring Hoshigaki Kisame, I'll bring the Samehada Greatsword with me. Uchiha Yoru calmly stated that his elaborate scheme against Enmei Terumi and Hoshigaki Kisame had two purposes. The first purpose was to conduct an experiment targeting future cage-level powerhouses. One was an important member of the Akatsuki organization, and the other was the future 5th Mizukage. Logically speaking, both of them are individuals possessing great fortune. What would happen if he participated in their rebellion? What would happen if he recaptured them? He wanted to conduct an experiment. His second main purpose was to leave himself a way out. After all, once he had shot an arrow, there was no turning back. If he failed in Konoha, he would face a life of exile in the shinobi world. Because of the saying, a good man needs 3 helping hands, even the Akatsuki members knew how to organize their forces, let alone him. Little devil, next time I hope you don't disappoint me. Suikazen Fubuki revealed a cruel glint in his eyes. He had made up his mind. If the other party still wanted to use this to control him, then he would make this little brat understand the power of rage. Uchiha Nightheart also sneered coldly. The two sides' cooperation was already very fragile, and a slight misstep could easily expose them, something he naturally understood. You seem to want to make the target flee. Just as the two were talking, the thick fog in the distance gradually dissipated, and the sounds of fighting faded away. In the distance, they could see the figures of Hidden Mist Village ninjas chasing after the Anbu. Seeing this scene, Suikazen Fubuki gave a cold laugh, while Uchiha Yoru shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face, and said with a chuckle, "It's all right. As long as the bloodline ninja's body remains, that's fine." Between Enmei Terumi and Hoshigaki Kisame, he preferred Kisame's pure ninja persona. After all, Enmei Terumi could become the 5th Mizukage, so her intellect and tactics were exceptionally extraordinary. Thinking that winning this person over would be extremely difficult, and moreover, he would need to be wary of them later. He decided that if Enmei Terumi were unfortunately killed by a Hidden Mist Village ninja, he would simply have to pick up her corpse. A cold-blooded little devil. Suikazen Fubuki let out a cold sigh, then finally said in a low voice, "Recently, there have been too many deaths and disappearances of bloodline ninjas on the front lines, which has drawn some attention within the village." It was clear that he had begun to not want to cooperate with Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, shrugged casually and said, "It's nothing. When the time comes, just say that based on your investigation, you've tentatively discovered the whereabouts of the Sennin Orochimaru." The two exchanged glances, and seeing Uchiha Yoru's amused expression, Suikazen Fubuki couldn't help but inwardly curse him as shameless. It seems that the teacher himself was brought in for a reason. One reason was to threaten him by saying that he currently had powerful backers, and the other was to use this as an excuse to gloss over the negligence of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. After all, Orochimaru's situation was known to every major ninja village in the shinobi world. Obsessed with the study of Forbidden's techniques and having conducted research on the human body, it was naturally quite normal for him to have ninjas collecting bloodlines on the battlefield. A night breeze swept through the treetops, and under the moonlight, Suikazen Fubuki's figure gradually faded away. Before leaving, he cast a fierce, warning glance at Uchiha Yoru. "Next time, bring me my greatsword, Samehada." After the figure disappeared, Uchiha Yoru gazed at the bright moonlight, a smile playing on his lips as he muttered to himself, "Mei Terumi, what a pity. Let the heavens see if you deserve to live, Zetsu. If you lose your life here, then depending on the amount of luck you provide, I will collect your corpse. If your life isn't at its end, I'll try to see how much luck a future Mizukichi can bring me." A gust of night wind swept through, the treetops rustled and swayed, and the figure had long since disappeared from sight. Early in the morning, the sky was just beginning to turn pale, and a faint mist still enveloped the forest. Hey, wake up! Are you all right?" A drop of dew fell between her eyebrows, and at the sound of a familiar voice calling out, Mei Terumi slowly opened her weary eyes. Her hazy vision gradually cleared, and a familiar face appeared before her. "Are you all right? I see you're covered in injuries, and you were also swept up by the river water." In Mei Terumi's eyes, the opponent was clearly that hateful Uchiha Yoru face. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly found that she couldn't move her entire body, not even her fingertips. Her body stiffened, her head felt hazy and heavy, but Mei Terumi instantly regained her composure, looking at Uchiha Yoru's hateful face. Although he feigned a gentle smile, she was acutely aware of his ruthlessness. She had nearly died at his hands twice. Her voice was hoarse, rising from her vocal cords, and in an instant, a small knife-like pain shot through her throat, causing her unbearable agony, while Uchiha Yoru feigned gentle demeanor. "You must have also been caught in the crossfire of war. This is truly a brutal war." At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, with a gentle smile on his face, sighed and spoke of the cruelty of war. But in Mei Terumi's eyes, it was a bitter remark. "You almost killed me on the battlefield. And that was twice. I am the guardian god Yoru. Rest assured, my carriage is right next to you." Night Guardian. It was then that Mei Terumi noticed the difference in the other person's attire. It was not the usual flashy, simple ninja outfit. Their hair was slightly curly, and a shinobi katana was slung over their back. It was a complete and utter transformation. And then there was that so-called guardian god Yoru that the other party was talking about. In an instant, Mei Terumi realized that Sarutobi Shinosuke, the Konoha frontline leader, had replaced this Uchiha, and it seemed he had been exiled to this place. In an instant, she began to quickly analyze the current situation. She was now clearly labeled a traitor by the village. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pain, but even more so, anger. She absolutely had to catch the person who had secretly plotted against her. I am in. Our trading caravan has been attacked." Her voice weakened, and Mei Terumi spoke haltingly, expending a great deal of energy, and at the same time, she felt that the mask on her face had shattered during last night's battle, revealing her true appearance. In an instant, a cold laugh welled up in her heart. "You're the guardian. Even if you turn to ashes, I'd still recognize you, Uchiha Yoru. You may not recognize me, but I recognize you. Don't say anything yet. Let me treat you first." The guardian god, with a concerned and smiling expression, appeared as if he were a kind and benevolent person, and began bandaging the other person's wounds. What was the enemy's purpose in disguising themselves like that? And what prospect was there of saving her? Beauty? No, that's not right. While Mei Terumi was silently speculating about the other party's purpose, Guardian Yorichi, while bandaging her wounds, gently said, "Don't be afraid. I'm a blacksmith. I heard there's an abundance of refined iron and chakra metals here, so I came to buy some." "Yes, are you from around here?" The Night Guardian's seemingly unsurprising questioning instantly startled Mei Terumi. It turned out he wanted to investigate whether she was a local resident, and if so, to use her identity to discreetly infiltrate the area without arousing suspicion. Having instantly guessed the other party's thoughts, Mei Terumi said weakly and hoarsely, "I am from Nishiyama village, but our village was destroyed by war some time ago." At this point, a sorrowful expression appeared on her face, and she noticed a flicker of joy in Uchiha Yoru's eyes when he heard her say she was a local. "Indeed. It's nothing, but your injuries are quite serious, and you seem to have been poisoned. Let me help you to the carriage first." Uchiha Yoruichi, with her gentle, kind, and open smile, was clearly acting as if she had her own agenda. Mei Terumi's current condition was not only severely wounded, but also deeply poisoned, rendering her completely immobile. She could only pretend to be an ordinary injured person. That was her character. The role that Uchiha Yoru plays is that of a blacksmith who comes here to buy refined iron and some chakra metal. In Mei Terumi's eyes, the opponent needed to use her identity to infiltrate the city, and similarly, she wanted to use this opportunity to conceal herself, planning her next move after her wounds healed. Moreover, the other party clearly doesn't know my identity. Mei Terumi, feigning weakness, pretended to faint, while Uchiha Yoru, observing Mei Terumi, had her own plans in mind. The wound was severe, and he was unable to move, but the toxins he had refined from his own body a few days ago were enough for you to drink a whole bottle of. Thinking about recruiting the future 5th Mizukage, of course, given that he's already a rogue ninja, there's almost no chance, but he's not as easy to recruit as Giran. Since you haven't reached a dead end, perhaps this time I can add you to the meticulously crafted script. I've already laid the stage, just waiting for the supporting actors to take the stage one by one. I hope you don't disappoint me." He also wanted to challenge and subdue the future 5 great ninja villages, hoping to gather as much luck and fortune as possible. Izu no Kuni, a town located outside a small mountain village. Outside, in the dilapidated small wooden house, sunlight streamed down, illuminating the courtyard. In the hearth, heat radiated waves, and a half-naked figure stood exposed to the air, sweating profusely under the intense heat. His strong physique glowed with a strange radiance in the sunlight. The door of the room was held by a tall, slender young woman, approximately 1.74 meters tall, who was now shyly smiling as she looked at the man in the courtyard. She had bright blue eyes, long curly hair with brown streaks, her right eye partially obscured by her hair, and pink lips. Everywhere you look, the beautiful young woman is revealed, but it's clearly a scene of 10 points of warmth. After the two look at each other, they both smile, but each has their own ulterior motives. "Min, it's hot here. You should stay away. I've made some hot porridge. You should rest for a while first." A heartwarming scene, reminiscent of a loving couple, but in that instant, Mei Terumi's lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Guardian Yoru. Haha, Uchiha Yoru, you never thought you'd fall into my hands, did you? I won't let you off the hook for that last time when I nearly killed you with those 2 swords." It was clear that Mei Terumi thought that the previous time she wore a mask, the other party wouldn't recognize her, unaware that she had long since recognized this seemingly innocent Uchiha Yoru. As Uchiha Yoru bowed his head, preparing to pour the refined molten iron into the container, a similar smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "You think I don't know. You think you're the fisherman, but you don't realize you've already become the prey. The praying mantis catches the golden oriole at its rear." For the next 2 weeks, the Night Guardian pretended not to belong in this place and, taking advantage of the other party's familiarity with the area, secretly traveled through each village, buying up some and other surpluses. For men, although there were people speculating on refined iron in the towns, it was quite expensive. It was better to go to each village to buy it, refine it, and then resell it in the towns for profit. In this way, both of them believed they had disguised their identities very well, and for the next half-month, each of them pursued their own agendas. The front door swung open, revealing a simple square table. Mei Terumi, slightly embarrassed, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a hint of the unassuming charm of an ordinary woman. "I'm clumsy with my hands, so the food will be simple." Mei Terumi's current identity is that of a merchant whose entire family perished in the flames of war after being attacked. She is now all alone. This is her current status. In Mei Terumi's eyes, Yoru, or rather Uchiha Yoru, was a spy disguised as someone who had come here to buy refined iron, secretly gathering information. The two of them seemed to transform into ordinary people. The only sounds at the table were the two of them chewing slowly and swallowing, until after the food was finished. Emi Terumi revealed a gentle smile. Yoru, I'm going to wash the dishes. Wait a moment. Within half a month, both sides had become quite familiar with each other, naturally within the confines of disguising their identities. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru's expression showed a hint of hesitation as she said, "Wait a moment." Emi Terumi, without showing any emotion, displayed a look of curiosity, but in reality, she was secretly on guard, wondering if she would reveal the truth. Uchiha Yoru's face showed a hint of hesitation, and finally, he seemed afraid to look up at the other person. This place is a bit unsafe lately. Why don't you leave here first? Such a statement suddenly seemed a little abrupt, and Emi Terumi was startled. However, several thoughts flashed through her mind, but when she saw the other person's anxious eyes, her heart immediately skipped a beat. Could it be? Could it be this little devil? Although they were clearly the same age, the woman matured earlier, regardless of whether it was psychological or physical. Emi Terumi's eyes widened instantly, and then, after thinking of something, she immediately pinched herself, instantly feigning a blush. Yoru, where am I going alone? A single sentence shattered the already stifling atmosphere, leaving it somewhat dull and awkward. After a long pause, Emi Terumi slowly rose and began gathering the dishes and chopsticks from the table, her head bowed, revealing her flushed ears. A smug smile spread through his heart. You nearly killed me twice before, and this time you're probably doomed. I really want to see what kind of expression you'll have when you find out the truth. Just as Emi Terumi reached out to collect the dishes and chopsticks in front of Uchiha Yoru, Uchiha Yoru suddenly extended his hand, grabbed her wrist, and instantly recoiled as if electrocuted. Taking advantage of me. Emi Terumi lowered her head, a trace of anger showing, but what happened next left her somewhat at a loss. Min, there's something I can't reveal to you because it would put you in danger. This place might not be very safe. I'll arrange for you to leave here in a few days. She revealed a hint of difficulty in her tone, and the latter half of the sentence brooked no refusal, directly making a decision for her. Uchiha Yoru pretended to be someone who couldn't tell him something, but that was for his own good. Where do you want to take me? Bowing her head, Emi Terumi feigned a dejected expression, silently gathering the dishes and chopsticks while inquiring. The land of fire. You'll be relatively safe there. Fire Nation. Upon hearing this, Emi Terumi felt a little flustered. Seeing the other person silent, bowed head, as if hiding something, she felt even more confused. That's impressive. You're an elite ninja, aren't you? You won't actually get away with it. As ninjas carrying out covert missions, contact with the local people is unavoidable. They may use their disguises to interact with the locals and gather intelligence, but ninjas must also remember one thing. All of this is a lie. The current situation seems like the enemy has truly arrived. Moreover, they don't want to drag her into a place of chaos, right? Uchiha Yoru raised his head, revealing a serious expression. At this moment, he seemed to have figured something out, and his resolute expression made Emi Terumi's heart feel somewhat uneasy. If you want to go home, I will hire someone to escort you back. If you are willing to return to the Fire Kingdom and wait for me, then I will tell you everything. That's quite something. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, even though his face was disguised, it's undeniable that his handsome appearance was still irresistible. Moreover, at this moment, she suddenly realized that although he was a very powerful ninja, he was still a young boy the same age as her. Having just graduated, he joined the Three Great Ninja Wars. After the end of the Nine-Tails Rebellion, he returned to the front lines. Following the Orochimaru incident, he became a young, talented ninja who commanded a significant territory. But actually, thinking about it a little, Uchiha Yoru, this young man of similar age to her, had mostly survived a war and had never experienced the warmth of home. Emi Terumi's mind raced with all the information about the other party, and she was secretly astonished. Could it be that her demure and gentle demeanor, disguised as a person, had actually captivated the other party? It doesn't seem impossible. After all, ninjas are human. Many cold-blooded and ruthless ninjas suddenly change when they encounter certain people, sometimes even becoming completely like an ordinary village woman on a mission, but that's just unreasonable. In this distorted ninja world, ninjas are both powerful and possess an extremely sensitive heart. The more powerful they are, the more lonely they become internally. If anyone touches their softest spot, extremely unusual behavior will occur. Well, haha, I just wanted to ask you something, don't mind me. After seemingly receiving no reply for half a day, Uchiha Yoru scratched his head, revealing a carefree smile. As if everything that had just happened was insignificant. He waved his hand dismissively, further revealing the disappointment hidden in his eyes. Under the other person's gaze, he quietly slipped a beautifully prepared gift box back into his jacket pocket. I'll wait for you. Emi Terumi bowed her head, uttered those words, then picked up her bowl and chopsticks and turned to wash her face and rinse her mouth, while Uchiha Yoru showed an excited expression. Min, after we finish gathering everything today, I'll take you to the city center. A relieved chuckle echoed around them, but as soon as the two turned their backs, Kakuzu's mouth curled into a confident grin. It was unusual to see him keep the fire burning quietly today. The two of them, steering the horse-drawn carriage, slowly made their way towards the town. Following closely behind Mbi Terumi, who remained disguised, Uchiha Yoru entered the town and, like any ordinary person, began purchasing supplies needed for their urgent journey. After washing her clothes, packing some dried food, and gathering a few daily necessities, Mbi Terumi felt a little conflicted. However, her ninja instincts kept her calm and prevented her from being swayed by these things. All of this is simply because the opponent doesn't know her true identity. If they did, she'd probably be stabbed again. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the town became bustling with activity. Everywhere you looked, children were playing and arguing as they followed their parents out. Although this city was chaotic, it also had its own local inhabitants. Min, I'm going to take you to something fun. Uchiha Yoru looked up at the sky, a faint smile appearing on his face, and then turned around to hold the other person tightly. Their hands touched briefly, and he feigned a shy, averted gaze, pretending not to be able to look at her. When she didn't respond with a refusal, a smile spread across his face. Following closely behind Mbi Terumi, she took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Stay calm. My injuries haven't healed yet. Wait until I'm better, then I'll find an opportunity to take revenge. Boss, 2 horses. No offense, but there's only 1 horse for this round. Otherwise, you 2 young men could just sit together. The dazzling lights of the Ferris wheel had startled Mbi Terumi. He hadn't expected the other party to bring her to this place. It was quite unexpected. As a child, I always wanted to play, but unfortunately, my family was quite strict. As if she had almost let something slip, Uchiha Yoru quickly changed her tone and put on a smile. Mbi Terumi, upon hearing this, also smiled. The other person's words suggested that the clan was quite strict. Considering the Uchiha clan's arrogant nature, it was indeed possible. In the same place, Uchiha Yoru seemed afraid of being rejected, speaking in a joking tone, while Mbi Terumi smiled gently and nodded slightly, her heart feeling somewhat complicated at that moment. 2 swords clashed, almost fatally, fueling intense hatred. Moreover, her opponent was a Konoha ninja, and she herself was in a difficult situation, having clearly become a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village. No, this person might be the breakthrough point. She absolutely must find the evidence to prove her innocence. A white horse was on its back. Mbi Terumi followed closely behind, and an unusual aura emanated from behind her. It was clear that both of them were somewhat stiff in their movements. As the music played and faded, the dazzling lights flickered in their eyes, but neither of them had their minds on the present moment. The cheerful music subsided, and after a ride of no more than 5 minutes, as the carousel stopped, Uchiha Yoru whispered, "Wait here for me first. I'll go buy something and be right back." The joyful laughter of the children subsided, the carousel slowly began to sway again, and after she saw the other person hand the owner a piece of paper with money on it, the other person smiled, greeted her, and then ran off down the other side of the street. What kind of person are you, really? A pair of delicate hands grasped the metal of the carousel, and amidst the innocent music and the sounds of joyful laughter, Mbi Terumi saw countless smiling faces. each innocent child's face filled with pure smiles. This particular smiling face captivated her somewhat. The ninja village of the Hidden Mist was steeped in repression. She rarely saw smiling faces there. Even 5- or 6-year-old children would cover their faces and appear cautiously restrained when going out. Self-taught ninjas from the Hidden Mist village turned it into a village steeped in repressed killing. Perhaps we are all powerless to control our own destiny. Thinking back to her own childhood and recalling what Uchiha Yuru had just said, Mei Terumi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What kind of childhood did the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village have? As a genius, she joined the Anbu at a young age, spending her days in the shadows, and her missions were mostly assassination missions. The joyful laughter subsided, and the innocent, smiling faces of the people around her began to ease the heavy pressure weighing on Mei Terumi's heart. Her beautiful blue eyes gradually became more and more enchanting. Rebellious, now in this situation, at this moment she seemed to relax, immersed in the most childlike laughter. But then, after Uchiha Yuru entered a shop for cover, his figure instantly disappeared, only to reappear in a dark corner. Two figures met. One was Sesumaru in disguise, the other was his night guardian. The two looked at each other, their gazes sweeping across the surroundings, then stopping abruptly, and they saw Sesumaru gradually begin to turn into wood. Would release, would clone technique, would release, would clone, a similar ability to shadow clone, but the wood clone is extremely lifelike, making it impossible for ordinary people to see through. Primarily used for investigation. After using this clone technique, the original body will be able to absorb all the memories and insights gained during that time, just like the clones. After holding power for such a long time, and having recruited many talented ninjas or important ninjas to participate in missions in Konoha, the luck gold coins finally broke through to 6. Furthermore, after being drugged by Tsunade some time ago, he gritted his teeth and decided to exchange for this Forbidden's jutsu as soon as possible. Forbidden's technique, Demonic Seed Net Technique Improved Version, exchange for 5 luck coins. Assisting Orochimaru's research lab, he had secretly obtained the first Hokage's would release cells. Some time ago, he used Forbidden's techniques to absorb would release cells, naturally awakening his would release bloodline. However, his current would release bloodline is probably only comparable to that of Yamato, who transformed into a green being. Forbidden's jutsu, the demonic seed technique, confuse a ninja or summoning beast with the user's own body, giving them abilities, and can even fuse bloodline limits. Derived from the theatrical version of Hiroko, it relies on this Forbidden's technique to steal for bloodline abilities. Only the final one is needed to achieve perfection. Forbidden's magic, demon seed technique. This Forbidden's technique, once completed, can grant one 5 types of bloodline abilities. And it is even said that completing the final step can lead to immortality. If that's true, then calling this jutsu the strongest jutsu wouldn't be enough. Not only can it steal powerful bloodlines, but it can also bring all 5 types back to itself and grant immortality. But in truth, this Forbidden's technique still has problems. First, let's talk about immortality. Why can stealing 5 types of bloodlines grant immortality? That simply doesn't make sense. Upon receiving this Forbidden's technique and studying it, Uchiha Yuru revealed a contemptuous smile. He thought immortal life is merely a predicted advancement in life after 5 bloodline abilities merge throughout the body. It's just a prediction. Just like the so-called final level of the great shifting of heaven and earth technique, even its creator hasn't mastered it. It's merely a prediction. But stealing bloodlines also has its drawbacks. Can bloodlines be easily stolen? Certainly not. But Uchiha Yuru still chose this Forbidden's technique that he had planned for a long time. Look, someone's staring at me. In the dimly lit corner, Uchiha Yuru once again created a wooden clone that resembled Sesumaru. After exchanging glances, Sesumaru was the first to leave, as he was surrounded by 2 powerful cage-level experts, making it the easiest for him to expose any weaknesses. It's impossible not to mention the amazing aspect of ninjutsu, the ability to exchange information so quickly. In the gloomy corner, Uchiha Yuru gazed at the wooden statue before him and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "The drawback of the wood clone technique is that it leaves behind traces. The clone will disappear after being dispelled." Conversely, although the wooden body is based on research into the clone, compensating for some of the clone's weaknesses in withstanding attacks, it also suffers from the drawback of the wooden sculpture left behind after dispelled. His hand struck the wooden sculpture on his shoulder, and instantly, with practiced lightning release chakra, it swept down. In an instant, this solid wooden statue turned into dust, and in a gust of wind, all traces vanished without a trace. The memories he had retrieved made him look pensive, and finally, he let out a cold laugh. Looking at it, there are already people who can't wait to climb onto my stage, and it just so happens that the main character I've prepared is in the right place. Uchiha Yori chuckled to himself, feeling the changes in his body. Trying to trace back his bloodline, he realized that his Uchiha bloodline should actually be Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki bloodline and the Otsutsuki descendants clearly comprise 6 clans. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Hyuga clan, the Heitsutsuki clan on the moon, and the Kaguya clan. 2 unidentified clans remain, the Hagoromo clan and the Kinkaku Ginkaku clan. Even with all that knowledge, the shinobi world still holds countless secrets. Uchiha Yori muttered to himself, after all, anime couldn't possibly tell the whole story in my previous life. The shinobi world has too many secrets. However, there was one thing he could be certain of. The fusion of Uchiha and Senju bloodlines could absolutely produce a conflicting effect. The combined power of the Uchiha and Senju clans is known as the Universal Realm, or perhaps it should be enhanced with Asura and Indra Chakra, but I believe it's not just these things. In Uchiha Yori's eyes, a light of ambition shone. Since he fused with the Senju bloodline and activated wood release, although its power was only at the level of the Yamato level, he could already feel the recent changes in his body. His chakra reserves, which had already stabilized, suddenly began to increase dramatically again. Now he can feel the changes in his body every day. At the same time, his physical abilities were enhanced beyond the ordinary, and every aspect showed that his bloodline had undergone evolution. Therefore, the correct path is the Otsutsuki bloodline, or more accurately, the atavistic bloodline. Uchiha Yori muttered to himself, what I need isn't a bloodline, but a true bloodline. The Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Kaguya bloodlines merged together, and with the addition of his own Uchiha, the perfect fusion would surely lead to a return to his ancestral lineage, transforming him into an Otsutsuki bloodline, and simultaneously granting him immense power. More importantly, Heitsutsuki Kaguya, despite being sealed for over 1,000 years, shows no signs of aging. Whether this is due to the divine tree or her own abilities, he doesn't know for sure. But one thing he can be certain of is that Heitsutsuki Kaguya is not yet the reason. His plan to betray his ancestors not only grants him immense power, but also seems to grant him immortality. Even a long lifespan would be quite good. Looking at this forbidden's technique, it seems most suitable for me. Uchiha Yori revealed a satisfied smile. If he were to casually steal this forbidden's jutsu's bloodline, it might integrate into his body, but it would only be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Conversely, the fusion of Uchiha and Senju resulted in a ratio of 1 + 1 = 3, or even greater than 3. What we need to do now is first adapt to the changes in our bodies. The combined power of the Uchiha and Senju clans is immense. The momentary clash of their forces caused his chakra to surge dramatically, and this was the most direct effect. But similarly, he could sense another kind of change in his body, which was due to overeating. The Uchiha and Senju powers were compatible, but had not yet completely merged into a new power. Therefore, it was best for him not to merge with other bloodlines. Otherwise, it will only produce counterproductive results, potentially prolonging or even having the opposite effect. As the carousel bounced up, Tsunade's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. How could you treat a girl like that? Even though she was a child now, you couldn't always bring her here. Go? Hearing the cold voice, the young Tsunade immediately broke into a smile, jumped down from the wooden horse, and ran towards them with a lively demeanor. During this period, a subtle transformation seemed to occur between the two of them. Tsunade could clearly sense it. It seemed the other person trusted her, gradually beginning to see her as someone they could rely on. This kind of transformation filled her heart with complexities, and she didn't know what to do. Finally, Tsunade inwardly sighed, deciding that she would leave this place after finding her grandfather's weapon, treating this journey as if she were just a passerby. And so, Sasumaru, carrying Tsunade one small walked one after the other towards the distant hotel, brushing past Mei Terumi, who was still riding the carousel. Or perhaps both sides saw it, but didn't pay attention. At this moment, Mei Terumi was somewhat mesmerized by this innocent laughter. It's undeniable that Uchiha Yori chose a location to meet his clone, even selecting them to be together, showing not the slightest fear of any unforeseen circumstances. Under the moonlight, Tsunade, who had been feigning innocence all day, looked at the figure walking ahead with a somewhat complicated expression. Although she was a ninja, she knew perfectly well that all of this was a pretense. But humans are all wonderful creatures, and it seems she has no worries at all, especially since she even has a cold-faced, warm-hearted person to play with her. Although she still felt a little regretful that it had been a long time since she had indulged in those two addictions, the current relaxed state of mind gave her a lingering feeling of contentment. A sigh escaped her lips. After all, flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water are like bubbles that will eventually burst. Perhaps it was best for her to silently leave, turning this experience into a memory. The other end. Right? As the Ferris wheel came to a stop, Uchiha Yoro appeared before them, and the two exchanged joyful smiles. Having been gone for such a long time, it seems they were carrying out some kind of secret mission that cannot be revealed to anyone. Although she was constantly speculating inwardly, Mei Terumi maintained a cheerful expression on her face. At that moment, Uchiha Yoro's gentle smile softened, and she slowly took out a sachet. "Min, this scented sachet is for you." Looking at the red sachet embroidered with exquisite patterns and emitting a faint fragrance, Mei Terumi smiled, her slender fingers tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. After accepting the sachet, she softly said, "Thank you. It's late. We're going home." Starlight shimmered under the Yoro curtain, and a horse-drawn carriage carrying a couple slowly made its way out of the town. This scene was filled with warmth. Konoha Base. "Shinizuke, here's the latest news. The Uchiha clan's brat sent word that he wants us to escort a girl back to the Land of Fire." Looking at the intelligence report in his hand, Sarutobi revealed a cold smile. "You're saying this is the enemy deliberately revealing a weakness, or that they're serious?" Sarutobi Shinizuke frowned after hearing this and said in a low voice, "What do you want to say?" "What did I say? The first Hokage's weapon is clearly something the Hidden Cloud Village wants to use to stir up chaos. Now the Hidden Cloud Village people have made it clear that if we are willing to hand over this person, the first Hokage's weapon will be easily obtained, and at the same time, their Hidden Cloud Village will withdraw from this place." At this point, Sarutobi's eyes gleamed with greed. "Shinizuke, those who achieve great things must make sacrifices. By abandoning a mere Uchiha brat, we've gained a much better outcome." Bearing the name of the first Hokage's weapon, glory was bestowed upon him, and at the same time, Uzu no Kuni repelled a powerful force from his territory. "Shut up!" Sarutobi, the more he spoke, the bolder he became, causing Sarutobi Shinizuke to immediately turn away, yell loudly, and glare with wide eyes. At that moment, a fire of anger blazed in his eyes, but Sarutobi, undeterred, sneered, "As a high-ranking ninja, you're not an ordinary ninja. If you're so easily angered by even this small sacrifice, how will you ever become Hokage? Do you even know what you're saying?" Sarutobi Shinizuke's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. "Are you insane? Don't you know Uchiha Yoro's status within the Uchiha clan?" "I naturally know, but how do you feel about the position of Hokage compared to that? Or rather, is sacrificing him alone on the front lines to eliminate a major enemy?" Sarutobi Shinizuke fell silent, and after a long while, he raised his head and said in a hoarse, low voice, "What are you planning to do?" Seeing this scene, Sarutobi's lips immediately curved into a slow smile. She knew her husband was smitten. "Shinizuke, you will be the Hokage of Konoha in the future, a being who basks in the sunlight. You cannot do these things. I think perhaps Root is not a bad choice at all. After all, this is the meaning of Root's existence, isn't it?" With a meaningful smile, Sarutobi Shinizuke fell silent, and after a long pause, he uttered a single sentence. "I pretend I know nothing about this." Sarutobi smiled, and after seeing her husband's agreement, she nodded with a relieved smile and said, "Don't worry, you don't need to be too concerned about this. Today, our detectives have sent us some interesting intelligence. You arranged for that Uchiha brat to be secretly using another identity to coordinate operations outside." While the two were chatting, they were unaware that a sinister Sharingan was silently revealing its ferocity beneath the cover of night. The Guardian's true identity was discovered, or rather, Uchiha Yoro deliberately revealed himself in order to lure the hidden forces into action. When you lure the snake out of its hole, whether you can kill it or get attacked by the viper depends entirely on your own tactics. Konoha Route. In the gloomy secret chamber, Shimura Danzu looked at the intelligence reports coming from the front lines and couldn't help but examine them himself late at night, as this intelligence revealed a crucial figure at the top. After unfolding the intelligence scroll, he read through its contents, and a cold smile slowly formed on his lips. As expected of a wicked woman, you actually thought you could use my power to deal with that brat from the Uchiha clan. But do you really think the position of Hokage is that easy to obtain? With a mocking laugh, even Shimura Danzu, lurking in the shadows, showed a hint of contempt towards Sarutobi Shinosuke and his wife. He felt their strength was insufficient to match his own. I agree that the route front line can be under your command. In return, I will offer you my genius Uchiha Sharingan this time. Shimura Danzu was filled with contempt for this calculated scheme on the front lines. Did he really think that such a lack of decisiveness would allow him to easily ascend to the position of Hokage? Ridiculous! The intention is good, but boasting about one's achievements is all nonsense. Without considering one's actual strength, how can one gain the trust of the village's strongmen? He understood this principle even himself. Otherwise, why would he have started researching Hashirama's cells before his body began to weaken, and even experimented on himself? Uchiha. At this moment, Shimura Danzu narrowed one eye, revealing a cold glint. When he began to suspect that the Uchiha clan possessed another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, what had happened was unstoppable. Ultimately, the seeds of doubt, once planted, are destined to take root and sprout. Even if they wither, they will still be a thorn in the heart. Aburang Longma, you secretly dispatch people to keep a close watch on him. I want to know exactly how far this brat Uchiha Yoru Sharingan has progressed. Yes. Following Shimura Danzu's hoarse voice that echoed through the gloomy secret chamber, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, respectfully nodding before vanishing. Mangekyo, right now the most suspicious person is Uchiha Fugaku, and the other one is you. Thinking of the Mangekyo Sharingan's immense power, Shimura Danzu's eyes gleamed with greed. Uchiha Fugaku's status was somewhat special. After all, he was the head of a clan, and his own strength was already formidable. He would almost never leave the village unless there was a major event. Therefore, it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to test the waters, so he shifted his suspicion to Uchiha Yoru, which he could use to investigate further. Among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yoru is undoubtedly the most dazzling genius at the moment, so much so that his appearance has overshadowed the original genius of Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, Shimura Danzu's skepticism about Uchiha Yoru's ability to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan is understandable. The Orochimaru incident likely led to this significant emotional turmoil. Even Uchiha Shisui, according to the investigation, although his strength was not bad, the level of suspicion against him was minimal. Without mentioning the death of a close friend, how could you talk about the impact of the Orochimaru incident? At most, he was just a subordinate. How could he be compared to Uchiha Yoru? Something happened to Orochimaru, and Uchiha Shisui, that little brat, with his fluctuating emotions, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nonsense, they're not father and son, and Uchiha Yoru is still his student, after all. As the beautiful sunlight shone down, the warmth in the village revealed a sense of unease. Night! In the otherwise peaceful room, two masked figures in black appeared. They were root members. One of them even held a kunai to Emi Terumi's neck. This sudden scene that morning astonished everyone. Emi Terumi's face showed a look of fear, but inwardly she was utterly terrified. Root. So it was Konoha Root who was involved. What exactly is going on? What is Root's purpose in using her to threaten Uchiha Yoru? Could there be evidence that she didn't betray the Hidden Mist village? Uchiha Yoru, who had just returned from fetching water outside, entered the room and, upon seeing this scene, his face immediately darkened. Your actions have gone too far. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru no longer disguised himself, directly revealing his powerful aura, but the two root ninjas only had cold eyes, like robots, facing a threat to their lives with only contempt. Uchiha Yoru, based on our intelligence, we've discovered that you and the Hidden Mist village ninja Tsukazan Fubuki have been exchanging intelligence. We now suspect you're colluding with the enemy and betraying your village. If you don't want anything to happen to her, then please don't make any rash moves. First, they directly stated their reason for attacking, followed by a threat. At the same time, one root ninja was forcing himself on Mei Terumi, while the other was on guard. As root ninjas who had trained them, they would never lower their guard, using people to intimidate the enemy. What if the enemy actually retaliates? Root's training has never been careless. Are we colluding with the enemy? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru immediately let out a cold laugh. Since you have intelligence, you should know what I'm doing. Suikazen Fuguki and my intelligence agents are in contact, and in order to eliminate the opposition, I will spare no effort in eliminating the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. You root intelligence agents should be aware that among the Hidden Mist Village ninja pursuing the troops, there's a ninja skilled in lava release. Therefore, you should investigate thoroughly whether this ninja has disappeared. At this point, Uchiha Yoru became even more enraged, slamming his hand on the table. He glared at the two root ninjas, gritting his teeth, and said, "You didn't see me shedding blood for the village, but you see this small matter. Go back and tell those old guys behind your backs that Suikazen Fuguki's Shinobugatana Samihata has fallen into my hands. I'm using it to suppress the enemy. Only Suikazen Fuguki would betray the village's interests. Do you think victory on the front lines is real? That's great." This huge outburst came later. Root and the other two ninjas were alright. After all, their emotions had long since faded from their training. But Mei Terumi, being forced into this situation, had her pupils widen. Damn it! The truth is revealed. I wasted my time thinking you weren't so bad. It turns out handsome guys aren't reliable, especially those from the Uchiha clan. After working for half a day, you've ruined me so badly. Just thinking about how she'd fallen to the fate of a rogue ninja, Mei Terumi's eyes immediately welled up with tears. This Uchiha is truly narrow-minded. It's merely because she and others conspired to set up an ambush. But this is a battlefield. Besides, you stabbed me twice, and you, with such childish intentions, want to threaten Suikazen Fuguki to frame me, Yoru. At this moment, Mei Terumi's heart was filled with mixed emotions, both sweet and bitter. Tears of an indescribable taste streamed down her beautiful eyes, especially after everything that had happened recently. Although she harbored a demonic ancestor in her heart, she was truly moved by this peaceful life. The current situation told her that the mastermind behind all of this was none other than the enemy. Mei Terumi's eyes immediately welled up with bloodshot veins, and she nearly lashed out at someone. "Men, don't be afraid. They wouldn't dare harm you. Rest assured, I will definitely rescue you." At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's concern was completely revealed on her face, and it was in this instant that Mei Terumi, while furious, secretly made a firm decision in her heart. Good. Now that the culprit has been found, they shouldn't blame her. At this moment, she was still thinking about turning against them and letting them fight amongst themselves like dogs, but now she doesn't think that way anymore. She also wants to carefully watch this drama unfold, preferably by provoking a fight between the two sides. The two root ninjas exchanged glances after hearing this, and the leader said coldly, "Uchiha Yoru, we will report your words to your superiors tomorrow morning, 30 miles west of the city." Seeing the two root ninjas about to leave, Uchiha Yoru's face immediately turned pale. He wanted to attack, but his eyes were fixed on Mei Terumi, and in the end, he could only say coldly, "This has nothing to do with her. Let her go. There's an order from above. All you need to do is be at the western gate of the city 30 miles away by noon tomorrow, sir." The two root members resembled identical mechanical puppets, their eyes filled with only cold indifference, and simultaneously, they both gripped kunai with the same imposing aura. Finally, as Uchiha Yoru's eyes darkened, the two root ninjas who had abducted the hostage disappeared from sight. Although Mei Terumi was forced down with a panicked expression on her face, she was secretly calculating and preparing to unleash a counterattack with her chakra at any moment. But just as she hesitated to launch a counterattack, a sudden roar echoed from afar. Mei Terumi narrowed her eyes. What exactly were the Konoha people planning? Root. Could there be some connection between these things? Moreover, given her current status, she's a rogue ninja. Thinking this, Mei Terumi, under duress, secretly formed a hand seal. As the two root ninjas forcibly took her away, a puddle slowly appeared on the damp ground, and the puddle gradually condensed into a human-like figure. Water release, water clone. Tomorrow we'll probably know the whole truth. and that will also be the time for me to return to the hidden mist village. Emi Terumi watched as her own being, forcibly dragged away, walked into the distance, a cold glint appearing in her emerald green eyes. Glancing back at the direction of that fake house in the distance, Emi Terumi gritted her teeth and said, "Uchiha clan. You stabbed me twice and turned me into a rogue ninja. This time, I won't let you get away with it." After saying those words, Emi Terumi instantly transformed into a black shadow and disappeared into the forest in another direction. As she left, a face slowly emerged from behind the tree trunk. A pair of eyes watched the receding figure before slowly re-entering the tree. But the rooms were far away in the courtyard. The fire had gone out, and Uchiha Yoru, with a grim expression, locked the front door of the house. After the wood clone was dispelled, his memories instantly flooded back, and a slow smile formed on his lips. He wasted all his effort dropping such a large amount of bait. The smell of the fish should have drawn them all. Town Hotel. At that moment, Sasumaru looked at an envelope on the table, while Kakuzu beside him also wore a gloomy expression. "This little girl has been tied up and taken away, leaving you alone to go 30 miles west of the city by noon tomorrow." Staying alone in the hotel, no one expected to be kidnapped. But at this moment, although Sasumaru's expression was gloomy, he was secretly overjoyed. "As expected, you haven't disappointed me after all. You've been keeping a close eye on my whereabouts, and with just a slight hint, this fish has taken the bait. For this mission, I'm giving you all of my current reward." Without a word, he directly pulled out a leather briefcase. The bright green cash, though tempting, was enough to satisfy Kakuzu, whose ingrained sense of propriety was deeply rooted in his being. He stared intently at his client. Sasumaru didn't hesitate either, directly saying in a cold voice, "I'll go alone, you stay behind and cover. If we can fight, we'll join forces. If not, you take them and leave." Kakuzu was stunned. He even doubted he had misheard. Isn't it just kidnapping a girl? Of course, he can understand that some of the ruthless and heartless ninjas in the shinobi world might suddenly have their softest spot touched, causing some changes. But you can't just go completely insane right now. How can one person suddenly turn into two? Not bad to individuals. Just then, the window slowly opened and a figure walked in. Seeing this, Kakuzu stared at the person in front of him in astonishment. Don't be surprised. You'll know tomorrow this is a different person's photo. A picture, drawn by hand, was handed to Kakuzu, and Uchiha Yoru and Sasumaru sat side by side. Kakuzu, still bewildered, realized that he had one more person on his team. "This place costs 300,000. If you can't do it, you don't need to worry about me. Just protect the two of them and take them directly to Chia Kingdom. Please give them this 300,000. No need to pay attention to me." The single word I made Kakuzu look at the two people in front of him with a hint of surprise. Then a look of sudden understanding appeared on his face. "You two are one person." After Uchiha Yoru and Sasumaru nodded in agreement, Kakuzu couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. "I've lived for decades, and I've seen plenty of lechers, even those willing to sacrifice themselves for women. But this is the first time I've encountered someone like you. Using a doppelganger to simultaneously impersonate two girls, and doing so with sincerity, that's impressive." Looking at the picture in his hand, Kakuzu, over 80 years old, although devoid of any feelings for women due to his training in forbiddance techniques, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After all, he still possessed the ability to judge a woman's beauty. One is a blonde girl, the other is a mature woman. The girl following behind Sasumaru wasn't just a blonde girl with twin ponytails, but a dignified, mature woman full of charm. It was truly impressive how the Tokuma fish could be captured, making even the 80-year-old Kakuzu feel a sense of awe. The world of the rich certainly knows how to have fun. Even the inventor of this jutsu probably wouldn't have imagined that it could be used in this way. Truly, knowledge is boundless, and today I've learned something new. Spending the same amount of time using two clones simultaneously, each with a different style only, mature woman, there's something for everyone, one outside the city and one inside. Seeing Kakuzu's knowing gaze, Uchiha Yoru was momentarily speechless, his eyelids twitching. He wanted to say something, but it seemed he had no way to explain. "You don't understand." Finally, Uchiha Yoru let out a deep sigh and said something, and Kakuzu naturally nodded in agreement with this point of view. though he himself truly didn't understand it. Uchiha Yoru shook his head again. You understand, beauty is certainly important, but he doesn't have the time or inclination to make such a big fuss about it. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses immense power. What's the point of relying on others for support? He immediately wanted to give Kakuzu a lesson. Emi Terumi had a brilliant future. Tsunade had immense fame, wealth, and the strength of a cage-level expert. Both of them possessed bright personalities and unwavering determination. Although his status was not inferior compared to his ambition, taking shortcuts at certain times was truly the quickest way to achieve success. Soft rice? This is just a shortcut. There was a shortcut, but they didn't take it. They deserved to be struck down by lightning. He had always believed that lies would eventually be exposed, and that open deception was the best strategy. Therefore, Emi Terumi absolutely had to reveal his collusion with Suikazen Fuguki. Otherwise, if the situation escalated later, it would become his weakness. As for Tsunade, she has nothing to show for it. Now, compared to Emi Terumi, everything she should have revealed has been exposed. So they already knew each other's identities. Who said that? As long as my character doesn't fall apart. No, I must be that kind of person. I didn't know it at first, but later I seemed to discover the traces left behind. I'll go downstairs to get ready. Upon receiving the money, Kakuzu secretly decided that this time he would lend a hand. After all, such a generous client was rare. After Kakuzu left, Uchiha Yoru and Sesumaru looked at each other in the room, their expressions turning into a big, amused grin as they pulled back the curtain. Hopefully, the stage won't disappoint us tomorrow. In the dimly lit room, Tsunade, in the form of a young girl, was tied up and curled up in a secluded corner. Another person, Emi Terumi, was also there. With a creak, the wooden door creaked open, and the bright sunlight streamed in, causing the two people to squint their eyes. However, when Emi Terumi saw the person entering, she felt nothing, but Tsunade was stunned, and a surge of anger secretly rose in her heart. So these are the two women. Upon entering the room and seeing the young women Tsunade and Emi Terumi, the newcomer immediately sneered contemptuously. I thought Uchiha Yoru was some kind of genius, but I didn't expect him to be so vulgar, so easily seduced by beauty. However, I must also commend them, truly worthy of being from a prominent family. They possess a complete collection of lowly and mature women. The person who arrived was Sarutobi, who arrogantly stepped forward. Looking at the two women's beauty, he immediately sneered. In the ninja world, the strong are respected, yet he's found to mere ornaments like this. I really underestimated you, Uchiha clan genius. If you had chosen to ninjas, I might have still held you in high regard. At the very least, you could have used the excuse of doing it for the clan. But instead, you chose to ordinary people. For a chunin-like girl, finding a mate meant looking for someone powerful. For example, wasn't she looking for Sarutobi Shinizuke? Her previous family name was no longer important. The crucial point is that Sarutobi Shinizuke is about to become the future Hokage, and she is the future Hokage's wife. A person of such high status and power is a strong individual. Lowly commoners will only tarnish our noble ninja image. Therefore, she had always been disgusted by this kind of lowly commoner. Sarutobi, with her haughty and arrogant demeanor, swept her gaze over the two of them before revealing an expression of indifference. Don't value these two despicable items. We'll need them tomorrow. At this point, Sarutobi, unaware of the malicious amusement emanating from him, revealed an evil grin as he looked at the two women. Guardian Yoru, Sesumaru, I'm afraid you don't know this, but they're actually one person. His real name should be Uchiha Yoru. I wonder which of you he'll save tomorrow, or how much importance you think you have. With a wicked smile, Sarutobi, the plum tree spirit, directly walked out with a cold laugh, never once glancing back at the two of them. This statement left both Tsunade and Emi Terumi stunned, not because of Uchiha Yoru's true identity, but because of the two of them. Immediately, the two men glared at each other, and in an instant, both were furious, gnashing their teeth in anger. Fine, that's enough of a waste of time. Behind his bright, deceptive face, he secretly harbors desires for this older sister, Loli, the evil Uchiha. At this moment, inside the Kana base, After the Uchiha clan's cat appeared, Uchiha Shisui looked at the scroll that was delivered and immediately showed a look of anger. He immediately rushed to Hada Kakashi's tent. Kakashi, the village has attacked Brother Knight. Following Shisui's explanation, and with the intelligence provided by Uchiha Yoru, Hada Kakashi's expression turned serious. I secretly discovered this and informed Brother Yi, but what is Brother Yi's intention in bringing me here? Is he here to discuss the arrangements for my death? Uchiha Yoru's intelligence was more like a letter. It could be said that it was essentially a dying wish or a final statement. You are secretly monitoring Sarutobi Shinosuke. Although Hada Kakashi was intimidated by Shisui's audacity, what angered him even more at this moment was the current situation. That scoundrel has disappeared. What mission? He probably just ran off to confront Brother Yi, damn him. At this moment, Shisui was filled with rage, his expression becoming increasingly urgent as he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, Knight-kun is clearly trying to become a second White Fang. Faced with such a situation, he's choosing to give up fighting. The second one, White Fang. When this sentence reached his ears, Hada Kakashi's expression instantly changed, and he glared at the other party with a grim expression. Shisui, we simply can't send reinforcements in time right now. At this moment, Shisui's anxiety intensified, and the Mangekyu Sharingan appeared even more prominently in his eye sockets. Under the influence of immense power, he directly revealed a fierce, mad expression. Kakashi, my eyes can block everything. Shisui, you're insane. Seeing Shisui's somewhat deranged expression, Hada Kakashi quickly glared at him. Your eyesight is indeed very sharp, but how can you hide it from the village elders? Once discovered, there's absolutely no way to revert to yesterday. I have a solution. At this crucial moment, Hada Kakashi remained remarkably calm, immediately thinking of a solution. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, You've been secretly monitoring the enemy, so what about Sarutobi Shinosuke's defenses? Upon hearing these words, Shisui, though worried, was also an excellent ninja. He forcibly suppressed his anger and urgently tried to regain his composure. While he might lack political talent, his aptitude for ninja skills is absolutely on par with Hada Kakashi's. At night, there are 3 squads taking turns guarding, and 2 squads during the day, rotating every 3 hours. And then there's Sarutobi Shinosuke's habit. After suppressing his anger, Uchiha Shisui calmly recounted the unclear details of the intelligence he had gathered. Hada Kakashi's expression became even more serious as he listened to some of the information, and he silently nodded in agreement. Shisui, what exactly is the power of your eyes? Regarding the awakening of the Mangekyu Sharingan, they didn't reveal each person's individual abilities, but there was a general understanding. For example, he clearly knew that Shisui's eye ability was likely related to Genjutsu. A ninja's trump card is never easily revealed, but at this moment, under these circumstances, facing Hada Kakashi's inquiry, Uchiha Shisui almost, without hesitation, directly revealed his Mangekyu Sharingan ability in a low voice. My Mangekyu Sharingan is a genjutsu that can alter a person's will. The Koto Amatsuki genjutsu in my left, I can modify the will of the person being targeted, making them permanently execute specific commands I give. It consumes a great deal of chakra, so each use requires 10 years before it can be used again. The Koto Amatsuki I can unconsciously control the user, making them act according to my will, but it consumes a large amount of chakra, and it takes 3 days to use it again after each use. Uchiha Shisui's pair of Mangekyu Sharingan are both Koto Amatsuki, or more accurately, twin Koto Amatsuki, similar to Obito's Mangekyu twin Kamui. The only difference being that each eye is slightly different. From the original work, it's clear that Shisui's Mangekyu Koto Amatsuki is the most extraordinary and powerful genjutsu, but it's important to remember that this is a pair of eyes. What Itachi obtained was the Koto Amatsuki, which permanently alters the will of his enemies, while what Danzo stole likely only temporarily affects the will of his enemies. From the 5 photographs of the negotiations, Shimura Danzo, relying on this unwavering and subtle influence, could immediately see how the Iron Country's general, with his 3 ships, was able to manipulate things. Koto Amatsuki. Upon hearing this jutsu, Hada Kakashi's scalp tingled, and he showed a look of shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Shisui, there has never been a perfect ninjutsu in the world. Facing Kakashi's questioning gaze, Shisui silently nodded and said, "Not bad. There are no perfect ninjutsu in the world. Even Koto Amatsuki isn't necessarily invincible, but with the addition of the Mangekyo Sharingan and my willpower, I won't fail." Koto Amatsumi's power is built upon his own strength, influencing and even altering the thoughts of his enemies. This requires him to possess a strong will, along with the support of ocular techniques. Theoretically speaking, a powerful will can break through all illusions in the world. But similarly, the will of the person casting the spell cannot be weaker than yours. So you are fundamentally unable to break through. While it's worth considering the consumption of chakra in various aspects of the technique, it's undeniable that Shisui's Koto Amatsuki is incredibly powerful, practically defying the heavens. My Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui, allows me to focus my vision and forcibly break the limbs of an enemy from a distance, sending them into another dimension. Now that they were on the same page, after Shisui revealed his own ocular jutsu, Kakashi calmly explained his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. "Shisui, are you sure you can subtly influence Sarutobi Shinizuke without showing any emotion?" Faced with Kakashi's question, which wasn't politically charged, Uchiha Shisui, being a true ninja genius, instantly understood what it meant. Shisui simply nodded calmly. "I'm only facing Sarutobi Shinizuke. There's nothing wrong with my left eye. Completely altering a person's will might go unnoticed by them, but who knows them? Where would they get back to the village?" Therefore, Kakashi never considered completely modifying it from the very beginning. Moreover, Shisui's genjutsu was a deadly technique, but it also had significant limitations, only usable once every 10 years. I think this kind of powerful genjutsu, which influences the opponent's thinking and causes them to act against their own principles, requires an even greater expenditure of ocular jutsu and chakra. As expected of Haddock, his greatest strength lies in analysis. Each time, he accurately identifies the opponent's weaknesses, achieving the greatest results with the lowest cost. Faced with Kakashi's analysis, Uchiha Shisui simply nodded, implicitly acknowledging it. "That's good. Let's go report this together later. Then you can use the opportunity to subtly influence Shinizuke's thinking, making him investigate from the sidelines. Then we'll strike from the outside." Speaking of taking action, Hada Kakashi showed even less of a cold glint in his eyes, directly saying in a low voice, "You and I will secretly cover our faces and join forces to capture Sarutobi Shinizuke alive as quickly as possible. Then create the effect of a frontline commander being ambushed and captured alive by hit-and-missed village ninjas. As soon as the base begins to shake, Sarutobi will have no intention of causing trouble outside, and the predicament will be resolved." It must be said that Hada Kakashi's consideration was thorough, and Uchiha Shisui was no fool either. After the initial shock wore off, he calmly nodded in agreement to this hastily formulated, even somewhat crude plan. "I understand your concerns. In the ambush, you'll cover your face. I'll use genjutsu to control the opponent, and you'll directly advance and seal them, giving them no chance to react. And that despicable Sarutobi, I want her dead." Sarutobi Shinizuke was the son of the third Hokage, and moreover, the commander-in-chief of the front lines, a position with considerable influence, so they couldn't lay a hand on him. But he wouldn't tolerate a mere servant girl for even a moment. Upon hearing this, Hada Kakashi also showed murderous intent towards the fellow village ninja Sarutobi, and nodded directly, saying in a low voice, "The Orochimaru incident, and this time as well. This man's ambition is too great and his heart too wicked. He cannot be allowed to live." Even Hada Kakashi agreed with the idea of killing Sarutobi because according to the rules, just based on the previous incident with Lord Orochimaru, Sarutobi should be dead. And even dying 100 times over wouldn't be enough. It would have been better if there hadn't been any comparison. The mere fact that a comparison had been made caused Kakashi to feel a surge of anger and dissatisfaction. His father's Konoha White Fang mission failed, causing significant losses to the village. After enduring so much pressure, he chose suicide. So what about Sarutobi's plum tree? Orochimaru, the Hokage candidate, plotted against her, causing chaos within the village. Because of her ambition, the village's border is in turmoil, and those currently stationed there are all suffering at her hands. The damage inflicted on Konoha was far greater than that of his father's failed mission years ago. Yet what was the outcome in terms of treatment for both sides? The failure of Konoha's White Fang mission caused a sensation throughout the entire shinobi world. But what about Saratobi's plum tree? Almost no one in the village knew about it, and he had initially executed them with such pomp and circumstance. What's the result now? Lifted high, gently lowered, truly Konoha is the Saratobi clan. It was the Saratobi clan's abuse of power within the village that led Hada Kakashi, who had never been truly powerful, to the point of contemplating causing the village to bleed dry. Reform requires bloodshed. He hoped to use these things to ruthlessly trample on the rights of the villagers, using their blood to make Konoha a bloody rebirth once again. Okay, time waits for no one. We don't know what kind of war plan this despicable woman is devising, so I'll go now. Shisui nodded in a low voice, choosing the fastest method to act, while Kakashi discreetly prepared the necessary concealed tools. Masks are absolutely essential, and sunglasses are equally important. They can conceal their Mangekyo Sharingan to prevent any unexpected incidents after exposure. Eventually, the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and a single slip-up revealed it, only bringing disaster to the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, who was heading out of the town, was unaware of what was happening here. He certainly couldn't have imagined that Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui had become so corrupted, yet wanting to take action against the ninjas in the village. Even though the two were shocked and disgusted by what they had witnessed, they became even more determined to reform their thinking, even if it meant shedding blood. Now the Anbu under Kakashi's dark transformation are incredibly terrifying, secretly striving to become the sharpest blade on the path of reform. The sharper he becomes, the less the village's losses will be. 30 miles west of the city, the bright sunshine was followed by a cool breeze carrying a hint of dust. This was a desolate place. A cloud of dust rose and instantly revealed two figures, the Night Guardian and Sesshomaru, or rather, Uchiha Yoru. In the sky, a huge cloud slowly descended, obscuring the sunlight, and on the ground, a vast shadow appeared. With a clapping sound, a dozen masked figures emerged from a mound of earth. The leader was clearly a woman, and she was clapping her hands. Haha, good. As expected of the arrogant Uchiha clan, they actually have the audacity to come here to fulfill their promise. He put on a mask and similarly disguised his voice, making it impossible for anyone to recognize who he was. If you are rude, then you should know the consequences of falsely accusing our Uchiha clan. Release the person now. Uchiha Yoru looked directly at the root ninjas, his expression grim, and spoke, rarely resorting to behind-the-scenes threats. He's fine, you can rest assured. Wearing the Saratobi mask, the plum tree now revealed a smiling face, waving its hand downwards, and Emi Terumi and the young Tsunade were immediately forcibly pinned down. Well, take a good look, there's definitely nothing wrong with him. But, at this point, Saratobi's eyes widened in a mocking expression. But should I address you as Night Guardian or Sesshomaru? Or perhaps Uchiha Yoru would be more appropriate? Faced with Saratobi's direct provocation, which also revealed his name, Uchiha Yoru fell silent. Saratobi, however, laughed loudly without any restraint, provocatively placing the kunai in his hand against Emi Terumi's neck, teasingly saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm saving you too. You've both been tricked. They are essentially the same person, let me tell you." A member of a prominent family, and the most dazzling genius in this wealthy clan, do you think they would marry a commoner? Would they really be with you? He has always been using your identities to conceal himself. The hero rescuing the princess in fairy tales is a lie. Even if it were true, the hero might be a hero. But what about you? Are you the princess? With a mocking gaze directed at Emi Terumi and the young Tsunade, Saratobi's eyes revealed intense contempt. Despicable is despicable, but you guys are actually quite useful. You even managed to lure this little brat here. Saratobi's provocative gesture was a direct attack on the opponent's morale. After all, ninja battles have never been about martial ethics, and an impulsive person will inevitably reveal their weaknesses. At this moment, Tsunade and Emi Terumi both felt a complex mix of emotions as they gazed at the two figures in the distance. They had known each other's identities from the very beginning, but now that they had arrived, it had left them feeling somewhat uneasy and unsettled. Ninjas are inherently deceitful, employing all sorts of deceptive tactics, but this kind of deception still feels somewhat against their conscience. What a plan to use two identities to woo girls? Tisk tsk, I have to say, wealthy young masters really know how to have fun. using a doppelganger to simultaneously pursue two stunning beauties, and one of them is still a young girl. At this point, Saratobi, with a provocative grin, used a kunai to prop up Tsunade's chin, his gaze fixed on Uchiha as he chuckled. How old is this girl? 12 or 13? Tisk tsk. I've long heard that people from the great clans like to play these games, and today I see that reputation is well deserved. Meanwhile, in the distance, two figures with gloomy expressions, after their shadow clones were dispelled, revealed Uchiha's true appearance. The Samehada sword is with me. You root members should be able to investigate everything thoroughly and release them. After dispelling the shadow clones, Uchiha directly summoned his greatsword Samehada, seemingly wanting to prove his innocence. Up until now, he had always destroyed his wood clones in this place, using only shadow clones, because the wood release jutsu wasn't currently in a state of being exposed. A cool breeze stirred up the dust, and as the shadow clones dissipated, the true figure of Uchiha was revealed. With his head full of white hair, having lost the healing jutsu that suppressed the melanin, the black color visibly began to return to its original color. His black hair swayed in the wind, a crescent-shaped blue mark adorned his forehead, and two red demon markings still clung to his cheeks, creating this image of Uchiha and Sasumaru in combination. Samehada Greatsword. Upon seeing the hilt of this hidden mist village ninja's greatsword, Saratobi's eyes immediately lit up with greed. If he could obtain this greatsword, it would be an unparalleled honor. In her eyes, all she saw was fame. Defeating the hidden mist village ninja, snatching the Samehada sword from the hands of a renowned ninja, and climbing to the top by building her own reputation wasn't that the greatest achievement. Wow, I didn't think you two were worth so much money. Upon seeing Uchiha, this little brat, almost without any hesitation, take out his greatsword Samehada as a bargaining chip, Saratobi immediately revealed a surprised smile. Following her, for some unknown reason, a kind of resentment emerged. She shook her head and sighed, unable to compete. Uchiha, I truly misjudged you. I thought you would be a stumbling block in my path, but unexpectedly you're just a muddy mess that can't be stopped. I was so wary of you all along. At this moment, Saratobi sighed deeply in anger. You, from a wealthy family, are so naive, even imagining a romantic love story between a noble young master and a commoner girl. I truly feel like I'm back in my ninja school days, 7 or 8 years old. Needless to say, when Uchiha chose to hand over the Samehada sword for the sake of two women, she was immediately disappointed. What she had once considered a great threat turned out to be this. Uchiha watched the other party's insults and mockery, his expression cold and terrifying. But without the slightest hesitation, he was inwardly sneering. Foolish. If you're going to use a satirical story about a wealthy young master and an ugly duckling to mock people, couldn't you just use a story about a wealthy young master and a princess? TSK, you two want to know his true identity. Having vaguely seen Uchiha, this genius, being trampled under his feet, Saratobi, with a mocking expression, grabbed Mei Terumi and Tsunade's faces, and pointed at the threatening figure in the distance. This is our Konoha genius, born into the strongest and most prestigious clan in the shinobi world, the Uchiha clan, Uchiha. He infiltrated as a spy, so the person you all know is a fake, a mask he needs to wear. However, judging from what I see now, this little brat seems to be playing games and taking it seriously, even coming at you guys for real. With a look of certainty of victory, Saratobi, with a cold and indifferent expression, slowly extended his hands and drew out the two shinobi katanas from the backs of the root ninjas beside him, slowly pointing them at the two men. Uchiha, do you want to join us in a fight to the death, or will you meekly surrender and be bound? The two shinobi katanas drew closer and closer, clearly about to touch the chests of the two men. In the quiet wilderness, the cold and aloof Uchiha, just as the sharp shinobi katanas were about to pierce his chest, suddenly spoke, and at the same time, the two shinobi katanas stopped. What do you want to do? Your two hands. A cold, similar voice rang out, and Saratobi, with a direct, wary gaze, looked directly at his opponent. I heard you once performed a hand seal with one hand, so I want both your hands. That's impossible. Despite being threatened, Uchiha, with his perpetually arrogant demeanor reminiscent of a high-ranking noble, directly and without hesitation chose to refuse. Hearing such a decisive reply, Sarutobi couldn't help but shrug his shoulders at the two women, revealing a so-called smile. It seems I overestimated your value. At most, you're only worth the price of a Shinobugatana Samehada, but for lowly people like you, it's still considered an honor. You don't need to investigate. You've already said he's a spy, and he's just putting on a show for us. At this moment, Emii Terumi suddenly spoke calmly, while Sarutobi, the plum tree spirit, showed a look of surprise, then shook his head and said, "Is it that all hope has been given to you? And you still have courage, now that your beautiful dream has ended? What a pity." When faced with the threat, Uchiha Yoru unhesitatingly drew out his greatsword Samehada, while Emii Terumi seemed to hesitate. At this moment she even just wanted to leave this place. Seeing the other party refuse without hesitation, her heart calmed down. At this moment, Emii Terumi couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly, shaking her head and saying, "Indeed, it was all just a play." While Emii Terumi was discreetly preparing her counterattack, the young Tsunade coldly observed everything. She had witnessed too much cruelty, and the fact that this little brat could use such precious spoils of war to replace someone else surpassed most people, even exceeding her expectations. As the two gleaming Shinobugatana blades began to move slowly again, they suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Tick-tock, in the desolate fields, a gentle breeze swept across, fresh blood dripped onto the ground. And every single root ninja watched all of this with cold indifference. Their emotions had long since been extinguished by demonic forces. But Sarutobi, the plum tree, now showed a look of surprise, somewhat disbelievingly gazing at the figure in the distance, and finally shook her head. "Is this the arrogant Uchiha clan you are? Your mouths are tough enough, but unfortunately your body is honest. I never thought you would actually do something like this. To be honest, I really admire you." At this moment, Sarutobi, relieved of his inner turmoil, sighed with deep respect and said, "You are truly different. You remind me of White Fang, and also Orochimaru." With a wild rage, Uchiha Yoru coldly stared at everyone, the three-tamo Sharingan appearing in his eye sockets. He plunged a kunai into each of his hands, blood continuously dripping onto the ground. His expression calmed down, as if he didn't have the same hands as before. Both arms were injured, meaning he couldn't freely perform hand seals, significantly reducing his combat power. White Fang chose suicide when public opinion was against him. Orochimaru chose indifference when faced with everything. You're just like them. You're both this kind of person. How should I put it? A hero. Heroes are indeed admirable. Even Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh in admiration. But she shook her head and said, "Heroes may be admirable, but I can only say that there are too many heroes in this world, and the Hidden Leaf Village cannot be a hero. A village portrait requires multifaceted enlightenment, even the willingness to make the crucial decision to sacrifice a small portion of people to save a larger one at a critical moment." Facing Sarutobi's rambling, sentimental speech, Uchiha Yoru, with an expressionless face, coldly said, "Using your root methods to erase their memories, just as you said. They are nothing more than two lowly commoners." The cold, sarcastic tone of the voice startled both Emii Terumi and Tsunade at that moment. Both pairs of pupils stared in stunned silence at the figure in the distance, blood still dripping from the kunai piercing his hand. This brat, crazy Uchiha, actually came. From the very beginning, the two girls knew each other's true identities, so they both calmly observed everything from the perspective of Kakuzu. Even though some things did move them and they had experienced different feelings before. But all of this is built upon the fact that they are just onlookers, like Kakuzu. But given this situation, it's clear that this little brat is the one involved, and he's genuinely in love. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoruichi's three-tamo Sharingan was constantly scanning the surroundings, observing the situation, and her hands were really hurting. From the very beginning, he was also an observer, but Emii Terumi and Tsunade thought they were the only observers, never imagining that from the start, all three of them were observers. The point of disagreement is that Emii Terumi and Tsunade believe Uchiha Yoru is the real culprit. This sudden turn of events startled them, as if this feeling was pulling them from mere bystanders into the fray. Sarutobi spoke at length, expressing her admiration as she casually strolled along the plum tree, as if giving a speech. After finishing, she sincerely and earnestly revealed her admiration. "Uchiha Yoru, you are a hero, but the village currently lacks not heroes, but a Hokage, so I hope you can understand. Have a safe journey, rest assured. I will bury the two of them alongside you, and then you can go to Yomi and fulfill your fairy tale dreams of noble and commoner maidenhood." At this point, Saratobi turned his head to look at the two women, his expression complex. As women, you two should be the happiest at this moment. After saying that, Saratobi slowly raised the two Shinobugatana swords in his hands once again. From afar, Uchiha Yoru, upon witnessing this scene, finally showed some emotion. "What do you want?" After hearing Uchiha Yoru's voice once again, Saratobi couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Truly the most arrogant clan. Even though you're in such a pathetic state now, I can still sense that you're still that high and mighty Uchiha. What a pity. Your disappearance is exactly what I need most." At will, the two Shinobugatanas were swung directly outwards, two cold streaks of light heading straight towards Mei Terumi and Tsunade's chests, clearly intending to kill them with a single blow. As Saratobi threw out his Shinobugatana in an instant, he coldly declared, "Kill Uchiha Yoru." Swish swish, each root figure transformed into a blur of motion, soaring towards their target, while simultaneously throwing kunai and shuriken. At this moment, both sides faced the threat of death. Uchiha Yoru was facing the massive number of shurikens thrown at him by the root organization. Mei Terumi and Tsunade were facing two sharp Shinobugatanas. Faced with this kind of life or death danger, everyone treated them as ordinary people. Just as the two women were preparing to channel chakra to break the ropes and unleash their attack, a dark figure suddenly appeared in their sight. Their pupils contracted in shock. All that could be seen was a pair of three Tamo Sharingan eyes fused together, forming a shuriken, the Mangekyu, which transformed into a single eye under Uchiha Yoru's cold gaze. Blood slowly trickling down. His other three Tamo Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyu. Takamagara synthesis, fresh blood splattered everywhere, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of them, two Shinobugatanas protruding from their chests, the warm, hot blood splattering onto their faces. At that moment, both Tsunade and Mei Terumi were stunned, their eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Mei Terumi stared at the scene in disbelief, the fresh blood slowly trickling down her face and into the corner of her mouth. It was warm. This was real. But Tsunade, amidst the splashing blood, even though she was now colorblind and saw the blood as black, felt the warmth of the blood splashing on her face, smelled the fresh blood, and was terrified when a few drops of blood from Kakuzu splashed into her mouth, the smell directly assaulting her taste buds. Impossible! Faced with the sudden appearance of a figure blocking the way between the two women, Saratobi's expression suddenly changed, and at the same time, the root ninjas who had reacted quickly also turned around to provide assistance. In the eyes of everyone present, Uchiha Yoru's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear standing in front of the two women. At this moment, in the eyes of the two women, Uchiha Yoruichi's pupils revealed the Sharingan, filled with a captivating allure, and a stream of blood flowed from her right eye, its veins bulging menacingly. Kakuzu! In an instant, Uchiha Yoru directly embraced the two women, suddenly letting out a loud shout, and in a flash, a dark figure appeared directly on the battlefield. Fire release, austere head, Atsugai wind release. In an instant, the two jutsu combined, further amplified by Kakuzu's surging chakra, creating a whirlwind that swept through the raging flames, resembling a raging fire tornado. Rumble, without any difference in the type of attack, the flames directly incinerated a large area. The root ninjas hastily dodged, but Uchiha Yoru was also hit. After releasing his jutsu, Kakuzu couldn't help but narrow his eyes, looking towards the distant flames in the central area. A violent coughing fit ensued, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth once again. A large black ribbon skeleton appeared within the burning flames. Susanoo, in the instant the flames attacked, Mei Terumi and Tsunade witnessed everything firsthand. Uchiha Yoru raised his head for a moment, his Sharingan rapidly rotating, and as two streams of blood tears flowed down, this Susanoo defensive system appeared around him. Mei Terumi watched this scene in horror, not knowing that ninjutsu could have such eyes. Tsunade, however, recognized this ninjutsu. Her pupils widened in shock as she looked at the two pairs of ferocious, blood-soaked Mangekyu Sharingan she had witnessed everything firsthand. Mangekyu is because the girls opened their eyes. Coughing violently, fresh blood gushed from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru directly bit down on the kunai in his hands, then, stained with fresh blood, painstakingly performed hand seals. The hand was pierced through. Although this type of injury affects the completion of the hand seal, it doesn't mean it's impossible to perform the seal immediately. Pig, dog, rooster, a monkey, no, Kuchioshi no Jetsu. With a screeching sound, the wisp of white smoke from a summoning beast descended, followed by an eagle's cry that echoed across the land. At the same time, the root ninjas, who were dodging this massive Jetsu's range in the distance, all had their expressions change. Sarutobi, even more enraged, said, "No, stop this brat immediately." Having always thought he was meat on the chopping block, never imagining he would escape, I must definitely get rid of this little devil. Suddenly, amidst the flames, a majestic eagle spread its wings and soared high. Simultaneously, from all directions, a dense barrage of ninjutsu, shurikens, and explosive tags rained down. Fire release, lightning release, rumble, the dazzling ninjutsu and explosive talismans, along with various hidden weapons, descended with a resounding roar, raising a thick cloud of smoke in the air. Following this, a clear, resounding cry of an eagle echoed down, directly piercing and exploding the thick smoke. With Uchiha Yoru, Tsunade, and Enmei Terumi on its back, the mighty eagle soared straight up into the sky, its powerful Susanoo directly protecting the summoning beast's perimeter from various ninjutsu attacks. Damn it, chase them! Watching the figure fly away, Sarutobi, the plum tree spirit, immediately roared ferociously. The opponent is severely wounded and can't have escaped far. Chase after him. But on the battlefield, Kakuzu's fear was nowhere to be seen. When he saw his master jump out in an instant, he immediately fled. It must be said that the saying old, but not dead is true because of thieves. In the sky, a raging storm lashed out. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Yoru's mouth, and the ferocious blood vessels in his Mangekyo Sharingan were clearly visible, a result of overuse of his dojutsu. Lord Yoru, the summoning beast, the majestic eagle, soaring through the 9 heavens, respectfully uttered a sentence. Uchiha Yoru then gasped for breath, each breath bringing him immense pain. Don't stop. Keep flying east. He slumped half-knelt on the spirit beast, his hands tightly gripping the waists of the two people, as if afraid they would fall from the sky. Under the setting sun, the waves relentlessly crashed against the sandy shore, and the summoned beast, its chakra depleted, returned. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, weakened, leaned against a rock on the sandy beach. The 2 Shinobi katanas had been drawn from his chest, and the bleeding from his wounds had stopped, but he still seemed to be barely clinging to life. "You guys?" Beside her, Tsunade's expression turned grim, no longer displaying her former innocent demeanor. Her hands, emanating healing ninjutsu and emitting green chakra, were treating his wounds. Meanwhile, Enmei Terumi, gripping her Shinobi katana, surveyed the surroundings. At this moment, it seemed as though all 3 had completely exposed their presence. "Sorry." Uchiha Yoru, gasping for breath and leaning against a rock, weakly looked at the 2 men, his eyes somewhat evasive, as if he dared not look them in the eye. The 2 words he uttered sent shivers down their spines. The heart rate is insufficient. The heart muscle is trembling. The muscles surrounding the heart have been severed. In medical ninjutsu terms, the heart's meridian system has been cut off. In simpler terms, the heart's blood vessels are broken. His withered, blood-stained, weak hands tightly grasped those trembling, delicate hands. At this moment, Tsunade's pupils trembled. She knew the other person was right. Weakened, Uchiha Yoru grasped Tsunade's hands, which she had been continuously treating, and weakly managed to smile. "I didn't expect you to know medical ninjutsu, though your technique is still a bit rudimentary. Remember not to let your hands tremble while treating him." Tsunade's hands trembled uncontrollably as she lowered them, mistakenly perceived as lacking in skill. At this moment, even those who had always been stronger than her couldn't refute her. "Why?" Enmei Terumi, standing beside her, trembled at the sound of these words. Suppressing her complex emotions, she walked over and half sat beside the other person, bowing her head and speaking hoarsely. With a fit of coughing, fresh blood continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Yoru's eyes, previously filled with fierce, weakened bloodshot veins, now held only relief as he looked at the 2 people, a smile even appearing on his face. "I don't know either. Maybe this is fate. The path of a ninja stained with fresh blood. There will always be a day like this, right? I just didn't expect it to be you 2. At this point, Uchiha Yoro looked weakly at the two of them, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Ninjas are all eyes. I never thought I would make such a big mistake. It was as if he were saying that he would actually sacrifice his life for two ordinary people. At this moment, Uchiha Nightfall was clearly mocking himself, but there wasn't a hint of regret on his face. Instead, there was only a sense of relief. Officially acknowledged, Uchiha Yoru. With a weak voice, Uchiha Yoru forced a strained smile at the two men. I thought my disguise was flawless, but when did you spot the flaws? Or are you root members? And all of this has been a scheme from the very beginning. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru wore a smile, as if he wanted to seek an answer before his death, but he didn't want all of this to be a trap. At this moment, Mei Terumi and Tsunade were both filled with complex emotions. As a ninja, even if not a medical ninja, he clearly understood the consequences of having his heart meridian severed. In the anime's mid-lengths and short stories, especially the street fight, Naruto nearly died after his heart meridian was severed. It was clear that the enemy had harmed herself to this point, yet seeing her struggling for breath, especially the fact that she had disregarded her own safety to save her, filled Mei Terumi's heart with complex emotions. Ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, Mei Terumi, now a rogue ninja. Mei Terumi's voice was hoarse as she spoke, and at this moment, the once elegant and gentle expression on her face was replaced by an unshakable sadness. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, who was barely clinging to life, Mei Terumi couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly, shaking her head with a bitter smile. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. You've clearly harmed me so terribly, yet I still feel sorrow for you. Upon hearing that name, Uchiha Yoru's eyes instantly darkened. Mei Terumi. Hearing this name, Mei Terumi gave a wry smile and said, "It's that unlucky fella you almost killed at the hands of your own family. He just ambushed you once, didn't he? You're a grown man. Why are you so petty? You nearly killed me twice on the battlefield, and yet you still won't leave me alone, insisting on conspiring with Suikazen Fuguki to frame me. Encountering you has been a terrible fate. I was lucky not to be killed, but I've become a rogue ninja." Speaking of herself, Mei Terumi immediately let out a bittersweet laugh, revealing a sorrowful smile. Clearly, I still wanted revenge on you, but you brought it upon yourself. You're such an excellent ninja. Why would you do something so foolish? Was it worth it? A single sentence brought a smile to Uchiha Yoru's face. I'm sorry, but on the battlefield, everyone fights for their own master. Our factions are different. I may have wronged you, but I haven't done anything wrong. Similarly, you haven't done anything wrong either. The fault lies in this world war. I say, if I were truly just an ordinary person, and you were too, then we would have met like this. At this point, Uchiha Yoru seemed lost in thought, suddenly letting out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking his head, and leaving the rest of his sentence unspoken. Mei Terumi, however, gave a disappointed smile, slowly taking out the sachet that the other person had given her from her chest. Mei Terumi stopped crying and smiled, letting the tears of loss fall. It's clearly all a script, a lie. You knew that perfectly well, yet you still fell for it. It seems as though both sides are blaming and resenting each other. How wonderful it would be if both sides could just accept all of this as a facade, then there would be no heartbreak. Slowly taking a ring from her fragrant pouch, Mei Terumi smiled at the sight, then gently placed the ring in the other person's hand. Under their gloomy gaze, she revealed a tender smile. It would have been even better if there were no tears in her eyes. I am currently the light god, and you are the night guardian god. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru revealed a weak smile, his hands trembling as he slowly placed the ring on Mei Terumi's ring finger. I truly hope to see you in your wedding dress. You'll surely look beautiful. The moment the ring was placed on her ring finger, tears streamed down Mei Terumi's bright blue eyes. It was all fake, yet I actually took it seriously. Damn it. Without realizing it, she had gone from being an outsider to being drawn into it. Your hand isn't trembling. At this moment, the frail Uchiha Yoru turned his head to look at the young Tsunade, sensing the fearful trembling in her delicate hand that had been resting on his chest. The innocent, smiling Tsunade of before had vanished, replaced by a cold, icy demeanor as she stared coldly at her opponent. You're practically dying and you're still chasing girls. Your lustful nature truly hasn't changed. Tsune's hands trembled, but when the shaking stopped, the color of fresh blood gradually appeared in her vision. At this moment, she was no longer afraid or trembling. Fear of the blood disorder seemed to have left him, but she felt no joy whatsoever. Clearly, she was an outsider, merely watching a play unfold. It happened too quickly. Everything was happening too fast. This little brat actually activated his Mega Q Sharingan for her, and even instantly blocked their path. Damn it! She still has the same adorable appearance as before. Facing the ice-cold girl, Uchiha Yoru weakly smiled, powerlessly reaching out to caress her cheek. At that moment, Tsunade wanted to run away, but upon seeing the girl's gloomy eyes, she froze. I came here for my own benefit, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless and unaware of the consequences. At this moment, Tsunade revealed her true nature, stubbornly refusing to back down, coldly staring at her opponent and uttering hurtful words. Conversely, Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, revealed a smile, her weak hand caressing the other's cheek, slowly her fingers touching the red lips. She tried to forcefully separate them, but the other's lips remained cold and icy. Finally weakened, he chose to give up. As if he had thought of something, Uchiha Yoru let out a bitter laugh. Root, this is really unfair. You're still just a child. We Uchiha and Senju founded Konoha together so that children wouldn't go to war. Yet now children are becoming the main force in the battlefield. It was clear that Uchiha Yoru's recent movement was intended to test the girl's tongue. He suspected her of being rude, a spy planted there from the very beginning. The girl's silence and somber expression left him bewildered, yet simultaneously seemed to confirm her identity. Misread? This misunderstanding led Uchiha Yoru to believe she was a spy trained by Root, and at this moment, Tsunade showed a look of pity, but inwardly she felt deeply wronged. Does she really want to reveal her true identity? What child? She's clearly 40. The other person is the real child. This kind of absurd misunderstanding, with its contrasting elements, caused Tsunade to fall silent for a moment. She was somewhat flustered, not daring to reveal her true identity, fearing that the other party would become even more desperate at this final moment. Perhaps a misunderstanding is also acceptable. Cough, cough, fresh blood gushed out incessantly. Weakly, Uchiha Yoru gazed at the seaside road under the setting sun, while Emi Terumi and Tsunade beside him looked sorrowful, their hearts filled with a mixture of emotions, like a jumble of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Go to the land of rice, take this cross-world sword hilt, and go find Orochimaru, my teacher. Uchiha Yoru, weakened, leaned against a rock, feeling his life slowly slipping away. His first words, spoken with weakness, were to the young girl. The seal of the calamity, my teacher will remove for you. You're crying. Using emotions as a tool is inappropriate. Root isn't suitable for you. Her fingers gently wiped away the tears from the girl's eyes, but Tsunade remained silent. The other girl had initially treated her as a spy sent by Root, yet now, in her final moments, she was thinking of her. Min, I'm sorry for unintentionally hurting you so much. Take the Samehada, but listen to me. Don't go back to the Hidden Mist village. Perhaps becoming a rogue ninja was the right thing to do. Go far away. Looking at the two of them, it was clear that all three had been outsiders from the very beginning, never imagining they would all end up becoming a married couple. And even Uchiha Yoru would get involved herself. The highest level of acting is to immerse yourself in the role, to live and breathe the character within the play. Lies will eventually be exposed, and the flaw will ultimately be Uchiha Yoru himself. But when he completely immerses himself in the character, the flaw disappears. The sunset is so beautiful. Looking at the setting sun, Uchiha Yoru was filled with emotion, and as he held the two people's hands, his voice gradually weakened. He said, "If only there were no war in the world. It would be so good. With my Uchiha identity, I would definitely take you back to the clan, and we could watch the sunset every day." The sound gradually faded as Uchiha Yoru slowly took a test tube from his pouch and weakly said to the girl, "After the curse is lifted, if you want to return to the village, take this and give it to the third Hokage. He won't pursue you." This is the first Hokage's cell, also a part of a human body used in experiments. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru seemed to be making his final wishes, arranging a safe escape route for both of them. Finally, he relaxed his grip, his eyes gazing dreamily at the setting sun. "You all go ahead, leave my body for those behind." They won't be following you then. I've prepared a small boat there. His hands slowly and weakly dropped, his eyes gradually closed, and Uchiha Yoro directly fell into darkness. Seeing this, Tsunade's pupils contracted. She opened her mouth to say something, but found her throat as if it were blocked, and no sound came out. Damn you, Uchiha, if you weren't so petty, we wouldn't have met. I would have been fine in Hidden Mist, but you insisted on chasing me relentlessly. Emi Terumi felt like she was foolishly trying to kill herself. Because of an enemy, she had twice nearly killed him. And even worse, she had caused him to become a rogue ninja, leaving her heartbroken and in tears. No, I mustn't die. As Uchiha Yoro closed his eyes for a moment, Tsunade's heart shattered. Her cold, stoic facade instantly melted away, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yet, at that moment, the young man offered no response. Her pounding heart gradually weakened and slowed down. She frantically began to use all the knowledge she had accumulated throughout her life, constantly pleading with him not to leave. Little devil, you shouldn't die. Why do you all have to die? She had always thought she wouldn't hurt anyone's feelings, but she never imagined that at the very last moment she would actually do it. Not only did the little devil believe this, she actually did it. Take good care of Yoru. I'll be back in a moment. At this moment, Emi Terumi wiped away her tears, revealing a raw, murderous intent as she gazed into the distant forest. The Konoha pursuers were closing in, and she wanted to capture them all. In an instant, a surge of chakra erupted from the soles of her feet, and Emi Terumi's figure charged madly towards the pursuers behind her. Kirigakure no Jutsu Hydrodynamics. P10 skillfully uses the art of fog manipulation. In an instant, Emi Terumi's powerful chakra descended, especially in the gloomy, damp forest. First, a thick fog appeared, blinding the enemy's eyes, followed by the flow release jutsu. In the technique of water release, a combination of water and fire chakra, a powerful corrosive acidic mist is spewed from the mouth. The user can skillfully control the acidity of the mist by adjusting the amount of chakra, and the acidity can dissolve Susanoo. Especially when Kirigakure no Jutsu first began to provide cover, the pursuing root ninjas initially thought it was just fog. Then, suddenly, a similar white fog attacked them, and by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the jungle. The unsuspecting root ninja was instantly corroded, letting out agonizing cries, especially as the food entered their bodies without any defenses. In an instant, the respiratory tract was corroded and burned, emitting a series of agonizing screams. Meanwhile, far away on the sandy beach, Tsunade shed tears of regret as she gazed at the handsome young man's face. Although he no longer had the arrogant silver hair he had when they first met, the crescent-shaped blue mark on his forehead and the red lines on his cheeks hadn't yet washed away. As memories flashed through her mind, Tsunade realized that she, who had considered herself an innocent bystander, had unknowingly become involved in the situation. Haha, I never thought that little brat Uchiha would awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan for me. If Grandpa and second Grandpa knew about this, they'd probably laugh at the Uchiha for being so useless. Tsunade, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at the test tube in her hand and immediately let out a self-deprecating laugh. Greed and desire are the root causes of war in this world. The first Hokage's test tube cells were crushed in her hand, the liquid splashing everywhere onto Uchiha Yoru's body and wounds. Tsunade slowly stood up, turning her head to look at the distant forest behind her, where screams of agony were emanating, revealing a hint of murderous intent. The Senju and Uchiha clans founded the village together. It's not yet the turn of a pack of hyenas to come barking like dogs. With a roar, Tsunade unleashed her powerful Seinen fighting force.